Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo. Anamu para chuba dodiri chukuma duku chuba dodiri ndimmawo egu mawego para chuba dodiri chukuma duku chuba dodiri ndimmawo egu mawego obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruna oyibo obiego
it is everyone be free
ayandaba 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 Sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Yeah, dia gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo ya banye se akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is, that retinue of introduction clips was to really buy myself time to set myself fully up. No matter how much time I allow myself, I never, arrive fully prepared. So there it is. Good day to you, by the way. Good day. Good to have you again. Always a delight in your company. One man went to Mo, as you know, the eagle has landed. I've not said that in a good while. That used to be my introduction. One man went to Mo, the eagle has landed. So the eagle has landed, and I hope you're spending as much time as you can. That's usually the custom, As soon as you log onto it, whatever your day is, so set it to the background of your day, and let us entertain, make you laugh, and anger you in equal measure. All of that will happen in the course of this session. We will make you chuckle, we will make you aghast, we will make you befuddled, we will make you scratch your head, and you will wonder what sort of people you're listening to. All of that in the mix, a potpourri, a rich blend of everything. So welcome, good to have you, always a delight. So we're still making that little final stop, hopefully a final stop, with the Yes Daddy space. So the fallout of the Yes Daddy space, we'll be picking it up in the course of this session. So by the way, I forgot. Yes, click on the like button as you're coming in, of course. Anytime I look across, the like button never looked like anything, although yesterday was quite a treat. You gave us 100 likes, so we set that as a target again, a minimum of 100, and if we start to get that with some consistency, then we of course racket it up again. So just click on the like button to help the to help the platform move along nicely, and then of course click on subscribe as well if you haven't done that. So make that correction, click on like and subscribe. And if you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your open invitation. So it's readily to hand in the comment section and it's highlighted on the screen now. So that hyperlink that says StreamYard is an open ticket to come on the screen. Whoever clicks on it gets to appear on the screen, and we're forever canvassing for new and elegant voices. So come join us, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is always ready. I've got the cup, you fill it with the coffee. It's a 3 easy step process. So click on there and buy your host cups of coffee. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe at your discretion. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen, and only if you want to buy your host cups of coffee. So all those. So as you said about all those, here are the headlines that we're going to be contending with. Kiyamo, how Peter Obi's dream to lead Nigeria died a natural death. So there it is. No surprises, of course. In fact, what took him so long was really my question, because in the course of the discussions of that Yes Daddy audio yesterday, I was expecting Festus Kiyamo to stream through so that we can pick up what his commentaries are. So it took himself a moment, he allowed rather himself a moment to digest it now, and he regurgitates how Peter Obi's dream to lead Nigeria died a natural death. So there it is right there. The opposition sticking the knife in family. Joe Igbokwe, of course, he came into that section as well. I'll find this article and bring it to you in the course of this session. So the side fight going on within the, and by the way, whatever you do, there's a clip that I want to play you at the end of the readout. So make sure you hang around for that clip. That clip speaks to the tension going on between the Southeasterners and the Southwesterners in Lagos. So this clip that I'm going to play you at the end of the readout, it speaks to the tension going on between the Southwesterners and the Southeasterners in Lagos, and it traces back in history to ask why it is. So it's quite interesting. I'll urge you to wait for that, but that will be at the tail end of the readouts, of course. So the next headline, this speaks to the little side fights going on within the Afenifere space. To the blue corner, you have Pa Fashoranti. To the red corner, you have Pa Adebanjo. The contention, Nigeria. Interim government alien to Nigeria, Afenifere. So you don't even have to read the body of this headline to know the faction of Afenifere that is coming out in this way. The faction of the Afenifere that is coming out with this headline will be the faction that is pro-status quo, i.e. the president-elect, interim government alien to Nigeria. So I'm presuming, I haven't read the body of it, but I'm presuming this is the faction of our Pa Fashoranti, and then, of course, poking in the direction of our Pa Adebanjo. So now this next headline. So that previous headline was fighting from within. This next headline also fighting from within. Father Mbaka begs God to forgive the church for giving the glory meant to him to Labour Party. So now this is Father Mbaka now backing very swiftly away from that obedience space. Not that he was ever pro the obedience space in the first instance. He's somewhat a reluctant drag to the obedience space. And at every opportunity, of course, he looks to poke at that space. So the opportunity now presents with Peter Obi having lost an election, and now this video expose that finally nails somewhat his ambition fully. So the enemies come in to feed on the carcass. The enemies come in to feed on the carcass. Father Mbaka begs God to forgive the church for giving glory meant for him to Labour Party. So quite what is going on there. I think the headline already a good indication of, but we'll visit that space. We'll visit that space. Anti-Tinubu protest in White House. Murik sends message to Joe Biden. So the obedience space, they've now taken their agitation now to as far as the White House, and of course, the fight back from the Tinubu camp. Anti-Tinubu protest in White House. Murik sends message to Joe Biden. So if we pause it for a moment, this Murik organization, they seem to have gotten pretty much everything they wanted, this Murik organization. So they wanted Yoruba Muslim as president, and that is exactly what is in situation. Professor Ishak Akintoye, or Akintola rather, the leader of that space. So what is going on there, we'll find out shortly. So we'll find this out shortly as well. I did say that Joe Igbokwe poked at the leaked audio space. Labour Party presidential ambition completely ruined forever. Joe Igbokwe, a traitor from within. So there it is. So plenty, as I said. APC reportedly expels Deputy Senate President Omoagege. So some of this, we may not land on it fully because sometimes the readouts does get tiresome and I want to bail out. So I might well bail out. I'll just give you the headlines in some of it. But this one now, Omobolale Rahim, you have a case to answer. Court tells alleged killer cop. So you'll all recall, of course, that young and with a bright future lawyer female that was just shot indiscriminately at by a police officer. That police officer arrested. He trying to wiggle out of the clutches of the law, but the law would not have it. Omobolale Rahim, you have a case to answer. Lagos court tells alleged cop killer. So we spent time there as well. And as I said, there is a bonus video that I want to play to you that speaks to the relationship between the Southeasterners and the Southwesterners. So that video was sent in by a subscriber. So it's well worth us hanging around to say that. So plenty to go through, as I said, always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, as I already invited, please click on the like button, make it look handsome. Make the like button, make the like uptakes, make it look handsome. So click on the like button so that the like looks handsome. And click on subscribe as well. If you want to come join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to buy cups of coffee, the link is there as well. So all of that, let me take another micro musical intermission. And then when we come back, we get straight into it. We go first to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. dé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ó jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. Yes. So somebody was saying there's a light behind me distracting you. I hope it's not the reflection of my bald head. But there it is. There it is. So let's get straight into it and just kick off matters. As I said, wait till the end because there's this rather interesting clip that I'd like to play to you. But let's share the screen first for the opening salvo. All right. Kiyamo, how Peter Obi's dream to lead Nigeria died a natural death. So this, of course, fully expected. Festus Kiyamo, the Federal Minister of State for Labor and Employment, says Peter Obi's dream to become the president of Nigeria has died a natural death. He stated this on Sunday in a tweet posted on his verified Twitter page. Kiyamo, who is also the official spokesperson for the All Progressive Congress APC Campaign Council, said although Peter Obi is not blameless, the real culprit is the so-called men of God. His statement is in reaction to a now viral recording of a phone conversation between the Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, and Bishop David Oyedepo, obtained by correspondents. In the recording, Obi was heard saying in the video, Obi was heard soliciting for Christian votes from the head cleric. Condemning the act, Kiyamo said, haven't confirmed the authenticity. And by the way, haven't confirmed the authenticity. The narrative around this thing is still being wrapped around some rather fanciful deep dive. What are they calling it? Deep dive something or the other. There's no deep dive. The guy was caught red-handed. So forget all this deep dive or what are they saying? Is it deep sea or something? They are claiming it's a deep sea something or the other. So forget whatever deep something or the other. It was caught red-handed. That's just what's happened. Condemning the act, Kiyamo said, haven't confirmed the authenticity of what is now known as the Peter Obi Yes Daddy audio. So that Yes Daddy, those two words will haunt this guy till eternity. I'm sure there are t-shirts already been made of it. Maybe I'll make one myself. What do you reckon? Yes Daddy t-shirts as presented by one man. Condemning the act, Kiyamo said, haven't confirmed the authenticity of what is now known as the Peter Obi Yes Daddy audio. I think the real culprits here are the so-called men of God who allowed themselves to be used by unscrupulous politicians to seek to inflame religious passions in their country. So when they are telling their hapless adherents that they heard the voice of the Lord, it was actually Peter Obi's telephone calls they heard and not God's voice. This is deceitful, shameful, and disgusting. Imagine a so-called man of God comparing notes with the politician as to what he said or what he would say on the pulpit in order to get him votes. I hope this sufficiently embarrasses the men of God. So it looks as though Festus Kiyamo has now, and it's a known technique, by the way, that once somebody has been decimated, you then reach above them to a higher moral learning. So this is just the decimation now. So it's now reaching above Peter Obi, who he has left as a carcass on the floor to go to a higher moral learning about the wayward ways of alleged men of God. This is deceitful, shameful, and disgusting. Imagine a so-called man of God comparing notes with a politician as to what he said or what he would say on the pulpit in order to get him votes. I hope this sufficiently embarrasses the men of God in Nigeria to forthwith desist from using the pulpit for politics and churchgoers to stop being teleguided by their self-serving men of God. As for Peter Obi, who declared an election a religious war. So let me pause there for a moment, because in the course of everything that was, the Yes Daddy was a good, entertaining little mocking thing. We can have a laugh about that and poke fun at, and it's even more entertaining only because Peter Obi has such a low-pitched voice. So which makes the Yes, well, I'll play the Yes Daddy again. It's so comical. So we can have fun with that. But the damning thing, those three words, this is a religious word. Those 5 words, those are the words of damnation, and this is really what Festus Keyamo is reaching to. As for Peter Obi, who declared an election a religious war in a multi-religious, multi-ethnic country like ours, the real God has just exposed him, and his dream to be Nigeria's president one day has just died a natural death. Yes, Daddy is now permanently etched into the consciousness of the nation, and we will never forget. I wonder if Festus Keyamo listens to these sessions, because a lot of what he's saying mimics pretty much what we discussed yesterday. That's the damning thing, really, from that clip, were those now infamous words. This is a religious war. And those are words of self-harm, and the recovery route from that is a real work of penance. It's a real work of penance, and of course, the comical bit of it that captures it all. Yes, Daddy. So, pardon me. So sorry. Hold on. Somebody's just. All right. So the comical bits that captures it all are those now infamous words. Yes, Daddy. Johnny, yes, Daddy. Eating sugar, no, Daddy. So there it is. Yes, Daddy. So yes, Daddy. So let's go on to the next readout. It's still pretty much the responses to the Yes, Daddy bit. And by the way, there are spaces. Pardon me. There are spaces opened up on the screen if you want to join us. Don't wait till it fills up and then you're scrambling to get in. Labour Party presidential ambition completely ruined forever. So this is Joe Igbokwe, of course, a man that has been sent to purgatory by that space. Joe Igbokwe, the special advisor for drainage and water resources to Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has reacted to the leaked audio conversation between the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and the founder of Living Faith Church, Bishop David Oyedepo. Our correspondents report that the audio clip released by an online newspaper has set the social media on fire since Saturday. In the audio, Obi could be heard pleading with Oyedepo to help him mobilize Christian electorates ahead of the February 25th election, especially those from the North Central, declaring the election was a religious war. The phone call reportedly transpired on the eve of the election. Igbokwe, whilst reacting to the conversation, said the Labour Party's presidential ambition has been completely ruined forever in Nigeria. He wrote on his known Facebook page, "Please note this and have inner peace. The Labour Party's religious war agenda planned in Nigeria has been busted, and the presidential ambition rendered nugatory, crushed, decimated, and completely ruined forever in Nigeria." So there it is right there. So there has to be a real walk back from that audio space. So forget the presidential election, that's gone, but the reputational damage on Peter Obi is the real thing that he has to rescue from this. So there has to be a really clever and a very well orchestrated and calibrated walk back from this. There has to be, because this moniker, you know what people know of you last is how they remember you forever. So he has to try and recover his reputation from that now infamous words, this is a religious war. So that is where he is now. So forget anything to do with the election. That was gone a long time ago anyway, but that now completely out of any consideration now. So it's now a reputational recovery drive is essentially what Peter Obi is embarked on now. A reputational recovery drive. That is really where he is now. So let's go on from there, but still matters somewhat election related. Let's go to this piece. Interim government alien to Nigeria, Afenifere. So there was a moment that considerations was being murmured and rumored, even highlighted by the DSS, that there were shadowy figures trying to orchestrate some sort of chaos within the country to then lead to an interim phase of government. That, of course, not known to the Nigerian constitution. So there it is. So that is what inspired this headline. Interim government alien to Nigeria. So this is Afenifere now. The Yoruba Socio-Cultural Organization, Afenifere, on Monday, said an interim government is alien to Nigeria. To this end, Afenifere's National Publicity Secretary, Jare Ajayi, and by the way, if we pause for a moment, because there's internal fightings for the leadership and control of the Afenifere space. So this Jare Ajayi that now issues this public statement, he being the publicity secretary of the Afenifere space, he was suspended by the Pa Adebanjo faction of Afenifere. He was suspended by the Pa Adebanjo faction of Afenifere, but Pa Fashionoti, he overrode that suspension and reinstated him. So if he's continuing in that post now, that then tells you what the hierarchy is within that Afenifere space. So the overall leadership of Afenifere still lies with Pa Fashionoti, just by virtue of this little cameo. To this end, Afenifere National Publicity Secretary, Jare Ajayi, said the Department of State Services, DSS, should arrest those agitating for an interim government in Nigeria. Ajayi said anything short of following due process in swearing in winners of the just concluded elections would constitute grave dangers for Nigeria. So I'm not sure that the space or the state is even giving anything, any consideration to anything outside of just following the process to its natural course, because the process has not stopped. In fact, sorry, I keep jumping in thoughts. Let me have a sip of water. The process of this election, it has not broken stride at any stage. The process of this, listen, pay attention, because I'll bring it home in a moment. The process of this election, it has not broken stride at any point in time. The only time that it did actually break stride was the governorship election, and we know why. The sequence of events as fleshed out by INEC followed one after the other in a logical sequence, and that is somewhat anomalous to the Nigerian space, because often instances elections are moved with a week's notice, even with hours notice under Goodluck Jonathan. They will say it will take place, then they will move it on, they will do this and the other. But this particular election, it followed a logical sequence of order. The dates that they said the elections will take place, they took place largely on those dates, bar the governorship one for reasons that we all know. So that happened. The sequence and order that they said the elections will flow through, it flowed through largely to an 80% of that sequence and order. So there is nothing to suggest that anything outside of norm will happen. Come the 29th of May, you all know what will happen. So let me just show you what will happen. Sorry, I can't help this. So on the 29th of May, this is what will happen.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that.
Oh, all right, I couldn't help that. I couldn't help that. But let's carry on. So yes, pardon me, pardon me. Okay, let's take it from here. To this end, Afenifere National Publicity Secretary Jare Ajayi said the Department of State Services DSS should arrest those agitating for an interim government in Nigeria. Ajayi said anything short of following due process in swearing in winners of the just concluded election will constitute grave danger for Nigeria. In a statement, Ajayi described an interim government as an ill wind that will blow no one any good. According to Ajayi, as for those who are pushing for an interim government, this should not be allowed to happen first because it is alien to our law books and also because we have had an experience of it in the past. Not only was the experience unpleasant, it was retrogressive. Since we know that it is fraught with danger, it is very necessary we make it known that it will be unacceptable. The DSS and the police should apprehend those they suspect as being behind the nefarious plot. So there it is right there. I mean, perish the thought of any interim government. There is not going to be any interim government. That's not going to happen. There's not anything that is going to break the stride, as I said. So, and is eager to do it, by the way. Come the 29th of May, what's it called? Buhari with both hands just hand over Nigeria to Tinubu, because I think Buhari is at the state of surrender. He wants to get out, and he already has a successor, and that successor picks on the baton for another 4 years. So that's clear. So no absolute chance of anything like an interim government. So let's go on to this. Let's go on to this Father Mbaka one. There's a clip that actually comes with it. I wonder if I downloaded it. So let's go on to Father Mbaka. Hold on one moment. I want to download the clip that goes with it just so I can play it as well. So let me do that as I talk in this rather retarded manner. So let me just Instagram download. So these are just some of the things that you do have to do. Just grab some of these things just to present it for the purposes of the conversation. And I'm just talking just to give myself a moment to download this. Hold on. Yendeba, by the way, whatever that means, and Yendeba. You know that Yendeba, it means you take yours, I'll take mine. So Yendeba. So yes, let me just wait for that to download. Let me not hold up the space. Let me go to this Muric narrative. I'll go to this Muric narrative. Let's come here. So let's put that on the screen. And we put that on the screen. So the push against now the elections gone, it shows no signs of abating. It's going global, by the way, and they seem to be taking it to the White House. Anti-Tinubu protest in White House. Murik sends message to Joe Biden. The Muslim rights concern has urged President Joe Biden of the United States to compare Nigerians protesting in front of the White House against the presidential election in Nigeria to cynical, deluded, and fanatical Republicans who still believed that Trump won the US election. Murik said this in Abuja on Monday in a statement by its executive director, Professor Ishaq Akintola. Professor Akintola said, a few misguided Nigerians have staged a protest in front of the White House in the United States of America against the outcome of the 25th of February election held in Nigeria. We appeal to the United States President, Joe Biden, to ignore the protesters. The Nigerian election was free and fair to a large extent. Ours may not be a perfect system yet, but it is neither brutish nor undemocratic. In fact, it was the best election ever conducted in Nigeria. So a lot of people concede that it was the best election ever conducted in Nigeria. A lot of people concede that. A lot of independent standing spaces concede that. The processes was the clearest and most transparent we've ever had. We appeal to the United States President, Joe Biden, to ignore the protesters. The Nigerian election was free and fair to a large extent. Ours may not be a perfect system yet, but it is neither brutish nor undemocratic. In fact, it was the best election ever conducted in Nigeria. The ruling APC did not win a landslide, but lost sensitive areas during elections, including National Assembly seats. So those again factual spaces. Who would have ever imagined under the previous systems, Kano State could never have fallen because it's too strategic a space for anybody to let it fall. And what we saw in Lagos would never have happened. So that shows the progression that we've had in our electoral processes. An election has been held, and the winner has been declared by the electoral body. We have a president-elect, and that is sacrosanct by all democratic rules. Our stakeholders are, therefore, expected to accept the outcome or approach the court if not satisfied. So that is the pushback then against the protesting going on in America by the obedient space. So the protesting going on in America by the obedient space. Let me give you one last readout because I tire somewhat of the readouts, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the room. We only have, we don't have sufficient enough people in the room to make a conversation. So this might well be a short-lived session. So a short-lived session, we could do with one of those. Omobolanle Rahim, you have a case to answer. Lagos court tells alleged killer cop. So let's see now. Justice Ibironke Harrison of the Lagos High Court, sitting at Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS, has dismissed a no-case submission filed by the suspended Assistant Superintendent of Police, ASP, Drambi Vandi, who allegedly killed a pregnant Lagos-based lawyer, Omobolanle Rahim, on the 25th of December 2022. Let me have another sip of water. Recall that on February the 28th, 2023, Vandi filed a no-case submission before the court in a bid to have the charge brought against him by the Lagos state government quashed on grounds of weak and inconsistent evidence linking him to the murder. So it's quite interesting, actually, that it is the Lagos state government that is actually raging and riding against this guy. But he, of course, being a functionary of state. So is Lagos state then versus, is it Lagos state then versus Lagos state, I wonder, or Lagos state versus federal government? Pardon me. However, at the resumed hearing of the case, Justice Ibironke Harrison held that the prosecution led by the Attorney General of Lagos State, whatever the other SAN, had established sufficient oral and documentary evidence linking the defendant to the crime, which required an explanation from him. So I just leave that readout there because that captures the essence of it. It's just really to document progresses being made in that case now between that guy, the errant, probably doped up police officer, and the unfortunate girl that got killed. So to that. So now let me play you this video clip. We're almost starting to end this session fairly abruptly by two different sections of the country. So that was the Southeasterners' experience in the South versus the Southeasterners' experience in the Southwest. So it's just the contrast between the two. So let's invite Ajande Koko into the conversation if it's ready, and if it's not, then we just shut down. So Ajande Koko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, one man.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Ajan Lekoko. So the going on now with the pushback against the not the pushback, but the fallout from the Yes Daddy space. How Peter Obi's dream to lead Nigeria died a natural death. So Festus Keyamo now come into that space and then kicking the guy as it's on the floor. What are you making of that?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, right? If you haven't done so. Well, first
Hold on, Ajan Lekoko. Let's give Alexander a moment. You know he doesn't like to spend too long, but let's hear from him. So Alexander, good to have you. Unlike you to make an yes.
Yeah, I came on because I didn't want you to log off because you didn't have participants.
No, they will turn up, but maybe I wouldn't be able to hang around for that long. Might well be the case. But I will say.
It's pretty surprising the difference between the reaction of the interviewer to the questions asked of Yoruba people in the Southwest and of the inquiries in the South. It's a known fact. Yorubas are very, very accommodating and extremely hospitable. I know that. I said it before. My father used to tell us when we were much younger, that in the 20s and 30s, they lived with different people from all over Nigeria and there wasn't a difference. So that video kind of touched my heart because, you know, they were welcomed back into the society in Lagos or wherever that part of the southwest is. I know for a fact that I had an aunt who, when the Civil War broke out, and this landlord went back to the east, he actually came back to Lagos, and my aunt at the time, before she bought her own house, gave him back his. I was a witness to that. I saw that happen. I didn't know the significance of it. I know now. Actually, gave the guy back his house and all the documents pertaining to it. So it's fascinating. I don't know. I know Baba T says all the time that people take advantage of us as a people because of our hospitable nature, but that's who we are. And no one can take that away from us, quite frankly. So, but the contrast is so huge. You know, you can see the hostility in the River State as compared to the welcome gesture of Yorubas in Lagos. It's I've never seen that clip before, and I was surprised by it actually.
Yeah, so somebody sent it in. And by the way, what madness? I saw you deleted quite a few comments by HO. What madness was going on there?
She was cussing.
Oh, okay. So the usual.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I sent you a message to that effect. So didn't you read it on your phone?
No. You know when I'm doing the readouts, then I can't attend to the phone just at the same time.
Yeah, she was. HO, you're always welcome to this platform. We're all brothers and sisters, but we don't take curses here. You know, essentially, you should know better. You grew up in Ondo. Yoruba people don't do curses. We don't do that. It's not welcomed on this platform. So please come and contribute your own part, but please, this is from cursing. Okay, Mitchell? Bro.
Alexander, what's your shirt size?
3X.
All right. Somebody's just sent something in, which you may well, maybe I'll get one and send it to you. Let me show you this. It's just too funny. I hope you have a screen.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. Yes.
Yeah, can you see that they've already made a t-shirt? They've already made a t-shirt of it. Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy, with the Labour Party logo. If this is real, I want one. I'm going to ask whoever sent this in to confirm if it's real or not, because I want one. Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. So that's where we are now.
We shouldn't be gloating on that issue. You know, it's obviously a low point for Peter Obi's political.
This is obedience. This is obedience work. They did it themselves. They're already selling it in Lagos.
I want one. I want one. Yes, Daddy. No, Daddy. Maybe I want one for a session.
I don't think we need to overflog that. I think that the way he was monitored, that man's been monitored by the Nigerians.
It's not the APC now they are doing the shit. They are the obedient. So if you read what they wrote there, they rest Daddy, something to reclaim their mandate or something with their logo. So it's obedient they are doing it.
Okay, so they're spinning that.
Yes,
spinning the whole issue.
They have spin it around, using it against the APC.
But I don't know whether APC is behind the leak though. Or what do you think, Uku?
Yeah, they have debunked it, and they have debunked it. So I don't know who's ever is behind it, but the truth there is that the audio is not real. The audio,
let me interrupt you, Emmanuel. I think that was
not a deep fake.
Hold on. That definitely was Peter Obi's voice, but I think it was doctored. The only thing about it,
that is the word I'm looking for. It was doctored.
It was doctored. I listened to it.
It wasn't mentioned the way they did it. What he wrote was that the way APC is campaigning, as if the other Nigerians are looking at it. When you read the whole text, you will notice that he said Nigerians are looking at it as if it's a religious war or something like that. So they cut and joined some stuff in it. So the APC people just have to, do their propaganda the way they know how to do it. But Obedient now spin it around against them, using it to, develop shares, buying it. The shirt is really fun. I've seen one. Yeah, they are selling it everywhere.
Someone is going to make a lot of money out of that.
Yeah.
Well, but it was rather politically naive of Peter Obi not to have thought of the fact that his phone could have been monitored, though. Don't you think?
I think it's even against I don't know if they actually get the person, because I think it's against the law, right? To invade somebody's privacy.
Yeah, it is. But that's if that crime wasn't perpetrated by the state. Because I think only the state has the wherewithal to
fake one.
That.
That's where it was ringing. It's not possible to record if something when it was ringing. So that place was dictated as well. It wasn't ringing, and the yes sir wasn't there, and some part of it, not all, it wasn't there. So there's some cut and join whole stories there. But I think the fact that what's even giving APC headache and all these spokesperson of APC is that Peter Obi ignored them. That one, they are crying every day that Obi should come and talk. And for the fact
what actually, Emmanuel, what actually gave this whole scenario oxygen? Because I didn't believe it when I first heard it on another platform. But what actually gave it oxygen was when Ken Okokwa actually confirmed that yes, that conversation took place. He shouldn't have done that. He should never have done that.
If you read the text, Okonkwo said that was a as if you read what he said, that was where you get the real test of what that conversation is all about.
No, but that was when he came to clarify The first thing he said was that it was a conversation between P.O. and the man of God. He didn't actually go into specifics. That was where he made the mistake. He should have gotten the clarification, knew exactly
okay, yeah,
what was happening before he said
first.
anything. Yeah. Okay, one man still there? Or am I moderating?
I am still here. I am still here. I was just listening to you and Emmanuel. That civil war space and how the country adjusted to the Southeasterners. It was just interesting to see how, especially the Yoruba people, you just welcome them into the fold. So I'm not quite sure where this enmity came from, because
I had let me say this before parting. I had this conversation with Ajale Koko. The relationship, the Igbo Yoruba relationship, has gotten bad in the last 20, 30 years, and I don't know why. I know that in the 70s, while I was still living in Lagos, my best friends were Igbos. We played soccer together. We didn't see a difference. But I think with this present generation, I think it's not quite the same anymore. We didn't quite know the difference between the Igbos and Yorubas back in the days, but I'm talking 15 years ago. But these days, there's a huge demarcation. And I think it's because of the Igbos have become more empowered financially in Lagos now. They control a huge commercial space in Lagos now. And I think that with that comes that, for lack of better expression, that reservation. This new talk of nobody owns Lagos started in earnest. It's always been there, but not this bad. It started in earnest about 20 years ago. And every time the average Lagosian hears that, it just rubs him the wrong way. I think that was what happened. It was never like that. Like I said, when I was much younger, I never heard that. People knew where they belonged. Lagosians, we weren't very many. We're about, in the 70s, 72, 73, 74, we're about, in Lagos was about 3 million. And Lagos was just a Butemeta, Lagos Island, Bar Beach, and Ikeja. There was no Ogba. That was Lagos essentially. Going from Surulere to Badagry, because I had families in Badagry. My father used to take us over there. Going to Badagry was like traveling an hour and a half, 2 hours back in the day. All this place you call Lagos now was essentially a village. So the whole place is developed. When I knew it, it was essentially another village. So I think that's where the hatred is coming from. But we need to stop. We need, like Zita was saying, we need to calm down the rhetoric. This thing that people say that no one owns Lagos, people don't like it, and people need to stop saying that, because the owners of the land take offense to that statement. And to be honest, I actually do. But it doesn't bother me as much as someone like Abdul Mumuni or someone like Fatai. It doesn't bother me much, but I understand if they feel like that, because I don't think I can go to Mbano or go to Mbise or go to Owerri or go to Emekuku or go. These are villages and cities in Imo State, or go to Walu or go to Zita's place in Oguta and say to them, nobody owns this place. It's out of order, and we need to desist from saying that. So, Wama, let me let you carry on with your show, okay?
All right, brilliant. Thanks for turning up. So that's the mighty Alexander Gomez. So that was Alexander Gomez. So let's move the conversation back to Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, actually, let me move you away a little bit from that obedience space for a moment. This Omobolanle Rahim, the lady that was shot in Lagos on Christmas Day last year. So the case continues, and they're saying this policeman has a case to answer. So what sort of faith are you hoping will befall this police officer? It's actually the Lagos State government that's prosecuting him.
Well, one man, I think he should be charged for, and we know percussion for that, particularly the way he terminated the life of that woman in the presence of her daughter. That was very, and they should face the face the ultimate sentence. And what I mean by that, it should be sentenced to death, so that that can serve as deterrent to other police officers that are reckless when they are on duty. The lady did not commit any offense. She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't violate the law. She was not a criminal. But he used excessive force and just terminated her life like that. A young, promising, and futuristic lady. She was a lawyer, and back then, recently married. Just have a young lady, and I think she was in another. She was pregnant as well, if I could recollect. I can't remember actually, but I think she was pregnant, and she have a young.
I was muted and I was speaking to you. Yes, I was agreeing with you. She was pregnant, so I'm not sure if it's even a double murder that this guy should be facing.
Oh yeah. So she was pregnant, and she have a lady, a young girl, with her. When that criminal in unit that
Ajale Koko, you're breaking up heavily.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. So she was pregnant, and in presence of her girl, he terminated her life. The psychological effect that we have on that lady, on that young girl for life, there's no way anybody can compensate that girl. There's no way, the post-traumatic disorder that girl will suffer for the rest of her life. A woman will be unimaginable. So the law should take the full course on this criminal officer. I recommend death sentence.
All right, Ajale Koko, your system is breaking up quite heavily.
Can you hear me now, or is it still?
Yeah, it's much better, but it dips in and out quite sharply.
Okay, so I think maybe this side of. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. That's much better.
Okay, so I recommend that the full wrath of the law should be taken on him, and that kind of officer is not fit to live in the midst of human being, and he should be terminated, and so that it can serve as a deterrent to others. It's not fit to live among human beings. He's a criminal, and a lot of them are in the police force, and we should start taking action against them. And this should they should give this as much publicity as possible, on the TV, on the radio, so that people can listen to it. Police officers can listen to it. They can watch it live, and they can see him, how he's been tried, and how been sentenced to death, and that can put some kind of check these police officer excesses, while the uniform carrying arms. So that's my take on that, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. It's a slow news.
In addition to that, police should heavily compensate the family in financial terms. They should compensate the family heavily.
That's the easiest bit, though. The easiest bit is to sign a check, but the justice against the guy, it has to be public to send a signal. Because so how often have we heard this storyline, and then once it comes off the headline, we never hear any result again?
Yeah, like you said, this officer, the publicity should be given to this to his trial, and everybody can see it, and the police officers around the nation can see it as well. And people, when they do that, people can start to have confidence that the country can fight for their justice. If at any time they are abused, assault, or extrajudicial killing by police officer, people can start have confidence in the system that they can get justice. Police officers are just, I think a lot of them in that uniform are just criminals. They are not worthy to have that uniform on. They don't know what they represent having that uniform. They don't know that it's an honor for them to have that uniform on all the time. It's an honor for them to have that, it's an honor for them to carry arms to protect, the community and serve the community, and they should respect the citizen, because it's by taxpayers'
money.
That they got paid. So they don't even think about all those. They just act in a criminal manner, and they just don't respect everybody. They just want to treat ordinary Nigerians anyhow. So I think a stop should be put to that. But so far, the police officer, the Inspector General of Police we have, has been taking some action recently, which should be commended. There are so many officers that have been decommissioned, and publicly they will, take off their uniform, haven't been found guilty or been how do I say it? Haven't been found guilty by their disciplinary committee. They will publicly decommission, and put to shame in the public, So he is trying his best to make sure that he straighten them up, to make sure that he clean that department, clean it up, clean out the criminal element in the police force. So he's trying his best, but he should continue in that vein. And as well, Lagos State on this matter, Lagos State should stand strong and prosecute this man, put him to shame, and make sure that the highest sentence, the ultimate sentence, should be given to this man. That's my take on that, woman.
All right, brilliant. It's a slow news cycle today, Ajale Koko. So that gives us an opportunity to bring everybody into the conversation. So I'm going to circulate it around for what it is. And if anybody has anything that has come to their attention in the news cycle today that they would like to discuss, we'll invite that forward as well. So as we wait for people to come up with that, we'll go with the topics that we do have. But let me go on to let me go on to let me go to Des because we don't hear often enough from Des on the platform. So Des, you're up next. So Des, so now the obedience space is not the obedience space. So the agitation against the electoral results, it shows no signs of abating. Anti-Tinubu protest in White House. Munich sends message to Joe Biden. So it looks as though they are internationalizing this now agitation that is going on. We've seen it countlessly in the UK. They are now protesting at the White House. How long do you think the momentum of this thing can carry on as the country moves towards swearing in a new president?
Oman, good evening, everybody.
Good
People on the
evening.
platform.
Mhm.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't see it going down anytime soon. Even if Tinubu, it's more like it's almost delegitimizing the new administration that is going to come in. So as for the United States not to recognize it, which is really bad for Nigeria.
What do you mean the United States not to recognize it? As the
I,
United States not recognized it?
I mean, if people go out, if a lot of people go out and start protesting against, because that has never actually happened before. I mean, people protesting in the United States, Nigerians protesting in the United States when a new governor, a new administration is about to come in. It's never happened before. This is the first time, and I
Yeah,
think
but it may be the first time for Nigeria. I don't know if it is or not, but it's not the first time for the White House. I think every single day, if you go to the White House, you'll see some pecuniary interest from wherever in the world outside the White House protesting for American rescue. So I don't think
true.
it's anything that the White House is not used to. It's just another bunch of protesters protesting for American help.
Yeah, that's the way you might see it, but
No, but no,
I
is that not the way the Americans would see it? Is it something
no.
new? Is it a new phenomenon that they are coming across?
It's not a new phenomenon, one man, but as American government, they try to listen. That is why I love what I love about America. They try to listen and try to see what the grievance is all about. They're not just gonna like let them protest. Nigeria now, let them protest whatever. When they are tired, they can go to their beds. They're gonna listen, which they're gonna do. What they do after the listening is the only thing that we don't know yet. But if they keep constituting a nuisance, I think American government is gonna have to listen to what they're, you know, talking
No,
to them
if
and
they
protesting
constitute
about.
if they constitute a nuisance in front of the White House, they will just move them on. When they will just the police will come and move them on.
It's not done like that. Because I call it nuisance, it's not it's not nuisance per se. Is their right, I mean, they just
No,
gotta
no,
put.
they can protest in an orderly fashion, and even if they submit a petition to the White House, I'm sure they will send an official to come and receive it and file it away. But I'm not sure that it's. I'm not. What I'm really inviting is how long can it last? How long can it last? Because as I was saying in the opening monologue, the process is following the sequence of phases that it should. Transition committees, several has been set up. Tinubu has inserted his staff into the transition commission, and everything is sequencing to a handover. So nothing has changed, but all this raging and riding, it continues. So the new president will be sworn in, and then the new president will take the reins of power in Nigeria. So after the new president has been sworn in and the new president takes the reins of power, the agitation will still carry on. When the Supreme Court comes back with it, where is it going to land? Is the thing.
Um,
Tinubu is not going to be removed. I think even you concede that the Americans are
yeah,
not going to send. They are not going to send in CIA to come and shoot him up. So
yeah.
so 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 so
I know where you're driving at,
yes.
and I don't know how long it's going to last, but I vision it to last till the Supreme Court says something about it, you know. And I kind of want the people, even if the Supreme Court goes, against what they are saying,
If and when the Supreme Court goes against what they want, is there going to be a final blowout, or will they just go quietly back home?
no, I think it's gonna go quietly, because if it's now, if the Supreme Court are smart, they should drag it as long as they can, and try to basically, and that would actually make Tinubu work to understand that it's just like what happened. This is more like what happened in Anambra during Peter Obi's, when Ngige was almost forced to work. Do you understand? Because he's like, the people are against you, don't want you there. They saw someone that they feel like could do the job, but now you have to do a job to impress the people so that they'll probably calm down. So that's more like gonna make Tinubu work. If it doesn't work, I mean, then he's simply an idiot, because he has to actually take that opportunity to, try to douse the pressure or the tension of people. If he doesn't do, whenever the Supreme Court, how long ever the Supreme Court drags this case, if he doesn't use that time to do something extraordinary, people can see and probably say, okay, where we said it, this government, people might just say, you see, we already said it. It's been in office for like 1 year, and all these things, killings, Boko Haram, so many things probably might go wrong, and people are like, oh, we said it, I told you so, and that anger would actually rile up. If Supreme Court goes against what they're saying, they're gonna go out. So it depends on, this whole thing depends on Tinubu, whether he actually performs well during that period of time. But if he doesn't, I'm not seeing it going out
Sorry,
anytime
one man,
soon.
can I ask you a question? One man, sorry.
Yeah, you can, but let me insert a question and then you follow on with your question. What do you envision as a result from this protest, from whatever it is that the obedientists they are doing? What do you envision? Not what you wish for, but in reality, what do you envision as a result? How do you think this will pan out? This whole whatever it is that you are doing in your space.
I think the way it's gonna plan out is they'll keep talking and saying what they are saying. Tinubu will get sworn in, and when Tinubu doesn't do well, they will still fuel that protest into another direction. It's not just gonna be. I don't want it to stop, because it's actually gonna make Nigeria, or your Nigeria, as I call it now, better, and try to give the politician a run for their money. Basically, try to make them work, to understand that there's people behind you chasing your ass. That if you don't do something right, they're going to be out there blowing out their placards, constituting nuisance. If you try to kill them, then you are inviting some international businesses around what you don't want.
One
So
man,
I
I
don't
have
want it to
question for
go
you
up.
directly.
All right, ask the question and then I'll add another question. Take a question from Emmanuel
No,
Desmond.
one man, it is you
One man.
directly.
All right, then let me address there's a bit more. So Des, do you see a situation where the by whatever osmosis the elections are suddenly upturned and then Peter Obi is announced as the winner? Can you see that under any circumstance? Can you see that?
Well, yeah, I'm a bit optimistic about that still. I mean, there's no, if you're
That the
not,
courts will declare Peter Obi the winner. You can imagine that.
I mean, nothing is impossible, one man. I can't say it's impossible, because it's not under the realm of impossibility.
Yes, one
Um,
man, this line of question is what I want to ask you.
Right.
Like, if court find all this thing that is happening and they find evidence that Peter Obi won, since Tinubu has been probably might have been sworn in. Do you see anything happening? Peter Obi getting the position, or I'm just asking you, is possible?
You know, if the courts, you know that the petition tribunal is at the appellate level, so there's still
Yeah.
one tier there. So there's still one tier of recourse in the course of this whole thing. But if it gets to the Supreme Court and they declare that Peter Obi is the president, that means that Tinubu is no longer the president. So the INEC will just issue Peter Obi a certificate of return, and I'm not even sure who is going to do the handover. Tinubu might then have to do the handover, and then he will get a shorter. You know, the shortest serving president we've had so far is Ernest Shonekan. So he might well then go on and beat Ernest Shonekan's record. But for them to declare Obi the president, that it will take some magic trick, wouldn't it? You know, I'm sure. I'm not sure what the North or the Southwest will have to say about that. That wasn't how we voted, but well, that it will take some doing, wouldn't it?
because of course there's going to be a backlash.
And if they declare Peter Obi as the president, is he going to be the president from RCCG or for the whole of Nigeria, since he has now declared that he's at war with the Muslims?
One man, you are the one saying that.
Why are we still saying? I heard that news, but I haven't really come to talk about it. I mean, there's so many propagandas going on. I mean, it's just like what's that stupid son's name? Kayamo said we are going to hit them propaganda to propaganda, and it's like whatever they say comes out. You know, they plan it and they start doing it immediately, which is sad. Nigeria shouldn't be going this way. You guys should get yourself together. What is happening in Lagos now? It's really sad. I mean, I don't. This argument, and it pains me a lot. Have we gone down so intellectually low that we are even having an argument of people making a statement that Lagos is no man's land? Why are we having such? Why would that even come out to the light? It is a stupid argument to make. If you are saying some certain people are saying make Lagos the no man's land, are they going to come and steal your land? It's so stupid. I'm saying it. When I hear it, I'm like, are we so intellectually low that we are even bringing this to light? That this is the norm now. People are saying it's a no man's. Are they going to come and take your land by force? Are they going to?
You say that, but listen to this. I'm sure you heard this already.
We must take Lagos. Must. The people who want to keep it are fighting. We that want to take it must fight harder. The people who want to keep it are threatening. We that have to take it must prepare for that threat.
I'm sure you've heard that, and then off the back of that, they are presenting somebody called Gbadebo, who people are dubious about. So then, of course, the threat of taking Lagos. Yeah.
Oh man, don't use that. Like I said, these people have not come and told you, okay, Igbo man must be a governor. This is Gbadebo is a Yoruba man. Let's not.
But you heard him now. We must take Lagos and all that.
We taking Lagos, is it like they are going to come to your house as a Yoruba person and say get out from your house?
No, if they take over your governance, they take over everything, don't they?
No, that's not how it works. When you say people,
that's not how it works.
People are taking over you. It's more like they are trying to almost make you a slave in your own land.
Yes, if they overload you, then they make you a slave, don't they? What do you mean? Come on.
That is literally impossible. We know that. So what are we even making this argument to light for? It's stupid. I'm saying it for the last. It's stupid. One man, when Yoruba people say, "Can I go to Onitsha?" One thing is clear. You have never been to Anambra to know if you are even able to say that, and they will not.
Okay. So why is that? Why is that phobia there? Why is the phobia to go to the?
This is the problem. One man, the problem of having non-intellectual conversation. Don't say that you don't say what you don't know. You are saying that one man. Let me tell you, Onitsha as a place, people say that Onitsha is a no man's land. Because you see people indigenous of Onitsha, people from Imo or whatever, so many people in Igbo tribe are coming to Onitsha, and they say Onitsha is a no man's land.
In Igbo tribe.
It doesn't matter, but they make that statement Onitsha is a no man's land because they're from Imo, they're from Abia, they're from wherever, south, coming to Onitsha and make that statement. But that doesn't even come out to light because are they going to force people out of their house? No, even Aba, people make that statement. But you don't see the why Yorubas. I'm sad because this is coming out from because the reason why you're making this statement, can you go to these places? You have not been there before. You don't want to travel to mix with the world. You just the only travel you make is as
Yeah,
far as Lagos.
no. What I'm inviting you to is why do you think there's a phobia to travel there?
The phobia to travel, I don't know. The reason is, I would say in my own notion, the reason is because everybody in this life has dealt with an Igbo person personally. Maybe they sold you something that you didn't like, or maybe because they are the ones dominating entrepreneur in Nigeria, they are the ones doing the business, you know. So if you have dealt with them and they outsmarted you, you like Igbo people are this one, Igbo people are that one,
Can
which
I
is not.
interject?
Yes, you can interject.
Yeah, so I just want to come in. Look, one man, I want to believe we inherited some um ideologies even from the news media and as in the news media at large. I have one of my like extended uncles who is into suit making and he goes to Onitsha market from Lagos to buy his material. He has never complained of Igbos before, you know. Uh, It is only when politics come that all this Igbo that's normally coming. Then maybe the older generation that maybe participated in the civil war, because that generation too, we need to realize that some of the things the media pushed to them were what's it called were lies, you know. Because I want to believe if social media was out then, all the lies the newspaper and the television station used to perpetrate those wars will not come into play, because we even have some of our Yorubas who were against the war. Somebody like Wole Soyinka, like Ajanle Koko would normally say here, was against the war. So this Igbo thing, it's more of political to me. And another question is this: there was even a time this guy that normally comes out for PDP, then Jimmy Agbaje too, at the time was called an Igbo because he's fair in complexion, and they don't want him to become the governor of the state. So the Igbo thing normally comes out when it is Lagos state. I want to believe the only mistake that happened during this LP versus APC thing was the way the LP candidates projected himself, maybe coupled with because some people were using the excuse that he could not speak Yoruba language fluently. Assuming it was another person entirely, I don't think the Igbo question will come into play. And even if it will come into play, another reason why they could push it was because the mom is an Igbo person, even though we know that he's full Yoruba person because the
And no,
Yoruba.
we don't know that though. I don't
No,
want
no,
to.
no, no. One man, don't push that.
No. I don't
The
want to
Yoruba is
revisit
a
that.
patrilineal society. Wait, Yoruba is a
But it's not.
patrilineal
We don't know
society.
that it's a Yoruba though.
He is a Yoruba. As he's a Yoruba. Yoruba is a patrilineal society. He's a Lagosian. The father is married to an Igbo person. The father is married to an Igbo. Does not make him an Igbo. Even we have our children here who does not speak Yoruba, does not mean that they are not Yorubas. They are Yorubas. So if we want to be judging people that, okay, what about Adeleke in Osun State that speaks?
No, but
I want to
that wasn't
he,
where I was going to anyway.
no, he
But
even speaks Igbo fluently more than Yoruba.
That wasn't where I was going to, Ife.
Yeah.
Where I was going to is that his name is Rhodes Vivour, which is not a Yoruba name.
Is Martins a Yoruba name?
Martins is not a Yoruba name.
Is he a Lagos name?
Well, that's where the question is. But the name Rhodes is quite specific.
No,
Sorry.
Mama.
The name. What was Zimbabwe called before it became Zimbabwe?
Rhodesia.
Well, there it is. So the name Rhodes is a plantation name. This is what I was getting at.
Okay,
Which
what
is
about Da Costa or the Da Costa da Silva, the
well,
Brazilian?
those are all returning names. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, so is Rhodes Vivour not a returning name?
Yeah, so then that questions the Yoruba-ness, doesn't it?
No, you cannot question the Yoruba-ness. Woman, let's be careful of what we push on this place.
You know, that's
because
why I'm saying I didn't want to open up that space. But really, I'm not sure that people concede
Okay,
that he
woman,
is Yoruba.
I want to ask a question. Is Rhodes Vivour a Lagosian?
Well, by virtue of long stay, he may well claim to be.
I want to ask you a question. Is there an indigenous of Lagos State? If there is a bursary Lagos State government is giving out based on the 5 divisions in Lagos State, Lagos Island, Ikeja, Epe, Badagry, Ikorodu, is Rhodes Vivour a Lagos? Can he get the indigenship bursary or scholarship from Lagos State government?
Yeah, by virtue of long stay. It's just by virtue of long stay.
By virtue of long stay, he's an
Yeah.
indigene. Now, if he's an indigene, is he 100% eligible to contest for the governorship of the state?
Yeah, he is eligible. You said he's a Yoruba man, and that's what I was saying. There's a question mark on.
So if he's eligible, then why should we now say that he's an Igbo, he's Igbo this, Igbo that?
Who said this? Who said this an Igbo something? Who said that?
I want to believe that at times you normally push about all these things at times. Even we have all these Samuel Ajayi Crowder, Mapat Macaulay. Are we going to say they are not Yoruba? Look, the thing is this. You know the people
sorry, let's be clear, because you are going to a territory that I wasn't going to. I'm not claiming that Rhodes Vivour is an Igbo man. Certainly not. We run a patriarchal system in Nigeria and Africa and everywhere else. But all I'm simply claiming is that how Yoruba is he by virtue of probably being a returnee. So now, my family history goes back 500 years to Afeju local government area in the heart of Oyo. So that goes to the very heart of the being. About how deep does he go, and what is his lineage to assert a Yoruba? What's the bloodline? You know, so you can't just be Yoruba by wish.
Okay, if that's the case, I want to ask you a question now. What or who defines a Yoruba person? What defines I know what defines an Egun person. I know how they
DNA.
It's not even DNA at times. It's not DNA. It's about there's something we call Sindo in in the funk culture. But this one like Orisha delay. But what I want to say is this, one man. Look, I don't want us to create a scenario that children yet unborn will now inherit it. You know, I want to believe that even if you are initiated into some Yoruba spiritual societies, you are more or less seen as a Yoruba, you know. So that's the way I say. So who is to be blamed?
No. The way you see it is different from the way it is, though. So the way you see it is a right on woke. It's a woke.
It's not woke, one man. It's not woke. Especially, I want to even believe that they may even have what's it called, some chieftaincy title in their family. I want to believe so. Do you think if they are not Yoruba enough, they will be able to become, their family will be able to become, what's it called, into the justice system of Nigeria from the southwest?
By virtue of long stay.
No, there are some things
One
that
man,
happen.
let me say this. When you make that statement, it kind of rubs me up the wrong way. We have
Oga
people.
Alexander, I think
We
you cannot become a justice in Nigeria if they cannot trace your this thing. Oh. If they cannot
Uh,
trace your lineage properly.
am I on the show right now?
Yes,
You
sir.
are.
One man, you
Yes, sir.
need to stop spewing this garbage that's coming out of your mouth. Rhodes Vivour uh, is a Yoruba man. He can trace his ancestry 300 years. His family has done more for Nigeria, especially in the area of jurisprudence, than anyone that's ever participated on your platform. This word Lagosian was derived by the British in 1854, 1855, that anyone that was in Lagos at the time and lived in Lagos since that 1857 is a Lagosian. So by that very definition, he is a Lagosian. Now
Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question.
let me say this. Let me say this. You want me to go into family history, so I'm going to tell you this. Every time you say this, it rubs me the wrong way. I get upset. A lot of people get upset. The two biggest family slave owners in the whole of Lagos were the Martins and the Gomez. Martin was not, that's why I came onto this platform, because Ife just asked you an amazing question. Would you call the Martin name a slave name? The Martin name was that they were known slave traders. Gomez were known slave traders. My family house, where my great grandfather sold slaves, and I'm not proud to say this, I'm actually ashamed to say this, is on Catholic Mission. You know who stays there right now? Who stays on that property right now that was a slave den? It is Mrs. What's this woman? That man that owns Glow. Can someone remind me of the guy that owns Glow? Adenuga.
Adenuga.
Yeah. Go to Catholic Mission. Go and ask for the house of the Gomez family. They will show you my great grandfather's house, and they will show you the house that we had slaves. So you can't say that all the names that have that are English or foreign are returnees. It was the norm at the time, especially in some areas where people abandoned Yoruba names and bore English names because they thought it was posh. You know, now you can say, where you have a point, this is the difference between where you're coming from and what this young man Ife is saying. He's a Nego man. Let me finish. Let me finish. He's a Nego man. It's a known fact that the original inhabitants of Lagos, which started from Ido, were Eguns and Aworis. Ijebus came in, other people came in. The people that you could refer to as returnees, essentially, that you could say categorically, were the ones that had Brazilian names. The Morios, the Da Costas, the Da Silvers, the Fernando, those were returnees. And they came to Lagos before there were houses in Lagos. There were huts. These were the people that brought, they called Brazilian quarters. They called Brazilian homes before Lagosians started building homes with brick. So you can't just say because someone is buried Coca, Martin, this and that, then they are returnees. You can't do that. That's naive of you, Wama. You shouldn't do that. And it's wrong for you to even do that. Are you happy that we were able to sell ourselves into slavery? That you're not saying that someone who has come back to Africa 300 years ago because of for some strange reasons, you say, oh, you don't even know their DNA. And you and I had this discussion before, and you're still doing it, woman. I don't know why you're doing it.
All right. It was actually Des that opened up that space, but those views are held, by the way, Alexander. I'm not sure that I'm saying anything unique. So I think if it's a sensitive space, which people don't want to take on, then I'm happy for us not to. But those opinions are held, as I've just expressed, because you say that no matter how far somebody's history traces in Yoruba land, it must land on an homestead. And does it land on a boat? Does it land on a boat on a homestead?
Listen, if you have a family, okay. Let me say this. Let me educate you as your senior brother and as your senior in high school. Let me educate you on this. There's a place in Brazil called Bahia. There's a particular area in Brazil that what they speak is Yoruba. So if those people now come back, they speak Yoruba purely, they worship Orisha, they do Shogo, they do everything. You go there, you can speak Yoruba, they speak Yoruba to you. So they come now to Nigeria, you tell me that they're not Yoruba people. They speak Yoruba like you and I, with a slight accent. Yoruba fluently. They worship Ogun fluently. They worship Iyemoja fluently. They recite.
Is that not cultural assimilation?
No, it's not. It is what they took away from their forefathers. Okay,
Exactly.
let me before I go, because I have to go to work. Let me say this to you. 1971. My father told me a story. My stepmother is from Trinidad and Tobago. There are 3 countries in the world where they worship Shango: Brazil, Nigeria, Trinidad and Tobago. My father's in-law came to my house in London in 1971, and he was sitting down and he started talking to my father about Shango. My father said, Shango, what do you know about Shango? The man turned around and told my father that we even have a song for this Shango where we're singing Shango. My father said, you have a song? The man said, yes. My father said, sing the song. When the man started singing the song, he was singing Yoruba. My father said, do you know what you're singing? The man said, no, that was what our forefathers taught us. We don't know what we're singing, but he was singing Yoruba. My father started crying and said, look at what your Indian white people have done to my people. You can't just look at people. These are very sensitive subjects and very sensitive things that we should just talk about willy-nilly. It's not very nice, woman. I take it personally, especially the way you treated that Rhodes Vivour guy. It was totally unfair and it was not right, woman. It was not right.
Alexander, can I say something, please?
Yeah.
All right. We drop it as a topic if people if that's the way, because I can see the comment section as well. They want us to drop.
Joel, please.
Let me make something quick. Just quick. I'll be quick. You see, there was a reason why the last time I came on this show, I said the elections are over. There are things that we are going to be saying here. There are things that we are saying. West have power. There are things that we're going to be saying. One man. This thing you are saying, very, very soon, your own kids won't be able to come to Oyo State. Let us tamper this matter. If we want to discuss it, let it be to promote. For crying out loud, we are calling the African Americans to come back. Is anyone asking them where they are coming from? Is anyone asking them where they are from? Why should it be ours? Because of election. We are cutting this wound so deep. And one man, please, if you can, let this thing die. If you don't want to promote peaceful or our coexistence or appreciate each other, then let us just die this matter. It is not right that we are even saying this. It is a disgrace. I am not.
It's not a disgrace. Don't.
It's a disgrace. Let me talk from the paradigm of a Lagosian. Look, for those of you that are in Ogun State, from Ogun State, Osun State, Oyo State, Ondo State, you see that you still have maybe your compounds in the southwestern state, even Kwara State to some extent. and you don't understand how the fabric of indigenous Lagos is. When you start discussing about somebody is through Yoruba, half Yoruba, it's like you are poking into our eyes. Let me give you an example. If you go to Badagry, there are some
So
communities in
sorry,
Badagry.
is it a space that you have encountered? Have
It
you
is,
Yoruba? Huh?
yes, it's a space
Oh,
I
oh, oh, oh,
also,
oh, 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 all right. So you're speaking from a personal. Okay, go on.
yes. If you go to Badagry, you hear some surnames like, um, let's say, um, Ogunbiyi, Ogunbiyi, Semeton, Martins, Adewale, Nsu. On Lagos Island, even in some Lagos Island, you have a Hungbo quarters on Lagos Island. At the end of the day, you now start asking yourself, how did Egun and Yoruba combine together? Look, I'm going to tell you most of these things are even forbidden history, so don't let me go into that space. But
Go
there are some
into it
history.
now. We're here to learn.
No, I will not go to, you know why I will not go to it? You are going to go into slavery, abolition of slavery, how some families were forced to stop slavery. So for the future generations to be able to live, to have a relative peace, we were bad not to even repeat those history again. To a matter of fact, there are some history, if you repeat it, the Vodun people will come for your head. And there's
Like
this
it's an
word they say, "Woma
abomination.
kuma feni no." Oh God,
Yeah,
Alexander understand continue so that.
yeah.
So that's why we know these things, but we keep it to ourselves and we don't even talk about it at all. So when you guys come from the other southwestern state and start talking about somebody is Yoruba enough, somebody is not Yoruba enough, you're actually hurting our own emotions. Okay, for example, Oga Alexander has told you on Lagos Island we have a gun. I'm going to tell you today, how did the white cap chiefs have, why did Badagry have white cap chiefs from Lagos Island? But today, everybody is living peacefully. Nobody is going to some history that will raise some dust, then will now lead to segregation. Because what you want to push into Lagos, if you are repeating this narrative, is you want to cause segregation, which we don't like. We are really managing our space and we are happy. I always say this, the people I just need to blame is when everybody settled that matter of that slave era, there were no enough what's it called, provisions to re-assimilate everybody properly, such that it is what your family told you that everybody knows. Oga Alexander told you something. Some people adopted European names. For example, there is a family name in Badagry, Francisco. Does Francisco has anything to do with Yoruba? No. But you cannot say anything odd about them. Shitabe people, the Shitabe, the Serikis. Seriki was a slave who was returned back to Badagry. So the Seriki family, a very prominent family. So are you now going to start pushing the narrative that they are not Yoruba enough? No.
And also to add to that, when these white people came to Badagry or wherever they came to, they had local agents who were actually capturing and selling slaves to these people. You know, I know for a fact that when they come to Badagry, which was where they would take final destination before they start moving to Ghana and Senegal, and then from Senegal to Brazil or to wherever they're going to, they were cheats. They were brokers. Like Kulata said here on the platform, the Jebu people made a lot of money selling people. You know, there were families that were known slave traders, and it's not something one should be proud of. But there were families known like that. And if you go to Lagos, they will tell you Martin was a one of the biggest slave traders in the whole of West Africa. That Martin family, they were not slaves. Martin family were not slaves. And that's why when you go to Lagos, you hear Martin Street, because they had a lot of money. That's why they could acquire a street like Martin Street. So it's a very sensitive subject and important. I have to say this. I told Ajale Koko, every time I see an African American, especially when they're going through hard times, it breaks my heart. There's a woman, one man, before I go, and I'm getting a little bit emotional. There's a woman in my facility. That woman is a replica of my mother, a replica of my mother. And I tell my staff that I call her my mother because I am 9 times out of 10 sure that is a Yoruba woman. That is a Yoruba woman. So we need to be very careful. I know you as an Oyo man, you say it, you're proud of your man and all that. But we need to be very careful. These are very, 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 very sensitive topics. And like I said, Rhodes Vivour's family, especially in the area of jurisprudence. Rhodes Vivour's great-grandfather was the first indigenous Nigerian judge in the whole of West Africa. The first African judge in the whole of West Africa. 200 years ago. That is an impeccable record. Impeccable. So he's as qualified as anybody to be governor of Lagos State. Is he capable of doing a good job? I'm not sure. I don't think he has the wherewithal and the capacity. But he is the very definition of a Lagosian, of the 100%. Very essence of a Lagosian. Rhodes Vivour. So let me go, one man. Nico.
All right, thank you, Alexander. Thank you. Hopefully, he's gone. So hopefully hold on. Hopefully that didn't jar the senses too much. It looks as though we have now finally encountered a taboo subject. We thought everything was up for debate, but both from the feedback on the screen and certainly in the comment section as well, people want us to drop it, but
I wanted to add something to what Emmanuel, sorry, it's not only that one.
Emmanuel, hold on. Yeah, carry on, Faye.
Unless we don't want to speak the truth. You cannot be a chief judge in Yoruba land that I know, and you are not into a justice, and you are not into this Yoruba spiritual system. And before you can attain those positions, you must, or they would have checked your background properly. They would have the Oba of your locality would have given a nod either to the state governor, because these things come with recommendation. If you don't have an Oba in your community, they will go through maybe the ballet, from the ballet to the.
You had better argument before, not this one now.
No. Chief judge, yeah. You understand? So I just want to say that. No, I think use
other argument, not this one. This one
okay.
No a discussion now.
Okay, so Emmanuel can speak now. I just want to say,
I just want to add to what Alga Gomez said earlier.
So you want to educate us on Yoruba culture, Emmanuel?
I want to add, not about that one, because there's something that a lot of things is happening to this platform that me mostly, I don't like it. Like that guy, that Rhodes Vivour, there's a lot that's said against him that most time when I hear it, I just log off from this platform. Because his mother is from Southeast. And it's not only that, so because the intermarriage between the Southwest and the Southeast has been going on for some years, even before all of us here were born. So now, because the person wants to clinch a ticket or be a leader, the Yoruba start discriminating against that person. I think we should address that issue as well, because I don't like the fact that because this person is from this region, and that person is half this, half that. Do you understand?
No, no,
It's really
I don't think that. Maybe you were mishearing. Alexander did say we should move away from the topic, but I think you may have been mishearing what people were saying. People were not objecting. Who is not married to half the people here that are married to outside of their culture? But what people were objecting to was that he did not understand the language or the culture, which he did not. So that's
no,
what they were
I heard them every time they say it's half Igbo, half Yoruba, that he cannot rule Lagos because they have Igbo.
But the governor of Osun, the governor of Osun State is half Igbo, and it's the most popular man in
Yes,
Osun State.
I just want to mention that because so many of them are half Igbo, half Yoruba. But that guy, because he wants to be a leader, they use it against him. They campaign using
They use what against him? They use what against him?
They said because they have Igbo, that is why they cannot vote for him.
So sorry, Mr. One man. Can I quickly interject?
Yeah, go on.
Emmanuel, I think what one man was trying to let you understand is for somebody to have a mom or dad of different ethnicity is not the problem. The problem here is the identification, who you identify with. If you look at Adeleke, like one man rightly said, it's the same scenario that plays out. But Adeleke identifies with the Yorubas. That is why he's able to run there and nobody used anything against him. But for somebody that lives in Yoruba land and doesn't even identify with Yorubas, that's where the problem comes from.
How do you know that he does not identify with Yorubas?
Because for you to be able to identify with where you live, you must understand their culture. You must be, and the first thing about the culture is the language.
Supposing like most of us now living outside the country, and our children hardly visit home, and peradventure, so many years later they came back and they want to be somebody in their land because they can't speak fluently. Use it against them.
If any of our children if there are plans to go home and be somebody there, the first thing we have to do, which I'm in support of, is they have to understand the people they want to go and rule over and be able to speak with them, communicate with them. Do you know how many people that are in Yoruba land or even in Lagos they can't even speak Yoruba?
But the fact that the guy speaks Yoruba, not that he speaks fluently, he speaks very well.
He
but not
doesn't
everything.
speak at all. He doesn't. He even said he doesn't think in
I've heard
Yoruba.
him speak Yoruba now. So what are people saying? I've heard him. He has spoken Yoruba a lot of time. So he speaks, but not very fluently.
Can I?
One man call him Chinedu every time. Call him Chinedu every time.
No, what do you mean I call him Chinedu?
He used it in one of his posters.
And is that not even his name? Did I make up a name for him, Emmanuel?
I mean, this is not where I'm trying to take this argument.
I don't know, but thank you. Thank you for. Yeah, let's hear from Fatai, and then we come back to you, Desmond, to move us to another page, please.
One man, I don't know how you got yourself again in this topic. I mean,
I don't know, man. Okay.
This is my brother that is trying to tell us that he speaks Yoruba. I mean, I don't know. You are not Yoruba. How do you know he speaks Yoruba? I don't know. I just need to clarify, right? Because at some point I think I heard Oga Alexander mention my name with regard to Lagos. I don't speak about Lagos. I speak only about Lagos to the extent that, this is in Lagos, this is in Lagos. I never spoke about Rhodes Vivour and Lagos. I never spoke. There are certain things I don't speak about, right? So I don't know how my name is coming into the conversation about this whole thing. Look, the only thing that I said, and the only thing that this platform, I think the only time even one man was talking about the Yorubaness of Rhodes Vivour was when he went to ask him directly on AY show. I don't remember conversations here on this platform about the Yorubaness of Rhodes Vivour. We were only asking, how can you not speak the language? Not just how can you not, and me specifically, I was asking, how is it possible that he cannot call the name of Lagos in Yoruba? and it's a question. Nobody made the petition to kick his name out of the ballot, right? I'm sure his generation in Lagos dates longer than Dati Baba Ahmed's generation in Nigeria. So nobody is petitioned that it be removed from the. I don't even understand the agitation about it, but I think it's kind of like it's a little bit of a shame, right? Not only you cannot speak the language, you cannot call the name. Like this, I don't remember. I don't know which bros was speaking now and say that the one that said he speak Yoruba, and he said that if the children abroad who cannot speak the language when they come back, I am 100% sure that those children at least they can call, whether if it's a child from Kano, it can call Kano. If it's a child from Rivers, I'm sure he will be able to call Rivers. If it's a child from Anambra, in minimum he can at least say Anambra, not what can I say? No, I mean just say Eko. I mean my own. When I listen to him calling Eko, me I was just laughing. I was like, how can this guy not be able to say Eko? Like the name, just say the name in the Yoruba language. That's all. Nobody's kicked him out of the ballot. Nobody talked expansively about his lineage, everything on this platform. I didn't discuss his lineage. It's not I'm not a history student in that regard. Actually, when they are talking history, I usually just interject. No, I don't know so much about history, but I know the thing that I see with my eyes. So I talk about things I see with my eyes. That's to that extent. I don't think one man. I don't think there is an upside discussing Chine.
Look at that. Look at you see now. So that's exposed. You've exposed yourself. Now, Fatai, yeah? You know what they call you know what they call that, Fatai? They call that a Freudian sleep. So
but one man, he caused it. GRV caused it. He's the one who has been trying to play fast and loose, right? And the opponent grabbed on his clever by half, and they made a meal out of it, right? And making a meal out of it, then people then realize actually there is a sense to it that he cannot speak the language. This is what happened. He's the one playing fast and loose. Now everybody, like one man, everybody wants to eat you up for always calling him Rhodes Vivour, even though it's in jest. But he's the one that say my name is Rhodes Vivour, put it on the campaign in the last election, the previous election. And now you cannot call him Chinedu.
Excuse me.
Not because it's not anything now. It's just a joke. It's just in jest now.
All right. Let's hear from Adioha. Let's hear from Adioha, who is a new voice to the space. Have you come to register your objection as well?
Well, I'm a Lagosian and an indigenous Lagosian, and then I just want to let you know or to remind you that this Igbo narrative in Lagos State, when it comes to gubernatorial elections, didn't start with Rhodes Vivour, it didn't start with Chinedu, it didn't start with Gbadebo. Yeah. Every election year is when this Igbo narrative comes up. I remember vividly that when Jimmy Agbaji was contesting, he was giving this Igbo thing and was called an apologist of the Igbo extraction. And this is somebody who is from Awori, an indigenous Lagosian, right? So what APC or whatever it is capitalized on because Gbadebo had a southeastern mother because he had that roots. Now I want to ask you, if you are saying that the language is so important.
Sorry, is it Adioha?
It's Adaya.
Adaya. All right. All right. Do you have a screen on your device?
I do.
Oh, okay. Can you read out this poster? This poster here.
That is his name, right?
No. Read it out.
His name is Chine. That is his name. She did deny his name, right?
No. So then, what is the objection to calling him by the name that he calls himself? I thought we'd already gone past all this.
No, that's what I'm saying. That I don't even have any objection with whatever name he chooses to call himself or anybody chooses to. I just want to let you know that this Igbo narrative did not start with Chinedu, this Rhodes Vivour. It started with it comes up every gubernatorial election. It didn't start even for Jimmy Agbaje, for Funshaw Williams too. I remember vividly that this Igbo thing, started, and it has to stop. Number two, right? I have a cousin. She's from Badagry. She's from Badagry because I have a Badagry whatever, and she doesn't speak. If you hear Yoruba, you'll be worried. You'll be thinking, is this person actually a Yoruba person? Are you going to tell me that this language of a thing will stop her from being a Lagos State governor someday? I'm just asking. Because it goes deeper, deeper, deeper. And this thing that you people are bringing up, right, it's causing so much division, and it's so much enmity. I think you people need to stop it. And so we don't
You know,
shade into our children.
can I call you Ada? Is it or is that a short phone? Remind me how to pronounce the name again.
Adaya.
Adaya. So Adaya, I think people are misreading the narrative around Rhodes Vivour, and we were not even having a Rhodes Vivour session, by the way. The elections have come and gone, but I think people are mishearing what the argument is. There is no objection about his southeastern part of his DNA. I'm not sure that anybody objects to that. And the classic example is the Osun State governor. He's not alone, by the way. The Oyo State governor, my own home state governor, he's married to an Easterner. So no objection. Who is not even married to an Easterner? They have the prettiest girls. All Yoruba men want an Eastern wife. So there's no objection. There's no objection to that. The objection that people had to Rhodes Vivour is that he does not understand the language. He does not speak the language, and he does not understand the culture. Sorry, is that a legitimate objection? Is that asking too much that he should understand the language and culture?
Hold on a bit. I think Ife is from Badagry, right?
Right. Yes.
Can Ife answer me, please? Can we Ife and I discuss? I don't know if he. Yeah. So Ife, I don't know if you know that a lot of Badagry people can't speak the indigenous Yoruba that people are talking about, right? So if you hear a Badagry speaking this kind of Yoruba, would you say the person is not Yoruba enough to be a Lagos State governor?
Already to them if they like they should listen.
You are breaking up,
For example,
are you there?
One man, can I just interject as Ife is trying to?
Yeah, interject. But I want to quickly move away from this topic because it seems to jar people the wrong way. So
yeah. One man. I think like if the question being put to Ife, right? If somebody is if it's like if a Awori with an Awori accent wants to be, nobody's going to question whether it's not a his lineage in the land is recognized. But
even if you are from Ondo, do you understand Ondo Yoruba? Nobody understands Ondo Yoruba now.
Nobody's questioning now. But I think it is a little bit unfair that I don't see anywhere in the world. Can I just land? And I think it's a little bit unfair. I don't even there is over too high expectation. I don't think people require of other people, especially in this Nigerian space, that they cannot even require it in other places in the world. Where in the world people don't ask you about language. You won't even to go and take a visa, they ask you about language. And we are just this. Nobody is saying he's disqualified from running for the governorship. Nobody is saying he should lose his Yoruba passport or his Nigerian passport. Can't we ask questions? If you can't speak a language, can't we say, can you speak a language to communicate with the people? How is that too much of a question? I don't even get all these. Oh, because if you don't speak the language, that means it's not Yoruba. Who is saying it's not Yoruba? Can't we talk? Are we going to live under censorship? Are we going to live under censorship? We cannot ask, hey, can you call Eko? Can you speak Yoruba? Even we make fun of ourselves that our Yoruba is not good enough. But we cannot speak Yoruba. We cannot ask somebody, how much language do you speak? Somebody wants to be head of a space. I don't even understand it. Nobody can shut me down from that kind of a question.
Can you please answer my question? It's from Badagry, so you understand very well, right?
Yeah. I'm a man.
So you understand my question very well.
I did not. Sorry, when you were saying that question,
I said I know that there are so many Badagry people that cannot speak this Yoruba that people are saying
Yes, now.
that not
Yes.
able? Are they going to
Yes.
tell us that these Badagry people who are indigenous Lagosians are not Yoruba enough to govern Lagos State?
Yeah, let me even tell you the truth. It's because of this, and that hurts me. Is because I'll just tell you my experience when I was in Lagos State University. Look, the truth is, in Lagos at itself, they see us more like a Republic of Benin people, or more or less a second class citizen. That's just the truth. I may
So
want to
then,
be I
so
may
as
want to
Lag-
be
so
yeah.
as indigenous Lagosians, right, should we actually be bothered about how much Yoruba or how much non-Yoruba the person can speak, or what the person can do, or the
An
competence?
indigenous Lagosian will not bother about it. The problem is coming from
It's
the
coming from the
other
people of Ogun State,
Ogun
of which
State,
even in
other
Ogun State,
Yoruba parts who are seeing
exactly,
themselves as
exactly,
a stakeholder in Lagos State. That's where the problem normally
of which
comes from.
even in that
Let,
Ogun
let, let
State,
me let me ask you a question, Ife. Is Lagos State Yoruba land?
It depends on how you want to see it.
Mhm.
But because the Yorubas makes
What do
up
you?
the wait now, but because the Yorubas make up the majority, you will say that it is a Yoruba land.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Are you a Yoruba man, Ife? Are you a Yoruba man?
No, you know my name. You know my real name. I'm not a Yoruba man.
He's not Yoruba, he's Egu.
You know my real name now, one man.
No, I know your real name. It's just
Well,
it's for the purposes of. I'm not sure where this conversation is going, but
I
maybe
will
we
tell
need
you. I will
to,
tell you why. Look, I've
because
told you that.
we're entering territories that people don't want us to go to.
Yeah. So, and that's why I don't really want to go into
Hmm.
it, because at the end of the day, even we have some of our people in Ogun State, Yewa area, who are not even recognized there. No development is coming to their place. Most of the time, they have to come follow the what's it called, that river Ogun, to come to Badagry to make a living. You know, nothing Ipoke exists. They are not recognized in the Greater Ogun State project. If not
So
that,
sorry.
maybe
What? How would you describe your ethnicity?
my ethnicity is Ogun or Fon. That's
Uh,
you know.
is that a derivative of the wider Yoruba ethnic
No,
stuff?
it's not. It's not
No,
a
it's
direct.
not.
No, it's totally different. It's more of if you want to look at the origination, I think they say historically it came from the Ewe and Aja people in Republic of Benin.
Oh,
That was the former Dahomey Empire.
What about, sorry, Mr. Woman, let me quickly
Aren't
have.
you being a little bit unfair in your analysis? One might ask you a question now, right? Like, is Lagos a Yoruba land? You say it
Yeah.
depends. But at the same time, you are always quick to say, oh, this argument is started by some people. They are not Lagosians. They are just coming into Lagos. So you are saying Lagos is, essentially you are saying Lagos is no man land. But at the same time, you say Yorubas that talk about Lagos, they shouldn't be talking about Lagos because they are not Yoruba. So only the Yorubas that are not original, they have generations don't date back 100 generations in Lagos. Only they are excluded from your acceptability into Lagos. Why?
But Fatai, can I
They
ask
can
you a
talk about
question?
Yoruba, but you
Can I say which exactly is the real Yoruba? If you go to Ondo State, for example, MOMO, and I cannot even pick one word.
Wait, you're breaking up.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, I don't
You
say
can't even
you
pick
must speak.
exactly
No, I'm not saying
the
that you are.
perfect.
This is my point. This is my point. It is a debate. It is a debate. Everywhere else in the world, they ask you about your language. It's a debate now. You can't shut me down from talking. Like, this
I'm
guy
not
does not
shutting you
know how to
down.
speak Yoruba. Yeah, I can't. Why? He said, I'm just debating. Why should I shut my mouth down if to ask a question whether the guy can speak Yoruba or not? I'm not saying they should go and remove his ticket. I'm not saying they should kick him out of Lagos. I'm not saying he's
Wait,
not
man,
from Lagos.
that's what
I'm
I'm
not saying
saying.
Can I
At the
why
end of
should
the
I be
contribute?
able
day,
to ask you this
I
question?
don't know. I
Eh?
don't know where you people are taking me to. This is not where I wanted my conversation to go, but they don't
I mean,
carry
I
me
don't.
go
I
where I
mean,
no know.
generally, I don't like censorship. Oh. Somebody want to shut me up. Me, I don't like censorship. Oh. I don't take any action against nobody. I'm just asking. Even it was even funny thing even at that. You see the way this guy they call a call. I think I cannot even call a call. I mean, I see you cannot have a
Fatai,
conversation.
can I say something, please, Fatai?
All right, people are
Thank you.
desperate for us to move from this topic, though. Even I'm even getting phone calls, but
One man.
yeah.
This issue that we are talking right now is as serious as any other issue out there.
Yeah,
So,
if we're able to discuss it delicately, I'm not sure, but the whole of the comment section they are raging that we have to leave the
yes.
topic.
One man. The people in the comment section should, because on this platform, we stoke this fire of tribalism.
What do you
And
mean
on
on
this,
this? No. What
can
do
I
you
say
mean with
something?
stop? No, you can't. No, but you can't say that now. What can you even make that sort of a
One man,
statement?
can I? You know me that I say my things straight. I do not hide. I have lived in Lagos State, and Adanaya Lofi, welcome my sister. I stay in Lagos State, and I know that on no occasion have we made our stay in Lagos State uncomfortable or unbearable for the hosts.
So where
All
are you
these
now?
things,
Where are you now taking the conversation?
let me learn one man. Because this matter is a serious matter.
No, you are taking us
This
into
issue,
uncharted
hold
territories
on. No.
now.
We are still on the same Lagos matter. Oh. We are not going anywhere. It's still on the same Lagos matter.
Yeah,
This
but
is
we're
this.
talking about hold on, Joel. No, you still have the space, but we're talking about indigenship. That's what
Yeah,
we're
that's
talking
what we're talking
about.
about.
But
That's what I'm talking about.
you're not pivoting into an ethnic something.
No, I am trying to give you a background to what is going on in Lagos, and we have to nail it on the head, whether we like it or not. When it was Fusha Williams, because this Adania lady, I remember Fusha Williams, because she was coming out under PDP. People from the southeast voted PDP, always vote PDP, right? They used this tribal card during that time. During Abaje, it was the same thing. Now, under Chinedu, it is the same thing. Let nobody come here to tell us it is because it is Chinedu, it is because of a GRV. If it was another person that came out under the same Labour Party, you guys will still find something to say about that person. What my point is this: for the people, if you man, one man, you are from Oyo State. Everyone, Adele Koko, you guys are from Ekiti, all these places. The real owners of Lagos State, if they say they want to rule their state, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? Even if they say, okay, the person that want to speak, she does speak Yoruba, what is that? What is wrong there? The same thing you are accusing the Igbos of doing in Lagos. It's the same thing most of you talking around.
No. Sorry, Joel. Hold on, Joel. Hold on. I want to hear more from you, but let me just establish this because you still
one
okay.
man,
Hold on.
whether you like it or not, as an indigenous Lagosian, our problem is not the Igbos. Our problem is actually the people who
What do
came
you
from
mean whether I
Ekiti.
like it or not? I'm
Oh,
not.
yeah.
Why would I object to anything? I'm just here to facilitate a conversation.
It's high time we nip it in the board. Lagosians don't care how much
Nip
Yoruba.
what in the board? Nip what in the board?
Yeah, we need to dip it in the board and stop
Nip
this
what?
because what you people started in Lagos is already bigger than you may be. I don't know if you're in Nigeria or whatever, but what you people started in Lagos is bigger
What
than
who
you
use
think.
you people? You're just
It's a
throwing wild
Tuesday.
at what's going on?
I can see Alexander is here, and I think he understands very well what I'm talking
He
about.
doesn't understand though because
Yeah,
you're speaking German. What are you talking about?
I'm not speaking German. I'm speaking the truth to you because this platform stoked the embers of this tribal clash that is going on in Lagos.
How
And
so?
it is so painful. It is really,
What,
really
no,
painful.
Sorry,
how
what's
so?
this?
it's painful, really. It's
This
really, really
is
bad.
this is the only platform that I know that it doesn't play any ethnic or tribal whatever. Have you
I
been
don't
to
know
some
what they are
other?
doing.
Have
No,
you been?
are
Have
you
you
trying
been
to
to some?
corner? Are you
Have you
trying to
been to
corner
Rudolph?
me? Are you
Have you
trying to
been to
corner
Rudolph
me?
program?
Yeah, because how can you come from Oyo State and be questioning how indigenous Rhodes Vivour is to Lagos? Hello?
Why not? What stops me from that? What stops
You
me
can't
from that?
question. You can't question, right? You can't question it. I can't question your Oyo-ness now because I don't even have
Well,
any
you
business to
can.
do
Of
it.
course, you can.
I will never do that.
Then it's up to me
I
if
will
I
never
oblige
do
you.
that.
Yeah, well, that's your choice, though. But you
Yeah,
have the
and
freedom
how
to.
can you from
Then
and
it's
how
up to
can
me
you
if
from
I oblige you with the response or
then,
not. But you can, yeah.
then how can you from Oyo, yeah, question how much Yoruba, I mean, an indigenous Lagosian can speak for him to become a governor of Lagos State, right? That means if a Badagry person comes up today to say, oh,
Sorry.
you can't
Hold
speak
on.
Yoruba enough.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Did I initiate the query about his Yoruba-ness? Did I initiate it?
Not in Yoruba-ness, but it's deeper. It's really painful what's going on in
Yeah,
Lagos.
but
And you
was
people
that?
don't know how deep this wound has. Yeah, it's a
Oh
deep
God.
wound that will take a long time to heal. Yeah,
One man.
because
I think this. Look,
Are you hearing? Are you
what I
hearing what I'm
understand.
hearing,
because I've
Fatai?
never been this bothered.
One man. What I
Honestly.
understand. This is not even about the discussion. The
No,
truth
it's
be told,
not.
this is an
It's not.
attack.
It's not
This
about
is
this.
this
Yeah.
is a targeting of your platform.
Yes.
I don't even get the
Come on
point.
now.
No, it is. It is this one from yesterday. It's not just for today.
You're just taking it too
That
loud.
targeting is something that Joel has been trying to germinate for quite a few months now, but it seems
No.
to now
One
have
man.
some
Fatai,
One man.
lieutenants.
One man. One man. You cannot shave my head and behind in my absence.
Oh, well,
I'm on
you
this
are here.
platform.
You're
I'm
here.
here. So,
Yeah.
let you know this, one man. If I do not believe in any growth of any human being, I won't be here. God forbid me. May God punish me if I come here to bring down your show. I cannot come down to bring down. I have not brought down the business of my fellow human being.
No,
To
not
talk less
Joel.
of you,
Joel
where
is
I come here.
So
not Joel.
why are you then trying to
Because
clothe the
when this
platform
thing,
in an ethnic
okay,
garb?
no, nobody's closing your platform, and that's the reason why we're here. That's why I told you we must talk about it. Because on this show, if you talk about the bad things, we must also talk about the good thing. If you believe in good, you should also believe in bad. On this particular platform, I am telling you one man, and many people saw it. It is not just that I am talking anything. I am not talking anything. I told you that when you were using the word Chinedu, the context really mattered. It on this show, when the likes of Ajele Koko, everybody here, Fatai that is not denying. All of them were here talking about this man. They were trying to say this man is not Yoruba enough. So that's my point. One man, nobody's bringing down your show. And before they come to your
Hold on.
Can I round up? Can I round up, please? Before I go off, please. Alga Alexander, I understand that you're from Lagos State.
Yes, I am 400 and something years Lagos State.
Yes, Adani Lofi, you're from Lagos State. Look, we cannot. You see, we and I'm talking about the Igbos in Lagos. We are not going to fight your fight. We have taken enough. We have taken enough damage. Today, when you go out there, hold on, let me finish one man, please. If you go out today, markets have been locked. The local government of
You always go too far. This is what you do now.
Can I just say something, one man? I'm landing. Let me make a statement. What I'm trying to say is this, one man, that the people of Lagos State should stand up and take over their states. Period. From the hyenas and the snakes. They should wake up and take over their state. If they cannot tell you what to do in Oyo State, if they cannot tell you what to do in Ogun State, if they cannot tell you what to do in Ekiti State, I see no reason why you should tell them what to do in Lagos State. If they say that they want someone that speaks French to be their governor, it's not your business.
Well, they haven't said that. Have they said that the elections have been and gone? And they spoke.
The effect lives with us. The effect must live with us. That's the point.
The effect of what? The effect of what? Wait. Bring the octave down a bit and let's make it conversational. So don't steamroll. The effect of what? Yeah, the effect of what?
Okay, what I'm trying to make you understand is this: that in Lagos right now, that
Yes.
if you look at we talked about it the last time, they still attack the in Lagos. And what
Right.
I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say is this. This whole thing started after the elections. And nobody can guard me when it comes to my own people. I cannot speak out. I will speak. My own thing is this, that the people that found the ember, I have asked them, who, you know, I said nobody owns Lagos. Can you show me one person that said it? This thing was a propaganda that they brought up and they forced it on the people of Lagos. Igbo is coming to take, Igbo is coming to take. And they made it a tribal war. Over what? Over power. It was a shame. It was a sham. But you know what?
All right.
You know what?
Sorry.
The
Let's
people
hear
of
from Alexander. You're just taking us into dangerous territories.
yes. So
All
let
right.
me just round up, one man. So
No,
what I
no,
am saying,
sorry. I don't like this dark language that you often use. You know, this hell
it is
and
not that. It is not that.
hell and
It is
thunder
not
thing that
that.
you do all the
But
time.
one,
You
one man, the
know,
people are
and
dying. People are
by
dying
the
on
way,
the street.
the person that fans the amber of Discord more than anyone else is you.
No,
Because you do
I
it all the time.
never do. But the thing there is that if you cannot beat me and tell me how to cry, one man.
No,
You cannot beat
nobody
me
is
and
beating you. Say, and there you go again. That's the ambers of Discord that
no,
you're fan. But thank
you
you.
cannot beat me.
Sorry. Let me hear from Alexander. I don't like the dark tones that you're bringing.
Yeah,
Sorry, Alexander. Rest yours.
I think we need to move on. I think that we just have to be. My concern, my reservation is that because I had a conversation with you about this Rhodes Vivour, because Rhodes Vivour is the Rhodes family. I don't know why this guy even like my senior brother was telling me let me tell you something, woman. As a thoroughbred Lagosian, it doesn't get more Lagosian than Gomez. As a thoroughbred Lagosian, I've never heard of the name Rhodes Vivour before Rajibot came out. But I kind of knew that Rhodes Vivour was Shola Rhodes, Inca Rhodes' family, you know, and they are prominent people in Lagos. They are families of they're known for jurisprudence. I think they have 3 SANs in that family. Their law background dates back centuries. So I know. I don't know where the vibe is coming from, but I know Rhodes. But having said that, it is totally unfair for anyone to want to deny him his rightful position as a Lagosian who's been there, to use his expression, he has receipts dating back 300 years in Lagos. So that is the only reservation. Now, Fatai, I didn't talk about you in a negative sense. I talked about you that you're a Lagosian. I know you grew up in Lafayette. So I wasn't saying anything derogatory. I didn't talk about anyone derogatory on the platform. I was just trying to tutor one man. And I think I'm in the position to tutor one man because one is my junior brother. And secondly, he's actually my junior in high school. So based on that, I can tutor him on maybe what he doesn't know. I know African history because I took it up on board when I got to Nigeria in 1972 to read about African history. That's the reason why my father wanted me and my sister to go back to Nigeria to learn about our culture. I could have been an English a person all my life, but I was glad that my father did that. So at least nobody would tell me that you're a Yoruba man, you can't speak Yoruba. So that's my angle to it. Even a guy on this platform who is a participant, his last name is an English name. A guy on this platform, I'll say that right now. He has an English name. And a lot of people have, and this one too, I need to say this. A lot of people now who call themselves Lagosians, they have English names, but or Brazilian names, and they, for some strange reasons, they decided to change their name. So that's my only concern. When we talk about Lagosian, let me finish by saying this. When we talk about Lagosians, the very definition of a Lagosian is the people who the English people found in Lagos when they got there and declared that place Lagos were the people that were referred to as Lagosians. Not Badagry people, not Ekwe people, not just the island. And I think Kolata has said that in the past that the Bini people, if you look at Bini people, when they say they own Lagos, they ruled a part of Lagos which was primarily an island. So when the English people came, they came to the island. Whoever they found there, they call them Lagosians. So those are the Lagosians. So by his very by his very essence, if he's been there 300 years, he is the very definition of a Lagosian. So that's that. Now, secondly, just in passing, this Yoruba thing is a new word. I hope the kids on this platform or the young folks on this platform realize that Yoruba was a word that was coined by the great Samuel Ajayi Crowther. The original name of Yorubas were called the Anagos, A-N-A-G-O. In Ghana, when I was living in Ghana, they used to refer to me as an Anago, Anagoyo. I speak Ghanaian. I speak Ga. They call me Anagoyo, Yoruba man. If you go to Ghana, you say Yoruba, they don't know. If you say Anago, they know where you are from. So this is what we need to do. We need to know. We need to know our history, and we need to know it is not everybody that bears an English name or foreign name that is an ex-slave or descendant of slave woman. It was just a fashionable thing. I think someone said on this platform, and rightly so, and I think it was Oga that said that some people took on board names they used to trade with their foreign partners during the slave trade. He's very right. He's very, very right. That's exactly what it is. So
sorry, I came to add.
Let me say this.
Alex,
Let me hold on. Let me finish this. This is very important. Let me finish this. One man, I'm going to reveal something. I'm not supposed to because not a lot of people know, but I'm going to reveal this. Do you know that the Alexander Gomez is actually hyphenated? He has a Yoruba name before the Gomez, but you will not see that Yoruba name because that's not something we use. We use the Gomez for obvious reasons. So wants to ask me a question because I have to go.
Oh no, I came to add to some of what you're saying.
Kulata.
The biggest sin one man is not Chinedu. That's not the biggest sin. We banter a lot. You call Chinedu, you call this. That's banter. I think the most sensitive area, the most sensitive part of the conversation is questioning the Rhodes Vivour, whether they're Yoruba or not, because there's a lot of clear history. There are people still in Sierra Leone holding up to their Yoruba-ness. They're called the Aku. Some of them have mixed with the Creole. There's also in Gambia. They're still Yoruba. So when you learn about our history, especially the slave trade, it saddens me if we start questioning people then, because the likes of Ajayi Crowther, the likes of that billionaire from Malaysia, what's it called, Candido Darocha, then you start questioning their Yoruba-ness. A lot of people got displaced. A lot of people found their way back. Did they find their way back to their origin? Perhaps not, but they settled in Lagos. They largely settled in Lagos and Abeokuta. Not a lot of them made it back into the hinterland, but they're Yoruba for all intents and purposes. There are another categories of people. Those are Bonny people. Those went to Bonny. That's why you see a lot of them bearing some foreign names. They know where they come from. They came back to where they come from. If not for the Saro people, the level of development we have in Lagos will not have happened. The number of plants those guys brought back to start planting, if I start mentioning some of them, you'll be shocked. So, and also, some people got captured. They parleyed with the people that captured them, and they came back to capture more people. So they were free men making money selling their brothers. They also bear foreign names. So there's a mix of them. And then you have the Tinubu family and co that still bears on Yoruba name. So when you see someone with a foreign name, there's a lot of sad history behind it. And I think we have to be sensitive with that sad history. But whether Tinubu or no Tinubu is just banter. But slavery is real. Almost everybody here, do a DNA test. you'll find your relatives abroad that you did not know. 4th, 5th generation. I've done mine. I've seen a lot of matches. So you just know that you were lucky that you were not captured. So let's take care of that sensitive area. The slavery thing is real.
Well said, Kalata. Well said. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Kulata. But anyway, let me just leave it. But it's a curious thing. But I think finally we've encountered a taboo topic. I never thought that they would come. But let me just address what Joel tried to do. And Joel, please don't do that again. The space opens up for conversation. But this now trying to color the platform with certain kind of, it's like some boa constrictor sort of move, trying to stifle the conversation and life out of it. I cannot have that. I cannot. Everybody is welcome, as you know. A position is put, somebody puts a contrary position, the superior argument wins. So that's how it has always been. There's never a time, and topics that are sensitive are addressed intelligently, and that is what we present. The floor opens to everybody. But trying to ethnic stifle in some sort of, I'm not quite sure what that move is, but please, we love you here, but please don't take us down that dark road. Please don't.
All right, can I respond to what you said, one man? The world will be a better place.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Okay, Oga Alexander. The world will be a better place. The world will be a better place when we start telling ourselves the truth. The world will be a better place when you make a mistake, you say, I accept. That is how we're going to heal. There's a reason why many times people go out, set up these commissions of truth, so that people will come out there and say their truth. You might not mean it, but I'm just telling you the optics. So I am not here to bring down anybody, like I said. I don't know why anyone thinks that I have an ulterior motive. If I bring down your show, where will I go? So, and I'm not in the business of owning my own. So I am not here to bring down your show, one man.
No. You cannot, even if you want to, but it's the inflection that you are trying to color the platform with.
No, but
you've done it severally. You've done it severally, and I've well that's based on your prejudices, though. That's based on your prejudices.
It is not prejudices. One man.
I'm just inviting you not to take us down that direction, because I cannot abide it. So don't take us down. Don't take us down a dark path. We're not going to constrict ourselves. We will constrict only by the sort of presentation from Alexander and Kulata, but not by somebody trying to hold us in a headlock. No, I'm not going to be held in a headlock.
Nobody's holding in a headlock. The issue there is that were there issues of tribalism during this election? Yes. Were there issues of people denying their brothers? Yes, that is the fact. So if
that's your understanding. That is your understanding based on your prejudices.
It's on the street. It's not prejudices. It's on the street there. If Arise can discuss it, if TVC can discuss it, if channels can discuss it, I don't know which world you belong to. So I'm just telling you that this is what is out there, and there is no how that we are going to say that one way or the other we did not stop this. So that's why I said that let us come up with the truth and talk to each other. Remember, before the election, I told you one thing, one man. I said, one man, can we come out one day and tell ourselves what we appreciate about the other tribe? Because I saw it. It was too much. It was stinking. If you go to the Twitter space, it was stinking. You go to Instagram, Facebook, it was stinking. What was coming out from Nigeria? Not because
you must be a funny guy. Have you been to Dr. Damage's recently?
Stop calling me funny, man. Stop calling me funny.
You are being funny now. Have you been to Dr. Damage's recently and see what an ethnic jingoism looks like? Have you been to Niger Watch and see what ethnic jingoism looks like?
One man, you see, one thing about me is this, right? Whenever if I see something,
We
I will
try to
say
have a
something.
balanced conversation, and then you
So
still try
so
to stymie us.
if I see something, I will say something, regardless whether it is Dr. Damages. I'm not able to go to Dr. Damages because maybe I might be sleeping at that time. But whenever I come out to say something, I just say it the way it is. Many people do not like me about that, even some of my friends. But I will tell you the truth, whether it hurts. So
All
what
right,
I'm just saying
let's
is
just
one
move
man.
on. This is heading nowhere.
So
Let's have your final
it's
say and we
okay.
move on.
It's
Yeah.
okay. And what I'm just trying to say is this:
But please
that we have a lot of
don't stoke ethnic ambers and
nobody
let
is talking.
yes,
Nobody's
but
talking it. I am
let
not
the
talking.
conversation flow. Don't stoke ethnic ambers. Don't stoke it
I don't know what you mean
you
by
know when you
ambers.
do it, I hear it. Oh, even sometimes I let it go, but I do hear it. Don't
But
stoke
one man,
ethnic ambers.
one man. The issue there is this, right? And it's like it's like this issue is getting stale. But the issue there is this, right? I live in a country, and I know what discrimination is like. I have seen people that have gone through it. So if I should be accepted in another man's country, and in my own country, somebody is calling me another name, then it is different. It is different. So if you are not angry to this point, what it's okay. It's all right. But I must say the truth. And on the truth, I must stand. It does not matter if I'm here or not. I must say the truth.
All right. Fair enough. I think I've made my point, but fair enough. I'm not quite sure where we were, but back to you, Des. But please, no more of this. We will continue to speak freely. That's not going to change, no matter who. But that's just it. So sorry, you were talking to us about the demonstrations in America.
I don't think. I think I've left there. I was on a topic almost as the one we're having now, but I wasn't heading to Rhodes Vivour. I don't know. Mama is actually you that took me there, which is sad.
Yeah, I took you there. You took us all there, and you caused all this kerfuffle.
The truth is that the fact that we are still identifying or still symbolizing our symbolism as a Yoruba, more than we are identifying as a Nigerian, it's taking Nigeria no freaking way. I mean, if we are still having this mindset that I'm Yoruba first before I am a Nigerian, then it's sad that Nigeria is doomed to fail. Whatever we do is doomed to fail until we start removing our sense of thought from that dimension. I mean, it's sad. I mean, I don't know if it's a lot of Yorubas that are doing this right now, or if it's just the touts. I want to blame it on the touts, But if I do that, then I'm denying some fact that I see online. If it's just the touts, I would say then if majority of Yorubas are nice or wise thinking people, like I believe to, then they would overwhelm the people that that are tribalistic online. That is how I see it. But when the tribal people overwhelm the people that are rational, then I'm like, okay, shouldn't be so. That's why I'm saying that.
Okay. So are you saying the Yorubas are tribal more so than where the people from where you come from?
Yes, I mean, from what
All
I'm
right.
seeing now, from what I'm seeing now, I didn't believe it before. I used to think like education and if you're versatile in the way you think and you know you have experience and you travel a lot would actually open you up and free you up from this tribal and religious sentiment that Nigeria has been in for a long time. But this period showed me that we are too tied to
Yes, can I
tribe.
interject?
Let
Yes,
me,
can I
sorry.
interject?
Who's
So,
interjecting?
no, based on what you're saying, yes, can I interject? So,
Yeah.
sorry, I want because you just mentioned now that Yorubas are more tribal when it comes to Nigeria. I think I object to that. Now, looking at what just transpired during the election period, I can't say that Yorubas are more tribals. You can. The only thing you can tell me is that the set of Yorubas that are supporting APC, they are tribals. The group of people that support it, because this Yoruba don't
No,
just
so how are
support
they?
that. I support that.
No, sorry. How are they tribal for supporting APC?
Okay, let
No,
me
hold
say
on.
this.
That's to Emmanuel. How are they tribal for? I'm desperately trying to escape this space, by the way. But how are they tribal for supporting APC?
yeah, one man. The reason why I say they are tribal is that they don't look at things objectively. The other the angle I'm
How
coming
so? How so? How so?
Okay, for instance, you understand just what we just discussed earlier. Now, you understand they were not objective to analyze this guy heritage. They were just, because the Igbos in Lagos tend to lean towards him, so they just color that guy and tarnish his image. So
No. Why would no? Hold on. That's your interpretation. What was their objection to Rhodes Vivour?
the objection was that he was not speaking Yoruba fluently.
And is that a legitimate objection?
One man, to me, I think this is the second time I'm saying this, in that you can't deny me my heritage because I'm not speaking
No.
fluently.
Hold on. That's just the question now. They are saying he doesn't speak the language and understand the culture. We saw him at the Obi'S palace with the cap on. He doesn't speak the language or understand the culture. Is that a legitimate objection? Just say yes or no.
One man is not a legitimate objection. That's what I'm
One man
saying.
can intervene.
Can I
It's
Woman,
not.
come in? One more.
can I
Can I
just I'm actually saying
can
something.
I
I don't know what
interject?
this is
Because,
about.
Hold on. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko.
one man, I have not finished what I'm saying.
We know what you're saying now. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko.
Woman, I don't want you to address this Vivor's issue anymore. And you should not tolerate anybody talking about this guy anymore.
All right.
Leave Rhodes Vivour alone.
Yeah, I don't know why people always take me there. I'm not trying to go to Rhodes Vivour. I don't know why they always take me there.
Rhodes Vivour is out of the issue now. We should not say anything about Rhodes Vivour anymore. Whether it's Yoruba or it's not Yoruba, people should just leave this guy alone, and we shouldn't entertain any discussion. You should not even say anything about him anymore on this show. Enough is enough of that. Woman,
Ajali
my
Koko,
advice.
All right. Let's move on.
Hello, woman. Hello, woman.
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah, sorry. The way we are going this morning, please. If you look at the way they are taking the issue this morning, they have a target. And if you see the narrative,
I know they have a target. I know
yes,
that.
the narrative that they are painting, it's just like somebody is like kettle cut and calling a pot
All
black.
right. No. All
You
right. Let's
understand?
move.
So but nobody, we should. I think we should be. If I,
All right. Let's move away from
Okay.
there. Like Ajanle Koko
One
said.
man, can I respond to
No,
Alexander
let me
Gomez?
finish. Anybody can respond whenever. I don't like this. I'm
It's
not
just
even
gone
saying
out of
anybody.
control now.
Yeah, like I was saying, woman, I don't like what is going on in Lagos. The thing is, I hear this Igbo should leave Lagos, and I asked this question.
you can
If
see
you're
again. You can see again.
Let me
I mean,
finish, brother.
one
This
man.
is my section. Can I finish? This is my section before everybody took over it,
No.
please.
All right. So you heard what Ajanle Koko and Alexander
I'm not
said.
talking about Rhodes Vivour,
So
please.
no, this ethnic whatever it is that you guys always do.
No, one man. This is what is going on. This is politics. What is going on ground? I'm not talking about whatever. I'm talking about what is happening at the moment. Whatever people are saying is gonna happen. It's still happening. If we keep quiet, it's still gonna happen. It's not like if we keep quiet, it will stop happening. No, I'm saying when you say I should leave Lagos, my question is because I see a lot of
Who is saying you should leave Lagos?
so many people, so many touts are saying Igbo should leave Lagos.
All right. So then you are guided by what the touts say.
FFK said it, one man on his tweet.
Yes, someone just confirmed it. So when you're saying that, I'm saying let me even just take my family as an example. Me, I have close to 100 million worth of assets in Lagos. Are you going to give me back that money? My brother has close to 500 million. Are you going to give him that money to take back to do whatever he wants? This is just one family, close to 600 million. Talking about all the whole Igbo families that have invested in Lagos. Billions of, if not trillions of naira in Lagos. And you're saying leave Lagos, leave Lagos. Does it even make sense? I just told you I'm trying to sell my my apartment in Lagos. The funny thing is, people trying to buy it are still the Igbos. So you see, the funny thing is, we have invested so much, and we
Name your
have.
price.
Let me.
I'm going to buy it.
You're going to buy it.
Yes.
Please
I'll
let me
send
give
you
you a
my.
date in the deal.
I'll send you. I'll put my number. That's fine. The thing is, yeah, as this Nigerian set up by in 1914, as we have set up and we are still identifying ourselves as Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, whichever one you're related to. If we are still doing that, and deep down is in our blood system that we can't take it away, Nigeria as a country will never ever work until we start thinking about capacity competence in every ramification of what we're doing. If we start thinking like that, that is when Nigeria as a country will succeed. I'm saying this because I know no country can survive tribe. No country ever can even survive religion. Like, I mean, we're actually freaking in religious war, like for over how many years? But we don't even know. Let me say it. But
No, no.
we
Hold on, man. This is just your interpretation of matters, which is not
yeah,
a
this is my
representation of
opinion,
anything.
right?
Yeah,
My
yeah.
opinion,
But
right?
your opinion is not based on anything. You are saying you want to sell your property because you feel threatened in Lagos. Yeah, and
No,
in the
no,
same
no. It's not
hold
even
on.
one man.
Hold on, yeah, hold on. In the same breath, you told us that the people who want to buy it are of your ethnic stock. Is that not inherent contradiction in that already? Yeah, what is
No,
just a
I'm
wild
saying no,
things
no,
to
no.
say?
One man. Even when I told you I'm trying to say is when after the presidential election. It wasn't now. I told you before. Even when after before this stupid shit started happening, which I became so sad about. It wasn't about Yoruba telling me to leave Lagos. That wasn't about it. It was about Nigeria is not gonna work. It wasn't about tribe. That was what it's about, first of all. But I'm just saying is the only people that has actually identified as Nigeria are the Igbos, one man.
Oh, all right. Oh, all right. Oh,
The
all
only
right.
people I'm
One
going to
man,
give
can
you
I
No,
reason.
no,
respond
no,
to
no, no,
No,
no.
one man.
No, I
Let me
tire of it,
finish
man.
now.
No, please don't. We know what you're going to say because you said it 1,000 times here before. But
Okay,
it's just tedious, So
one man.
let,
Wha-
yeah.
One man,
Let
can I
me
respond to
finish.
Egbon Alexander?
If
Are
can I
you going to
finish
move
before
it
you
away from
respond?
this all
I'm
this
going to
ethnic
move it
bother?
gradually away. Calm down. I know what I'm doing. But anyway, like I said, we have to start calling for peace and start thinking about what we say before we say it. And that is the very important thing to do. Think about what we say before we say it, because a lot of BS comes out from each and every one of us mouths, and we think it's okay. Just like Joel of Nashville said, as soon as you start correcting or accepting that you made a mistake and say I'm sorry and learn, that is when you move forward. If you as a person don't do that, you're
All
not
right.
going to.
Thank you for the life lesson,
Thank-
Desmond. Yeah, carry on, Fatai.
Yeah, yeah. It's a little bit demeaning now. We are not children now. We know we should think before. My mother taught me when I was 5 years old about that. I do know that. I think one man. I think I agree entirely with Baba Janle Koko. I don't think there is any upside. And I also think that no matter how it's a no-win situation, right? The discussion about GRV and all of those. I think people probably calculate that it's it's a weakness for you. So I think you should just leave it. I don't know. You don't need the targeting. But just one sentence before I go to brother Desmond. I think it's a little bit demeaning. Right? I don't talk about, actually the most time I've talked about Lagos is like I'm talking about Tinubu's achievement in Lagos. Actually, the only thing I've been so excited about is that. So I don't know. But I think it's a little bit demeaning to be every time. I always listen to Desmond every time. He's talking about this investment. Look, Lagos has been seeing investment for centuries, right? So those investments you're talking about, they are not even a major part of money flowing through Lagos. So don't worry about it. It's very demeaning. What is the
Let me
investment?
say
But don't
this.
worry about it.
No,
I
no,
don't want
Fatai,
to go. I
Fatai.
just want to
Fatai,
make a
I'm
mention
gonna
that
say
because I've
this. One
listened.
man. If you want me to stop coming to your platform, it's okay. I don't like the fact that when I'm making a statement, I get cut off. It's demeaning. One, I see a lot of people make some I don't know how to call it, some tribal whatever, and you relax and keep it flowing because it suits your narrative. That is fine. But I'm just saying this, when I'm making a statement and you don't allow me to finish, it's demeaning. Because Fatai is interjecting or whatever, allow me to finish what I'm saying. I've not come here for a while. Allow me to finish. I've been interjected so many times. If I finish and you don't want to hear it or whatever, I know
But
there's some people
there's
listening to me.
you were taking us in the direction that everybody wants us to move away from. We don't want to stoke the embers of ethnic discord. We don't want to do that. We are happy to have intelligent conversations, but if it's not fact based and there's all this dog whistle and smoke signals embedded in some of the narratives, then of course that's not what we
One
want to
man,
do. If we want to have intelligent conversations, that's just all we want, you
one
know.
man, anything happening now in the political system is tribe. We know it's tribal. We can't even go away from it right now. You first asked me about the obedience and all that stuff. I started answering. There is nothing that is happening now that is not stoking up ethnic tension. So don't say if I'm saying it or we are going to stop going there. Because that's what's happening. Markets are burning. When I say it, you say it's stoking up ethnic. But it's what do you want me to say? To start singing song?
Which markets are burning?
One man,
My God.
one man, please, can I,
One
you
man, can
know,
I just
uh,
finish my this thing? One man, this is what I mean. Look,
okay, after
they
Fatai.
don't
Yeah.
want people to move on from the discussion, but at the same time, they don't want to stop calling people tribal. Everything is not tribal because people are talking does not mean everything you say is tribal, right? I mean, this old thing, I don't even get
Okay.
it. You
Let
can't
me
even
let me
call a
say
name; they
this.
call it tribal. Everything is if everything is tribal, nothing is tribal.
It's just
This
about
is
Fatai.
the
Fatai, listen. It's just about
this
two
is the
days ago.
demeaning. This is
I
the
think
demeaning
three
of that
days
word
ago,
tribal.
Fatai. 3 days
You
ago.
said,
We two,
you
three
said,
days ago, they were having a conversation on the market burning. One man made a statement about where is the evidence, and they have shown him some people saying their whatever has burnt and all that stuff.
no, one man was
But
saying
no,
markets
let
burn
me
every
finish.
time.
Let me finish
Markets
now,
burn
and let me
everywhere every
finish
time.
now. And he now said market burn anytime. They have not done a forensic to find out what happened. But the truth is that whenever, in fact,
Hold on, Des. You keep saying people interject you. It's only because you paint that conversation. I said that there's no, it's not immediate to attribute it to arson, and then we went
okay,
on to have conversations around the fact that there were no health and safety systems within the Nigerian space, and the way
Yeah.
people cobble up open wires that spark instances, and we
that's
cited
just what
several
I
instances.
said now,
Yeah,
one
yeah,
man.
no, but no, you said I said go and
No,
bring me the evidence,
I
which is
said
totally
they
different.
didn't do
No
any
improvements, man.
forensic, and that's what you just said. Because someone was saying that it was arson. I think it's Joel of Nashville, and you're saying no proof for that and all. But the thing is that there is no place or no. I've encountered fire in the market. So I live in Onitsha, so that's so obvious. Even in a house, one man, if a house burned, they already know what happened. Nigeria has that nothing, as in if you see where something is burning, ask people around. They already know
Des,
what
can I
caused the.
interject? Sorry.
Oh, fine.
just on what someone asked you. So, um, well, good day, everybody. I don't even want to. There's a couple of things I want to address and what's been going on in the past couple of hours I've been listening to. But let me not even go there. Let me just address the immediate thing one man asked. So, one man, I think the whole thing that disturbs people's sensibility, and I don't know if as someone that is in Lagos, uh, as someone that is in Lagos right now, it gets to me even more because I'm experiencing it firsthand. Not to talk of maybe others that are outside that are hearing it from their loved ones. But one man, it is happening. These markets that you use to gaslight, do you know that thugs, some people call them Yoruba people. Me, as I always maintain on this platform, I call them APC thugs. Because some of them could be Igbo, some of them could be Calabar. They are APC thugs.
How many markets have been burnt in Lagos?
Not less than 4. Not less than 4.
What
in
time
a couple
period?
of weeks.
Post the election.
Yes, post pre-elections.
We played a clip yesterday of a warehouse being burnt. That's nothing to do with the, just to highlight that.
No.
Yeah.
See the difference, one man. And what I'm about to say now, I can provide you clips to back it up. Most of the markets that were burnt, including the spare parts markets in Lagos, most of them were not burnt. They didn't just get up and see them burnt. Most of them, they were threatened that if they do certain things is going to happen. And when they feel that you guys have done it, those certain things they do, they said, goes ahead to happen the next day. So these guys, when you listen to them, I'm coming one month, when you listen to them address the press, they say they told us they will burn down our shops, and they did it. We came down and our shops are down. They told us they would do this and we will suffer for what we did, and they're going to frustrate us out of it. Mama, do you know that yesterday?
Did they tell, when they're addressing the press, did they tell the press what the police response was when they lodged the complaint that they were being threatened?
One man. We know who the police answers to in Lagos. Now, let me tell you what I wanted to say before.
No. Hold on now. You said they were threatened, and then subsequently that threat came to pass. So the sequence of order will be, once the threat is made, they report to the police, and then after the threat is made, then they are able to identify the people who made the threat. So did that sequence follow?
Okay, one man, you actually took me to where I was heading to. Now,
right,
all of these things that happens get complained to the police, but you know the problem. Lagos state government, the only time they have gotten so close to showing any concern was the one that happened days to the governorship election, which Sanwo-Olu had to go there and start laying blocks. Now, some have happened after governorship election. Nobody saw Sanwo-Olu there. Now, yesterday, a shop in Lagos, were dominated by a certain region of this country, was closed down. The gate was closed, and I have the video too. The gate was closed by the local government chairman. There was no memo was sent to them.
No reason.
Saying there is a maintenance in this market, or don't come to shop tomorrow. Nothing. People turned up for work in the morning, and the market was closed. They were asking the thugs, what is wrong? They said order from local government chairman. I have the video. People are saying they promised us in this market that if we vote a certain way, they're going to frustrate us till we leave Lagos. They were saying in the videos. Now they're showing market closed. Why? No reason. Nobody's offering solution. And Lagos state government is not standing up to it. Meaning that these things that they sanction.
When the market is closed, there are often instances, notices on the gate, or when the press. So, what notice was placed on the gates to say?
Yeah.
And also outside of the southeastern spaces that suffered fire, has any other space that was not predominantly southeastern suffered fire post the election?
Woman, what you're doing is gaslighting.
Oh, what's
and I'm going to call you out.
I am gaslighting.
Respectfully.
I am gaslighting.
Yes, why I tell
Do you
you
know?
you're
Do you know what
gaslighting? Let me explain to you.
Do you know
I'm
what
not saying.
gaslighting
Let me
means?
explain to you.
Do you know?
Let me explain to you respectfully. Let me explain to you. What I wanted to address is what APC is doing in Lagos against a certain tribe. Now does not mean that violence is
You
not
have
going on in other markets.
hold
I'm
on. You
addressing
have
a
to
specific
hold on. You have
situation.
to you have to establish the parameters for that comment before you're able to land it. So before you are able to make that statement, you have to establish the parameters for it, and it's the parameters that you're still trying to establish. So I'm asking you, how many fire incidents happened in Lagos post the election, and how many of them happened in a predominantly southeastern space?
Most 80 to 85% of
Say I
all
don't
fire
know.
incidents.
So I don't know. If you don't know, don't make it up.
No. I'm telling you what I know. I don't have to tell you I don't know.
Right.
One man, if you know how I am following things, you will know that I don't come to blab on national platforms or international platforms. You know me already. Because see, this thing that is happening, I don't know, this whole gaslighting is driving me crazy. I talk to keke people, I talk to thugs on the street. I know what's going on in Lagos, and it is very unbearable for people to come on international platform and gaslight it and pretend that they don't know what is going on in Lagos, and it's very shameful. APC needs to, and let me state it again. There is no problem between Yorubas and Igbos, in as much as they are trying so much to push that narrative. Majority of my friends in Lagos are Yorubas. A lot of them hate Tinubu more than I am. Sometimes I find myself defending Tinubu sometimes, and they are disgusted about it. And they are Yorubas, and I'm Igbo. It has nothing to do with Yoruba versus Igbo. It has everything to do with a party.
All right, we must move away from this.
Okay, let me just conclude what I'm saying.
Quickly address
It has
my
everything to do with
question.
a party that believes the only way they can hold power is by dividing Nigerians across ethnic lines and inciting some thugs in some Yorubas that are vulnerable, telling them that their problem is not Tinubu, their problem is not bad government, that their problem is Igbos.
All right. So what you just said then, that is a Playtown's subjective view, which is entitled to. It's not one that I endorse, but certainly is right to express it. So we must just move on. It's getting quite it's too much.
One man, I'm about to leave. Let me just say this thing real quick. And,
well, but don't stoke any more ethnic something, no, because we want to move away from that.
I'm not going to stoke any ethnic stuff, but I'm going to tell you the truth. One man, you need to pay attention to what is happening to the Southeasterners in Lagos State. Make it a topic. Make it a point of duty. As you go out to get information out there, go and see what is going on. Because you see, easy to be on this other side saying that it does not affect me. What is going on in Lagos State today? When it starts, it's not going to be fine for anybody. One man, I am not telling you what to do on your show. I'm not going to tell you the topic. But what I'm just telling you is this. Please, because you always try, I brought up this issue Octan just raised up. And you brushed it aside. You say it is ethnic. If somebody attack me, you say it is not ethnic. I don't know how you want me to do. If somebody beat me, I cry. You say, why do I cry? If you ask me somebody that beat me, I tell you somebody that beat me, you say I'm tribal. That is the point. One man, please. I don't know what it is. But I don't know. I'm not going to pinpoint anything on it. But I think you are being so dismissive about the plight of the people.
I am not being this. I am not. Hold on, because you make all this sort of things. I'm not dismissive of anything. What you will notice is that what I'm trying to do, which I hope you notice, I'm trying to penetrate the facts as what stands as substance. Because the whole space is charged. Okay, if you don't want to hear, then
you have the information, one man.
Which information?
You have the access to those information. If you do not have access,
okay. Let me give you an example. A previous conversation on who's that? So a previous conversation on this platform, still the same sort of narrative that everywhere is aflame and people are being targeted and or whatnot, and people are being killed. So we then said to the person that brought that narrative, okay, how many people have been that lost their lives in Lagos? So who's that? Can you mute yourself because we are feeding back? We asked the guy how many people have lost their lives in Lagos. He couldn't give us an answer. I said maybe 1 or 2, but the way he was building up, just in the tone and texture that you use, he was building up to that everybody is aflame and people are slaughtering each other on the streets. So
No.
I don't know to the contrary.
Okay.
But hold on. Then we interrogated him that, okay, how many incidents of this are? I say, oh, are you not aware? No. And then you try to nail him down, and he couldn't. He said maybe 1 or 2. And then I am being accused of gaslighting. Is that not what gaslighting is? You know, we try to penetrate and establish the fact, and you get rallied on and riled against.
Okay. What my own point is this, one man, that most times you go out there, you go out of your way to get information from sources, Sahara reporters, channels. You have done it here. You play it for the longest. These videos are out there. These clips are out there on some major media.
I scour the media space every day. There's not an abundance of any of these things. I don't see them. I'm sure you can send it to me, but it's not what dominates the media space. It's not anything that is in circle. The narrative around this is charged up, but the substance of what underpins that narrative is very flaky. This is what we're finding.
Because they don't have the media. If one shop, a shopping complex, where let me use this word, where Yorubas are trading, got locked up without no reason, one man everywhere will be carrying it. Why?
Of course not.
So what I'm trying to say is this:
who keeps muting themselves and echoing back?
I don't know who's doing that.
No. But what you're saying is not actually factual as well, because it's not. It is not. If a market, it is not. If a market gets shut down in Lagos, which I'm sure it gets done routinely for whatever administrative purposes, is not a newsworthy thing. It's just an administrative process. The only time that it gets to the news is when an ethnic coloration is being inferred. So that's why I invited that question from Uptown. That in Lagos post the elections, how many markets have been burnt, etc., how many houses have gone ablaze? Yesterday we showed a warehouse being burnt there that was not dominated by people of a certain region. If that warehouse had belonged to somebody of a certain region, it will have an ethnic inflection. So that's the point.
Now let me answer your question, one man. The issue here that we're talking about is this. We have seen it happen and it is in the news.
Mm.
The reason why I don't send it to you is this. Whenever I send you stuff, you don't play it. I have sent you, if you go to your Instagram, I have sent you countless number of things. Then I stop sending to you because you never play it. And then if I send it to you and I say, one man, there's a video I sent to you on this platform, you just say it. You say, oh, you dismiss it. It is very dismissive of you to do so. But what do? I just come and I make my statement and I go. The issue there is this: if you want the clips, I can send it to you so that you can deliberate it, even if it's one person that is seeing it. Let them see it because it is real. Those people I saw this morning, they didn't just go out to the market and just start making video. You will see it. I have sold in the market before. If they want to close the market, there's no reason why they even close the market if it's not for sanitation. And they will tell you the time within time. They don't even close the market except for Sundays. So why should people come on? You have a group of over 300-400 people out there coming to a market. No sign on the gate, no nothing. We have to be careful of the kind of politics we play. That is my own thing, one man. I'm going to send you the clips if you want to. If you do not want to, it's still okay. If you still want to be dismissive as usual, it's all right. But I will still come on this show until I am booted out to come and say the truth.
You are never going to be booted out. Certainly, the only thing that will get you booted out is foul language, you know.
No, I know, but I always come here to say the truth, one man, because the thing there is that I want Nigeria to work. I don't know about you guys. So if this thing is coming up, look at the kind of propaganda we are seeing today. So if this is what Tinubu is bringing,
you're talking about propaganda. Sorry, Thomas, can you give me a moment? So you're talking about propaganda. Is that not what you've just done for the last 30 minutes or so to propagandize?
No, there's not propaganda. There's not propaganda there. It is free. What I'm telling you is free. It's there on the streets. I am not telling you. I am not coming here to tell you what is not happening. So one man, a propaganda is posting out something that did not happen. What I am telling you is what happened. But it's just that because you are, like I said, dismissive about what I say.
I'm not dismissive about. I'm not dismissive about anything, but I don't take the same leap that you do. I don't take the same leap. Listen, I don't take the same leap that you do. So if something happened, you're still bringing me back to what I said to Uptown, that how many incidents of several incidents that happen in Lagos, but if it happens to, so who's that now? So if it happens to a certain ethnicity, then it takes an ethnic coloration. But it happens, there are countless fire incidents in Lagos, pre and post the elections, but if it happens, it's countless fire incidents in Lagos, pre and post the elections, which is a sign of bad governance and lack of management. And so all of that's a separate narrative. But if it happens, if that fire just by happenstance happens to a particular section of the country, indigenous South, then it takes an ethnic coloration. So the only thing that ethnicizes is if it's established that it is ethnic. So the fire in itself engulfing a place owned by a particular ethnic stuff, the fire engulfing it is not in itself an ethnic act. The only thing that ethnicises is if it's established, maybe not even in fact, but in terms of the build up to it, or if it's ethnic in the way it presents, then it's ethnic in the way it presents. But a fire engulfing the space owned by an ethnic space is not in itself an ethnic thing, because fire engulfs all over Lagos. Do you see the point?
Okay, I see your point, but one man, you've always asked.
So if fire burns down an Igbo shop, it's not automatically they're after us again. No, unless you're able to establish that is indeed the case. So that's just it. Is that not a reasonable base to assess? Have I said anything unreasonable?
Please, one man.
Let me just round up, then I will just leave the space for you. One man, the process you said, what you said was the reasonable thing to do. But the thing that you failed to do is that, you see, you forget in a situation like Nigeria where the government seems to turn a blind eye to the plight of the people, then you can be able to say, yes, because prior to the election, people threatened. So it's a question of the wish Christ at the night and the shadows in the morning. So we can try to douse this. You are asking me about a market that was
okay. How do we douse it? How do you douse it? Because your language is inflammatory, and Uptown and Desmond as well. Your language is inflammatory.
Is the truth. The best way to solve this issue is by talking.
By not ethnicizing every incident. Is that a good starting point? Not ethnicizing every incident.
One man. Look, let me tell you something.
Come
in, Ajan Lekoko. Yeah, let Ajan Lekoko come in.
The question I want to ask is this the first time that we have had a fire incident that affected where Igbo people occupy as 2 years? 2 years. 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 2 years places. Is this the first time that we have had fire incident in Lagos? Has it not
No, it's not
happened
the
in the
first
past?
time.
Hold on.
It has happened in the
Has it
past.
not- It has happened in the past. Why was it not colored or called then as an ethnic cleansing? Because now, because of this fire incident that just happened, this time of election that was, we too much tribal connotation and too much ethnic, reflection and everything that you want to mention. Why now? Why now is it's been described as ethnic cleansing? Various fire incidents has happened in the past. Nobody said Yorubas are killing us. Yoruba doesn't want us. Yoruba are sending thugs to kill us. Why now? That is my question. Why now?
Ajali Koko,
Why
if PC is sending talks, no Yoruba, we need to get this
we
thing
have never
very
said
clear.
Yoruba.
What
We have never
is
said Yoruba.
Let's
It
get
is
it clear.
APC. And it is very, very clear in with the way we make our statement. Because prior to the election, we saw this threat. This threat is everywhere. You cannot say you did not see it
What do
on
you mean?
Twitter.
What threat did you see before the election? Which threat? Who threatened
Oh,
who?
MC
oh
Oluomo now.
no.
Who
MC
No,
threatened
no,
Oluomo.
no, no,
who?
no, 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 no. Hold on, please.
Mama
Please.
Chinedu.
Please, one man, please. Let's address this issue, and I'll be brief. We had the case of MC Lomo. We had the one of that is something that was in Sudlere in Amuwodofi. We have seen many cases of people that you saw on the
ballet in
the media,
the ballet
telling people
in Aja as well.
in Aja, telling people not to vote, or if you are from here, don't come in. It was there.
So
The Adani lady said she was beaten up because they thought she was Igbo. So please, let's
hold on.
Okay,
You
go
have
ahead.
just mentioned some threats by some Oluomo and some other people against some people now.
Mm-hmm.
What of some video that we watched too, that we had some Easterners saying they have to take Lagos. That Lagos, we have to go and take it. If they mess up, we have to burn down Lagos. There are various videos.
Where is the video?
I think I need the video too.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. APC, look. After this
audio when people were threatening that Lagos must be burned down.
Where is their faces? Where are their faces?
What's that?
Where are their faces? Bring it up. Bring the video. I challenge you. Bring the video.
Video.
I tell you, bring the video.
We just mention names. We expect you to mention names as well.
Mention names.
We expect you to mention names as well. Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C.
What I just want to
come on now.
What I just want to advise everybody: don't allow this election to consume. Let election has gone. Who have won? State won in various places in Nigeria. Obi won presidential in Lagos. APC won governorship in Lagos. So they won in various candidates won in various places. Election has gone. Why are we trying to hyper and continue to divide ourselves along ethnic line over nothing?
Please, can I
All
respond
these
to
are
Baba?
just emotional driven
Baba,
nonsense.
You know what inflames
Emotional
people
driven
is
nonsense that we always come and press online, come and fight for what does it worth it? It doesn't worth it. All this that
No,
what is the purpose?
You're being dismissive. You're being dismissive.
Sorry,
You're being dismissive.
See, sir.
What are we trying to achieve here?
Sir. See,
all this noise. What is it going to achieve? We have
don't call it
authority
noise
in place.
now. This is
Let me
is
speak.
reality, sir.
You
Why
guys
calling
have
it
been
noise?
speaking. Let me speak. Have I spoken? I've been listening to you guys for hours. Let me speak. For God's sake. The
Okay, I talk. I beg. We should be God
What are we trying to achieve with this? What are we trying to achieve? We cannot achieve anything. We cannot achieve anything. Going after each other, trying to destroy each other, trying to fuel. I mean, I don't get it. Election has come and gone. Let's forget about it. Somebody has won. Another person taking that person that won to court. Let's wait and see what is going to happen at the law court. What is it? Who is carrying out ethnic cleansing against another? Some people say, oh, they are trying to commit genocide. Is that not what that ends? They trying to say, well, let's go and invite IPOB to come and defend and fight for us. I mean, we should just stop this and let's move on. One man, let us forget about
Yeah,
this.
let me.
All this
Okay.
argument and just
I
move on.
need to
Wait,
Let
one
them
man.
hear
Let me
from
just
it.
let me shift the discussion away from what we've been
One
saying.
man, can you ask me the next question, please?
All right.
That is my
Let's
question.
I'll bring you back in a moment, but let's go to Ife to move us away from this whatever it was that you know. But that space we have to tackle it at some point, you know, because often use the term gaslighting. I'm not quite sure if it has a full understanding of, but if there is gaslighting going on about who exactly is lighting that gas, we will address that at some point. But let's hear from you first.
Yeah. So, I was asked before that is Lagos a Yoruba land? So I've told you guys that the Yorubas make up the majority. So I would see it as a Yoruba land. But that does not mean we don't have other ethnic minority who are indigenous to Lagos there too, you know, which has even affected the naming of some popular places in Lagos. Ojuelegba, Aja. So all those places, they are of Fon origin, they are of Egun origin, or Ogun origin. So that's what I just want to say. Also too, we have some of our people who, when they speak their Yoruba, they have a very funny intonation when they speak their Yoruba. So for somebody who is a Yoruba from other Western states, he will even directly call the person, this one is not Yoruba. Which type of Yoruba is this one speaking? You know, all this Yoruba type of thoughts. So the other one I wanted to say was, Republic of Benin, is it Yoruba land or an Egun land? The general notion is a an Egun land, because
are the Eguns, are they derivatives of the Yoruba stock? Or
they are derivative of the Dahomey people stock.
They're not Yorubas. If I wanted to call you yesterday, I had a meeting with some of your people, your clans people, but I don't know which family they are. We spoke a long time, but if I continue, I'll call you and let's talk. Egun people are not from Yoruba at all, nothing close, no relation. But we'll talk later.
Yeah. So, why I know that is, there's always this song that what's it called, Yoruba say. Yorùbá yóò jẹ́ kí Ègún ò jẹ́ kí Yorùbá mọ̀ Sàǹgbétọ́, àmọ́ Yorùbá jẹ́ kí Ègún mọ̀ Orò. So those ones is like, there is a type of masquerade the Ègún people are known for, and even if you are initiated to it, any community of Igbo people, you can easily be accepted to it, you know. From here to Ghana to Togo, down to to Sierra Leone, if you are initiated into that Zangbeto court, if you understand it, you'll be easily accepted.
Did you not promise to research it so we can do some sort of documentary on it?
One man, yeah, I'm working on it. Don't worry, I'll fix a day for it, or you'll give me the time, you know. Because one thing is, you see, if not for amalgamation and the way West Africa was partitioned, we have one of the richest culture you can think of in the sub-Saharan Africa. But unfortunately for us, I want to believe the mistake we did was when the Europeans were leaving, we did not project our language. If we had projected our language, we would have gone far, 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 far. We would have developed far, far, far better than what we are having today. And it would have helped us to appreciate our culture more, because, okay, let's look at Republic of Benin and Ghana, for example. Nigeria that even ought to be a hub for the diaspora, Cuba, Americans, Jamaicans, Caribbean islands, that needs to even create let's say even a ministry to let these people come back to come and see their culture. Is Ghana and Republic of Benin that is only benefiting from it. For example, in Republic of Benin, they have what's it called? They have Vodun Day, where everybody, even in Brazil, everybody come to Republic of
Yes,
Benin.
I've been watching some clips on that. That
They
voodoo
come
is
there.
yes, mainly Brazilians come here.
Yeah, which is even a national holiday there. Every American now is going to
That is the
Ghana.
official. That's the official religion of that country, isn't it?
Yes,
Voodoo.
the official religion. Even what's it called? Black Americans are going to Ghana, whereby even most of the Black Americans and Jamaicans are from the what you call today maybe South, Southeast, Igbo, everybody in that part, they should be coming to those places, but because we are not projecting ourselves properly, we are losing all these things. And I want to call it English and English madness. All this English madness we are taken, whereby we created a society where if you cannot speak English, you are looked down on. If you are not speaking, even your English is not polished, this British type of English, you are looked down on. And funny enough, some people even come in space of 1 week, they start creating some British accent. When I see those people, I just look at them in some type of manner, So these are the things that I really like. The question is how far, how deep you want to go into the cultural space. But there are still some cultural space. If you look at it, it does not go against either your Christian or your Islam norm, because culture defines your the way you interact with people. Culture defines the way you address your elders, your clothing, how you should even walk, how you should talk, how you should sit down, how you should serve people food, what you should say in company of elderly people. This is culture, and these are the things we are losing. Even culture even defines what should be a taboo. There are some things that are known now. If you are not careful, these countries that we find ourselves are pushing it on our people, because first they see us as an inferior person. For example, we are here. Let's say the Southwest all of a sudden start using. Sorry, what piece? I want to poke at you a little. Let's say all of the Southwest all of a sudden start using Edo language as our official language. How would an Edo man see everybody in the Southwest? Or let's say the same thing, everybody in the Southeast now adopt Yoruba as the official language of the Southeast. How will the Yoruba man see the person from Southeast? That is the same way the Europeans who we have adopted their language over our own language are seeing us. And that's why no matter the type of education you have
If
from Nigeria.
sorry to interject. That's the
Yeah,
problem
Moses.
we are having. That's the problem we are having in that three geopolitical zone, Wazobia. They all, the set of the Igbos, Igbonized all the people down there. The set in the southwest, Yorubanized everybody in that area. In the north, they use Fulani, that is Hausa, to Hausanize everybody. Now, that is bringing big problem to Nigeria right now. That's the problem we are having in this country. If everybody can speak their language, hold on to their language, and they decide to speak their language for communication and business, that will bring a lot of peace. But by forcing your language on people, they must speak that, and after 10 or 20 years, you start calling those people your people, then there will be problem, and that's the problem we are saying. Thank you.
Yes. So we have to understand that's why whatever type of skills we take from our space, they still want to retrain us. Even if you know something at times at workspace, you have to pretend as if you don't know. Let them say whatever they want to say. Then you still do it your own way because we have not modified whatever the school of thought or knowledge base of the world into what should suit us as a people to help our people develop. And that's why we even have segregation in our communities. If I go back to my community now and start speaking English, maybe some people will just say, oh, this one is above us. Meanwhile, it's just a way for me to just communicate. We are the same thing. Because at the end of the day, if you look at it, the person building your house in Nigeria most likely may not have a university degree. The person running your farm for you, most likely you are not as educated as he may not be as educated as you are, but they are productive people. They are productive people. And that's why I'm of this school of thought that we need to look into our education system and get things right. It's not too late to get
Is
things
it
right.
actually education? I don't think education is a problem, to be honest with you. I used to think it was, but right now I really have changed my
Okay,
direction of
let me
thought.
tell you why I said. Let me give you my
I,
own
yeah.
what's it called ideology of what education should be. You see all these go to school, um, give people comprehension passage. In 1972, when Sonny Abacha went to this school, he was 25 years old. Now, the comprehension passage will tell you how old was Sonny Abacha in 1970. You just say 75 years old. Have you seen the comprehension passage of students in England before? How they ask them question? They ask them question on reflective reasoning. For example, you say, let's say passage here in the UK, we could talk about Ruben is a farmer who deals in cow businesses. The question we ask them, can you paint what Ruben does? If you answer as Ruben is a farmer, no, you get it wrong. Now you have to explain this most likely the way you go about it. Ruben most likely lives in.
All right. I think you are intellectualizing beyond our listener base,
No,
but
one man, just
bring
get it, just get it. Don't worry.
one thing so low, but bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ruben is a farmer. His cow will likely be used as beef. So you have to give reflexive reasoning to what we are doing. And that's why most times, instead of adopting that type of system, you have families who were into blacksmiths before, doing very fine. That was what their parents did. All of a sudden, these people, they went to the university system. They could not practicalize what they are doing because they did not indigenalize the education system to suit the communities we grow up in. So I really want to see that again, if it's possible to get.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Fair. So that's something to reflect on. So back to
Can you
you.
go to the next question?
All right. Talk to us about Blessing CEO. So that's your area of specialty. How come she has been arrested? What's going on with Blessing CEO?
Area of my expertise. I don't even know who is Blessing CEO.
Are you not like a show business sort of Instagram follower type of
No,
babe something or the other?
I'm not a social. I'm not. You hardly see me on social media, woman.
You did I not see you playing the piano and drinking
I
brandy all
mean,
over and showing off all over social media?
I wasn't showing off. That was actually before you see me video. If I
Or
send you the
pretending
full
to play the
one man,
piano, pretending to
no,
play the
I know
piano.
how to play piano, one man. But if I show you the full clip of that video, my brother was videoing me, and at the end I said don't post. I actually tell him not to post because I'm not a very, I don't know how to say it. But anyway. I don't know who that is, one man, so I can't really comment on it. But I'll go to the police matter of the guy.
Bolanle, Omo
Yes,
Bolanle Arahim.
Mobalanle Rahim. Um, I do hope the police guy or whoever, whatever his name is, get at least something massive, something probably that will get him 40 years plus. Because what he did is more like I don't know. I'm not in the realm of law or whatever. I know it's murder, but I don't know if it's a second degree or first degree. Um, but he should be sentenced at least 30, 40 years so that a lot of people will learn. I mean, the police system needs some kind of reform because this has been going on for a long, long time. I told you the story of a police guy stopping me, almost telling me he will shoot me if I don't show him my phone. That was then, you know. I mean, if you argue too much, they can probably shoot you there. You just have to comply and show him the phone. Before you know it, they don't tell you go to follow me.
Is that not an argument for state policing though? Because with state policing, there's more accountability. Somebody that shoots you now, they can just redeploy him to Borno, and that's the end of the matter.
That's the
But
end.
yeah.
Yes. I mean, that's why I'm saying even if Bola Tinubu gets in there, the people need to check a lot of stuff. There's so many things that we need to checkmate. The House of the senators need to pass into law. They really need it. If they don't want to, let this protest. That's why I want those protests to kind of deviate towards one. They have to start calling for the next election to go in such to remove that clause that it says that INEC should do whatever they want or whatever. They should find a way and call for it to remove.
There's no clause. There's no clause that says INEC should do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean that's the argument about the whether they should be able to post to IRF on live, at the post at the unit or the post or whatever. That's the argument, and you guys are saying in the guideline.
Who's you guys?
I mean, you said it here. Akolata said
Yeah.
it here. I think Ola when he said it that he says that INEC in that law can do whatever they want and they see fit, and they should be able to call for that, to remove that clause or whatever it is in there, and make it mandatory right now, before in the next 4
Make
years.
what make what mandatory?
Uploading the results.
Yeah, but the uploading the results is mandatory.
If it is, then you're automatically saying that P2B is about to win the case. So
no, but the results are uploaded. Have we not seen that on this platform?
It wasn't uploaded. So let's just get that straight.
Do you want us to go?
Hold
it. Do you want us to go to the IREV now?
Can you listen to me? I don't want propaganda, one man. Listen to me first.
But what you're saying is not true, though. What you're saying is not true.
What
the
results I said.
Yeah.
Okay. One question: was it uploaded at the polling unit, one man?
But that's different from what you are saying.
Thank you.
You are
That is what I'm saying.
yeah, no, but that's not. But that wasn't what you said. That maybe that was what you meant, but it wasn't what you said. The results
Okay.
are uploaded. You are saying it should be uploaded in real time. Is that
In
what
real
you're saying?
time. That is what I'm
Right.
saying.
But that wasn't what you said.
That is what I was trying to say, though. If you didn't hear me, no problem. I'm saying that they have to start now and be protesting for the legislatives to pass it into law that it must be a law and is a must. So that's why I said they should remove that whatever INEC saying that they have the right to do whatever they want.
What other legislature or legislation should they pass to ensure that?
To ensure that, or to at this administration, I'm not sure what you mean.
No, you are inviting that they must legislate that INEC must upload results in real time from the polling units. So if INEC has the intentions to do that, what other legislation should they pass in terms of the telecom space for them to guarantee that?
I mean, I think they should even go further, and because Nigeria is a big country, if you can spend that much money, I don't see why electronic
Does
transmission.
Nigeria have the penetration in telecoms to pass that legislation?
I mean, one man, like they said, if you can, like, if you take your picture on your phone and send to someone, if it doesn't upload because you don't have network, where you go to where network is going to upload, right? It's as
Yeah, but
simple as
that's
that.
not real. That's not real time, then, is it?
I mean, it's basically it's not real time, but it's not more than 48 hours. Do you
All
understand?
right. So that then so what? That's already in situation.
No, it's not, one man. If I would say majority of places in Nigeria has telecommunication, right?
Who told you that? Majority of the vast swathe of
I
Nigeria,
know I
the
know my
majority of
village.
no, your village, the majority of Nigeria does not have. I can show you clips. So there's a guy that travels around Nigeria. He can never get network, and if he gets network, is only to some obscure provider that is very shaky. The majority of
But
Nigeria does
one
not have
man,
network.
network was never a problem to INEC. Was there a
Network.
network
No,
problem?
hold on. If you are asking that they legislate for results to be uploaded in real time, then there has to be the facilitation for that to happen.
The
One man, it
facilitation
doesn't
has been
matter.
heavy.
One
Our
man,
network, our telecommunication in Nigeria is very strong now. I don't think network
it
is the
is
problem of
network
that.
is not the problem, one man.
What's the
Let me say
problem?
this. The problem, even if you say, okay, there's no network in some places, at least the places there is network, it has to be a must. Do you understand me?
So they will disenfranchise the places
It,
that don't have network.
no, it's not about
Is
disenfranchising.
this some sort
One
of
man,
apartheid? Are you asking for an
no,
apartheid
one
law,
man, one
an
man.
apartheid
No, one
legislation?
man. It's not. It should be, if so, people like Kenya, as remote as Kenya
Forget people like
is.
Kenya now. We're talking about Nigeria.
One man, I said Nigeria
Brother,
is.
there is nothing called real time. Okay, all this real
Can
time.
we
There's
stop
nothing called
this?
real time.
Can we
Doesn't work.
stop this? Let me say this. If INEC, if they
Brother,
pass
why
it
are you
to
always
law,
telling me stop it? Can you stop
let me
this? Can you stop
finish
this? You
now.
interject
You're
people.
saying
You are
that
telling
there's.
other people
I'm
can
not
you stop this?
interjecting. This is my section. So calm down.
It's been your sessions in the last 5 hours. Only
No,
you have sessions.
all right, bring it home so we can move the conversation on. That's Fatai telling us that
I'm
he's
not
getting
quarreling with
impatient.
you. I don't know why every
All
time
right, no,
you're making noise.
carry on. Don't get into the back and forth. Carry on.
Yeah. One man I'm saying is they have to remove that clause. If for a fact that if they put it there, it must be a must. They have to fight for it. I don't care what you say. If you don't have network, then no problem. Then election can be conducted another time. Even they said it. If there's no network, they can upload a whatever at the back server, whatever they call it. They have a system for that. I don't know how Beavers work, but I
But
think
that
they
was
have.
exactly what played out. It wasn't the
No,
totality of the presidential election that was not
it is
uploaded.
the
It was
totality, one man.
oh my
It is
God!
the
All right,
totality. The
let's
whole
just
the
keep
whole
it up.
presidential, the whole presidential. Nobody can say that they saw something that was live. Nobody. You can bring that proof if you have it, but I don't. I haven't seen any. Um, Like I was saying, I don't even know. I've lost my sense of thought. But Nigeria,
What sense of thought?
you see your problem. I
Yeah,
don't
go on,
like
go
you,
on.
one man.
No, no. Yeah, I couldn't help
One
it. So
man,
yeah, sorry. Kwele,
one
ma
man,
binu.
one man. I hate it when you do that. I
Oh, so
mean,
ma
I,
binu,
I know,
ma
I know
binu
you're
now, ma
trying to,
binu.
I know you're trying to be dismissive, but it's fine. I will always say what I have to say. I don't feel angry when you say that though, because I'm a very free person. I know there are some people listening to me. That's fine. If
Don't
you
worry.
want, if
It's just banter. It's just
if you
banter now.
want, if
Carry
you
on.
want banter, I'm very capable to do that, but it's fine. Um, the truth is that Nigeria needs to work. I feel like Nigeria I feel like has been placed on course or whatever, not to ever work. I mean, just like what was the name of this man, Sarawiwa, before he died in 1995, said, Lord take my soul, but the struggle continues. Him saying the struggle continues is more like a cause, showing us that this country is always going to struggle in all aspects, and we are trying to get that our struggle. Stop being in struggle for goddamn long. We've been struggling for over how many years now, and we can't even seem to get it right. And we have to, as a country and as a nation, if you want to be together. If not,
There's only one. There are only one set of countries that are not in struggle. Everywhere else in the world is in struggle. Is in some sort of a strife outside of the Scandinavian space. It's only those Scandinavian people that don't. Everybody has their struggles.
I don't know. I mean, nobody has the struggle for unity. I would say I don't see a lot of country that has this sort of unity kind of struggle. Trying to
Nigeria does
blend
not
in
have a
together.
Nigeria does not have a unity problem. Nigeria is a
That
very
is
united country.
that is the deceive. You tend to deceive yourself, but it's fine. You can deceive yourself as long as you want. But to me, the way I see it.
Nigerians are the most patriotic to their flags,
Oh my
to their
God.
flag, even more than the Americans. They
Oh
are
my
more
God.
patriotic to their flag than the Americans. Yeah.
Are you trying to be funny, one man?
No, that's a
Because
statement of fact.
I don't
Yes.
want to use that word. That is a very very wrong statement, one man. As in total, I don't even see one single Nigerian that can die for Nigeria. I don't even see one. So don't say that we are patriotic. That's a big lie, one man. But it's fine. It's okay if you want to continue lying to yourself. It's fine. I just if I'm saying if Nigeria can't work, and you think that is you have more alliance to your ethnic group, um, alliance to your ethnic group than you have for Nigeria, then it's a clear it's a clear thing to say that Nigeria will never work if that keeps happening. If that keeps happening, I'm sorry,
Sorry.
I'm
This
sorry,
one,
Wolfgang.
I'll just say this, and then we move the conversation to someone else. In the United Kingdom, it composes of four different countries. There's Northern Ireland, there is Wales, there is Scotland, and then there is England. So all of those composing nations unto themselves, all of those composing ethnic nations unto themselves. Maybe outside, maybe not so much the English, but the Scottish man sees himself first as a Scotsman, ditto Irish, ditto Welsh. They take primary pride in their ethnicity, but they take a wider pride in their Britishness. So I'm not quite sure what you're talking about.
I just said, if you identify more, like
No,
just
but that's what I just said.
agreed with me
They
though.
identified more as being Scottish, Irish, and Welsh, but they
More
still
than
take
they
pride in
more than
Yes,
they identify as a UK.
yes, of course.
Well, I don't live
Have you never
there.
met a Scotsman? Have you ever
I
met a
don't I don't
Scotsman?
live there. I don't live there, but in America that I live, people take the utmost pride of saying I'm an American
No, no.
than any other thing.
America is an artificial
Well,
construct.
I don't care
America
what you say.
but no, hold on. Oh,
One
hold
man,
on.
listen.
There are no indigenous Americans outside of the Native Americans. So So you are just is an experimental country.
I don't. What are you saying? It's still a big nation that has
Yes,
so many people with so many dialect of English. I mean, if you go to Kentucky, they speak different.
Yeah, but
kind
they are
of,
not indigenous. They are not.
They have their
No, they
own
are not.
culture.
Yeah, but they are not indigenous to America, so that's why they can rally to the flag.
I don't know about that, but I'm just saying is we need to start, being patriotic to Nigeria than patriotic to before it can work. I'm just saying this. Before it can work, we need to start being patriotic, more patriotic to Nigeria than patriotic to our ethnic groups. That's just what I have to say, Omar.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you. So let me move the conversation on and take it to Uptown. So Uptown, come into the conversation and pick it up from whichever point interests you. I don't want to ask questions. I just want to give you the chance to narrate to the conversation. Uptown, are you still there? All right. Uptown not immediately available. So let's go to
so I can go sleep.
Okay, let's come to you then. I forget that you are in Abuja. Yes. Come into the conversation. I don't know quite well. I was thinking, I'm going to bail out early today, and I was already thinking, should I have a meal before I go to bed? But here we are now, back where we always end up, the Igbos and the Yorubas. But come into the conversation and take us through what your thoughts are, Emmanuel.
One man, I actually want to start from the audio, though it's not part of the topic, but I just want to address the audio that
yes, Daddy.
Yes, the Yes Daddy audio that you talked of yesterday.
There are rules around that. If you want to come into the Yes Daddy conversation, there are rules around that. So you have to abide by the rules. Hold on. Let me tell you what the rules are. So this is the rule of the Yes Daddy space.
LOP, yes daddy. OB, yes daddy. OB one name. Thank you, daddy.
Okay, to you.
Okay, one man, thank you, daddy. So that's what we want to
Carry on. Sorry.
Okay, so this is why I said APC are dividing Nigeria.
Don't take us back there, please.
Let me talk. Let me talk.
Carry on.
Let me go to the details of what is happening in Nigeria. Yes, APC. This is only thing they know how to do best, to come and divide Nigeria. They use two things to divide Nigeria: religion and ethnicity, and they know how to play the game. Yeah. So they try to label P2B as he's campaigning on ethnic, being an ethnic bigot and all that. They failed. Now they went and invade his privacy and doctored his conversation, which is against the law. Somebody's privacy, you invaded it, and you went out there and turned the narrative upside down, and you circulated it. So tell me, this is the government that is coming to rule Nigeria. 200
Emmanuel, sorry.
Thomas, let me finish. Thomas, let me finish.
No. Don't go with that narrative.
Let me finish.
Hold on, please.
I said, you always do this anytime I'm talking.
No.
Sorry. Hold on for Thomas. Thomas, come in and let him carry on. Sorry. Go to it.
Yeah, Emmanuel, please. We are not propaganding here. Which side of the audio was doctored? Is it where
it was talking it through. Now let him talk it through, Thomas. Back to Emmanuel. Yeah. Sorry, carry on, Emmanuel. Yeah.
They invaded his privacy, they leaked his video, and they doctored everything that the man said. Right. And I love the fact that he has not even come because he feels that this party, why are we even defending them? The party that fake bishops, the party that fake certificates, the party that fake age and all that. So why are we even giving them credit to come and be defending nonsense? So,
but they put out a defense. Did they not?
Hold on.
No, you can't propagandize now. They put out a defense now. Did they not put out a defense?
One man, I'm going to the defense now, and all of you here, we are talking about this thing yesterday, and everybody was chanting. Everybody was chanting, saying that this and that, yes, that, yes, that, yes, that. Have you seen where you're recording an audio and it started from ringing? Where can you prove that to me? Like an audio is recording and somebody is, as in, like a ringing phone, and that phone is already recording. So how does that work? I'm in ICT. So you tell me how you record an audio, you record somebody's voice when the person has not even picked. Is it that somebody is somewhere recording you or what?
Do you want an answer, or you are just landing?
Wait, let me finish.
But Emmanuel, you are talking from both sides of your mouth now. You are saying on one side, they doctor it. On the other side, you are saying
they recorded it.
They recorded that it is fake. So
I said,
what are we?
I said, wait, let me land. Because the statement that Obi made on that call, right, was clear. But what I'm even pointing out is that the people that doctored it were so foolish that ordinary person can easily identify the wrong that was in that video. From the ringing tone alone, you will find out that this is badly doctored. So aside that one, so the part they caught was that place he was saying religious war. If you hear how he said it, it was all twisted and they just made. Even going into is that, is it not against the law that you went and invade somebody's privacy and it twists what the person say and you circulate it in the public? This is what APC are good at. This is the party that is coming to rule Nigeria. This is party that we want to stand on the mandates. Say we want to stand at the mandates they will give them. So what I'm saying is that,
are you sure you gave them the mandate or they stole it? They stole it now?
According to INEC, INEC gave them, because we in Nigeria did not give them any mandate. Is INEC, or the one INEC gave them is one I'm talking about. As it stands now, it is INEC elect, not Nigeria. We did not vote for him.
Emmanuel,
are you sure if it is elect or select? Is it not select?
Whether select
one man, can we please interrogate Emmanuel, please?
No, I just want to.
No, one man, please.
Wait,
what I'm hearing on terminated
yesterday,
is irritating my ears.
Talking about this without verification. All of you were here yesterday. We are making mockery of the video. We are not even noticing all the error in the video. That the video is
Emmanuel, do you want to listen to us or do you want to speak by yourself? Please?
Emmanuel, are you an engineer? Yeah. Are you an engineer? How are you able to detect all the error in the video?
I'm a software engineer.
Oh, you're a software engineer.
Yes.
Okay. So what is your stand now? You claim it's a fake video, or what do you stand? Or it was doctored? Where do you stand?
Where I stand, right, is that it was badly doctored.
Oh, okay. So it was real, but it was doctored.
Yes.
Okay. Also, which side of it did you notice as a software engineer that was doctored?
Yeah, the area that were doctored is where he said that what APC are doing, they are making Nigeria to see that the election is becoming a religious war. So they now twisted it to an extent that he said that this is religious war, and those yes that
as an original being released to that
one man. You don't even bother to fact check, but you brought it here yesterday, I'm
asking you now, as an original being released.
One man, even though I have it, I will not give it to you because you don't even do your job. You just see something that's okay, you bring it out.
Hold on, I'm not the only one not doing my job. The whole of the media space released that clip, so maybe the whole of the Nigerian.
It's not only
well, Is Gazette? Is it APC or Labour Party? People's Gazette.
So what are you going to call Gazette?
It's a Labour Party platform. Go there now and you'll see the news. Always has been.
One man. The only thing I want to raise is anything you're bringing to the public.
Yeah, sorry. Don't worry about sorry. Do you mind? Don't worry about what I do or don't do. Let me do as I will. But let her Fatah interject.
Yeah, one man. You have a very
one man.
question.
I want to speak. You don't even let me speak.
Hold on now. Just one more. You are the moderator now, so let's hear from the panelist instead, Fatah.
So one man, you have a very good question because he's saying that okay, APC said they're twisting and everything like that, and you have a very good question. As an engineer, right? You can't take one only this without a comparison to. So where is the original with which you compare to see that? Because you're accusing one man of not fact checking. So for you to be able, how did you know that was a twisting? How do you know?
Like I told you, even if I have the original video of that stuff, I will not send
I'm
it.
not asking for the original. I'm just saying, how do
You're
you
asking
know
for the
it
original.
was a twist?
Do you bother to check the original yesterday before you came here to talk trashed?
Is that supposed to be a serious question? You say you are an engineer and you have
Because
discovered
all
that
you
there is
wanted,
a twist.
all you wanted to do is to tarnish Obi'S image. That's the only thing that matters to you, as far as you're concerned.
You
do you
say
bother
you
to
are
check
an engineer. Why should I go and check it? Check it for what?
Of
How
course,
is it my job to check it?
You
check for
what
what?
you wanted
Look,
to hear. That's
don't
what
bring
you
that.
heard
You
yesterday.
are the engineer. I see the video. I form my opinion on the video, right?
Your
and
opinion
I
that
can
the
explain to you
video
my
is
opinion.
correct. That
Can
is
you
your
let me
opinion.
land? Yeah, you don't need to accept it, but I can tell you my opinion. You have come here to claim that as an engineer, you have been able to discover that is a twist, right? So, and we are saying, okay, fine. How do you know there is a twist? It's a simple question. Did you do a comparative analysis to the original?
I only gave you one
discover
example. Even from my first example, I already gave you that there is no way you can record a video from a start from ringing. It's not possible.
There is a way. Then you are not an engineer. You can record it from speakerphone.
Excuse me. Let me talk. Wait, let me talk. Except it has already been premeditated.
What premeditated?
That's the only way you
now?
can do that.
You take a phone, you have a phone, you put it on speakerphone, and somebody next to you is recording. So what is complicated?
Can I say something?
One man.
Yeah, please come in, Rational Mind, and then after Rational Mind, Adele here. So we
I
mix
just want
up
to say some certain things. Woman, first of all, I don't know how many people you have as moderator in the comment section. I've been noticing something.
You're one of them. You're one of them.
I know. You gave me that. Yeah, but I've been noticing that anytime I chat on the in the chat, somebody deletes my chat. I've been noticing that recently. I don't know how many people you give that access to. So anytime like I chat, like I was asking you a question, can you send me a link? And I looked, something is gone. Somebody deleted it. Yesterday somebody did the same thing. They kept deleting my my comments. So this is at a different, at a low level now. What is going on? That is that. I just wanted to think about that and then ask those people who are the moderators there. Who is that person doing that among them? That is that. Now, another thing, what I want to say is concerning what we're talking about. You see, I noticed something. Even on this platform, you can see the divide, the division that exists. On one hand, the Batified. They are all Yorubas for the most part, at least Yoruba-speaking people. On the other side, the obedience. Mostly, I would say, yeah, they are people who have the Igbo extraction. Can we see this divide? And when somebody tries to speak, the other people try to stifle them. I see that this constant interruption When people, if you know it's a propaganda, you know that's it. I mean, why must you always interrupt people when they are speaking? Allow them land their point. Then you can ask questions. Like Des was saying that when you too much interrupt him, he lost his train of thought. We should. Let us learn to be accommodating. Platforms like this are not. I don't think it's because under the purview of NBC. Even though I know YouTube has their own regulation, but I mean, people say certain things. If you don't like it, yeah, you can debunk it after they're done talking. But this constant interruption it doesn't really work. I mean, it doesn't really. It's not good. It's like we're trying to stifle people from talking. Now, having said that, now let me go to the main issue I want to talk about concerning. I don't know if you guys listened to Arise this morning. I mean, some people can say Arise, and we can still spin it that way. That Arise is they're also APC, right? I mean, they're also Labour, right? So the point is, there's a software that was used according to the report from Arise this morning to check on that this very video that we talked about yesterday, and they said it was doctored. And on the separate interview,
No, they didn't say that. They didn't say that. They
said
said,
it was
"Do you
Allow
go
him
and
to
try
finish
it?"
now, so you can interject. Fatai.
Yeah, but you
Hold on.
take too many times now. You take long, and you embellish, and you don't stop. You rotate. When is somebody going to be able to? I mean, you are.
No,
All
Fatah,
of these
you know,
things
let's
going on.
stop
Wow.
this. Let's stop this because sometimes you talk too for a long time. People
No.
I mean,
You
sometimes
people never allow me to talk. You keep
no.
jumping on
Don't
my
say you
skin.
people.
But you people,
See,
we can't allow. You can't
can you allow me?
interject.
Can you allow me, please? Can you allow me to speak, please?
But
Because
you've
this
been
is what we
speaking
do a
for
lot.
5-10 minutes now.
Can let
Like
me
50
speak?
points you raised
You are not the
already.
moderator. If the person who moderates
All
tells me to
right.
keep quiet, I
Right
keep
now,
quiet.
moderator is here
No,
now. Not the
hold
moderator.
hold on, everybody. Rational mind, carry on, but you have to allow, because that's just what we do here. You have to allow for somebody to either add on to or debunk something, but for the interjections, just interject rather for a microsecond, not then seize the moment from the speaker, but carry on, rational mind.
Please, all of us, let's calm down. This whole thing is becoming too toxic. Because when people just speak certain things, you just want to like jump on them. Come on, guys.
All right, carry on, rational mind.
So my point is this. From what I heard this morning, except I didn't hear it right, they said it was doctored. And then there's in a separate interview.
Sorry, rational mind. Was that the Ruben Abati's program?
Yeah, the Ruben Abati.
I watched that as well. I'm not sure they said it was doctored. They said it could be.
Oh, maybe they said it could be, but then, according to the another spokesperson of the Labour Party, who came on this morning, he said totally it was fake, and he gave a reason why.
But he would say that though, wouldn't he?
One man. You see, we can go on and talk. I mean, yesterday when you brought this topic up, I never talk about it from the angle of being doctored or fake, but I speak to the issues that were raised in that thing. But I knew that it was, in some ways, there must be some manipulation there. I just have that feeling that there's a manipulation there. But whatever it is, that was why I didn't come from that angle until when it's proven that it's really doctored. But then I think I heard, I don't know, maybe on Arise, that they put that into some kind of test, and they found out that it was doctored or it was fake. Now, fake in the sense, according to what this guy said from the the Labour Party guy, he said, of course, some of those things were the voice of this guy, but they cut and edit and join them together.
Hold on. I want to make sure it's the one that was it a northern guy called Umar?
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I saw that. Carry on.
So it was cut, edited, and then we join it together. I mean, we've seen. I mean, people. I mean, we've seen some statement by some people, and how it was cut and edited, and then they make it look like it was part of the same thing that was being said at that time. But then you see, I don't know. We keep talking about these things, and we keep playing through the hands of this. Just imagine, all of us, just look at the vision here that we all have here. On one side, the Yoruba supporting their person, Igbo supporting their own person. That is what we're talking about. Let us just move on and talk about issues. We have to always talk about this issue about this something. But for me, I see everybody being. every one of those politicians are equally guilty of everything you are trying to accuse this other person of doing. Tinubu is guilty of it. Every one of them is as well, like Tinubu and APC and Labour. They both guilty of it. So why are we not pointing finger at one person and make it look like it's the same thing? Why is it that it's at this same time when we know there's an election? There's a case in court. You see, one man, I just don't want to comment into this, but that was why I've been quiet. But the way we just interrupt people when they want to speak, for me, it's just way too much for me.
One man.
All right, thank you. You, of course, interjecting Emmanuel, but come in at there, and then we come back to you, Fatai. So it's just to have a different. It's all testosterone. Okay. So let's have a bit of come in at that.
Yeah, and I don't want anybody to interject, so I won't lose my line of thought. So I'm speaking here not for or against anyone, but when based on my training, I develop software programs, so I have a lot of software tools, so I know all of these things about AI and all.
Sorry, can you speak up? Can you speak up just a bit so we can hear you clearer?
Yeah, I said I have a lot of software tools, that I can do. If I want to, I could do it. But just me looking at the video, listening to it, in the first place, there's no one conversation that would start with that they don't record it. I will start with a ringing tone first. You can try it with your phone. It will start from when the person picks up, but that's when it starts to record, right? So the ringing won't even, that ringing, no, it won't. That's one thing that I know. Apart from that.
So that is if it's being, what's that? That's if it's being recorded remotely, though. What you're describing is if it's being recorded remotely.
But when you say recorded remotely, how do you mean recorded remotely?
Like somebody is tapping into the phone. That's if somebody is recording it where the conversation is taking place, either side of the conversation, then they record it.
Then that means there's a third party, right? So if there's a third party, then that means a law has been breached. So who is that third party? Yeah. So a conversation between two people, right? End-to-end conversation. If you want to record it, you can share it with your phone. It will start. The recording won't start from when it rings. It will start from when the person picks it up, right? So if somebody, like what Fatai said at the other, if somebody is using the phone to record whatever, then that means there's a third party involved. So who is that third party?
Yeah. That's what I said yesterday. I said there's a fifth column. It's recorded in the office in this place where Peter Obi was speaking, and that recording did not start with the ringing tone. There is a background. Speaking. Somebody speaking in the background before Peter Obi starts to speak.
It starts with the ringing. Don't finish again. Don't
Hold on. We have it here. We have it here. Let's just listen to 10 seconds of it.
Good morning, Daddy. Praise the Lord. How are you, sir? Fine.
Before the ringing, did you listen closely?
I said that's the ringing from a start. There's no talk from that place.
No, there is somebody speaking.
There is no talk.
All right. Okay, hold on.
Good morning, Daddy. Praise the Lord.
Before Peter Obi started to speak.
No, hold on. We all heard that. Well, the phone was picked up before we heard that. So that could well be a conversation going on in the background of whatever the.
Thank you, one man. That's what I'm saying.
Let me advise Fatai, because he's fond of doing.
Oh, hold on. Hold on, for goodness sake. Guy, you know the rule now. When I say hold on, I mean hold on. Let's hear from the lady. Carry on.
Hold on, you both. You just played the video, and the first thing I heard was bang, bang. What's that bang, bang? When you're calling me, right? Yeah. It depends on the network. They have different ringtones, right? So the first thing I heard was there was no voice. right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I take that back. Before Peter Obi started to speak is what I meant. No, just to make the correction. I'm not
all right,
Before
but
Peter Obi
it doesn't affect the fact. It doesn't, because that's background noise, isn't it? When the phone was picked. But carry on now.
Even the background noise, right? The background noise that I heard, right? It played all throughout that audio. So it was just like all I put it on.
No, that was dramatic effect music put on by the people.
Dramatic effect, exactly.
Yeah,
That's dramatic
but that's outside of the video, though. That was put on. Is an urgency music put on to amplify. So that wasn't part of the video. That wasn't part of the recording. Yeah.
Yeah. So before the Pio started to speak, there was no voice, right? Can you play it once again, please?
No, we've already done. Okay, let me just do it one last time.
Good morning, Daddy.
All right, carry on.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
Yeah, that when you're recording, when you're on it, that means that that's what I'm saying, that there is a third. If there's going to be a ringing tone, there is a third party. So who is that third party? We need to pick that third party out. And what did the third party do with the entire video? Did the third party add anything?
Yeah, but what does that subtract? What does that subtract or add from it? It was recorded by a third party. What does that subtract or?
Yeah, so it could be real. It could have been manipulated, right?
Let me tell you this, Adeha. The one thing that we know for fact, let's establish what we have as fact. What we have as fact was that what we have as fact is that was Peter Obi's voice. So he has a unique and peculiar voice, no mistaking it. So that we know for fact. The other thing we know for fact is that that was Oyedepo's voice. For same reasons, he has a unique and peculiar voice, no mistaking it. So we know there's no disputing that those are their voices. So that's not in question. So now, what might be in question is, did a conversation take place between them? Oyedepo has not denied the conversation took place, and Peter Obi has not denied that a conversation took place. So we can take that as something that is not being disputed. But what is the content of that conversation is really where the question is. So the idea that it was artificially intelligence generated is too fanciful to go to. So we can abandon that as well. So
if I generate your voice, if I do an AI generation of your voice now, you will not believe me. I can do it. I have the software.
No. We know that AI generated voices. No, we know that. We know that AI generation. Okay, go on.
Yeah, and I could cut and join. What you're saying, your conversation, I could cut and join different things, even things that you do not say. I will do that. I've done. How I put it, I've written a song, and I wrote like some lyrics, right? And in the lyrics, I did it like the voice of this person, of Rihanna. I don't know if you know Rihanna.
You write? No, I don't know Rihanna because I'm from Mars,
Well, and I'm just saying is, if you know Rihanna, so I did it. So I have that, whatever. It's like she was the one singing the song, but it was actually AI generated, and I did it myself.
All right. So hold on. Is that part of the mix then? Is it part of the mix that you're saying is AI generated, is edited and doctored, and is that part of the mix of the account?
Absolutely. And I could join, and I could join different things and put together. I can do it. Yeah.
Instead of us going back and forth,
can I finish my line of thought? I just want to.
Okay, because I know about the audio.
Yeah, I just want to resonate on what I don't know what's his name. This guy, Bureau of Spinners or whatever. That we are a divided people. We like it or we don't like it. We are, no matter how much you want to unite ourselves or fake this unity, we are divided along tribal lines and along ethnic lines, and there's no lie about it. And it clearly shows here. It clearly shows everywhere.
No, that's your experience. That's not a universal. You can't make that as a categorical statement. That might well be your experience, which is unfortunate, but certainly not the experience of everyone.
I think it's only one part that's dividing Nigeria, and it's APC that is dividing Nigeria. I keep saying that APC have divided Nigeria to extent that
No,
we can't
leave it for a moment. I think Ada was actually on an intelligent line. So let's hear that.
This election, I've always believed in the unity of this country, but this election further opened so many things to me, and it made me see that we are absolutely divided, and there's no.
Yeah, how so? What led you to that?
First and foremost, if Peter Obi was not on the ballot box, I don't think this issue of Yorubas and Igbos would be this amplified. It has never been.
Right. So what do you narrow it down to then? If this division that you identify but I don't acknowledge.
One Nigeria, to me, one Nigeria is a scam.
No. Those are just talking points. Now you are regurgitating. Don't regurgitate what you hear. No, I'm asking for your thoughts, not mantra. Don't give me mantra. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts. I'm telling you my thoughts that we're not a united people.
Yes, and I'm asking you why.
Why? Because it clearly shows. It clearly shows in what we're doing. It clearly shows we're not united. No, we're not.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm. I think we're united more so than we're divided. That's what I think.
No, even along religious lines, we're not united.
No, we're united but divergent. We're united but divergent. You know, in Lagos, what happens at Christmas is all the Muslims come to your house to eat turkey, and what happens at Salah is we go to the Muslim houses to eat Salah ram. So that's not division. That's unity.
See, it's the same thing that plays out in other countries as well. Yeah, a Swedish can come here, visit me. I can go to Sweden, visit the Swedish. But when it comes to politically, and taking decisions like our leadership, right? We are not united. So forget all.
Yeah, but politics is always divisive now. Where is politics never divisive? Name one country that politics is not divisive.
Well, maybe in countries that are not as polarized as we are.
Which country is not polarized?
I don't know.
Oh, there you are.
In the Scandinavia that I know politics is not divisive.
Well, man, can I go on so I can go?
Back to Emmanuel.
Yeah. Okay. So, like I was saying, I think I have made my point that what you people labored here, because you people took almost 8 hours to labor on this fake video, and that's why most time people might see this platform as not what is projected for. Because the first time I entered this platform, it was based on issues, and everything just have to digress to.
Can you not attack the platform though? Because you are not going to stop us from. Don't do what Joel did. Let me just make it clear. There's nothing you can say that will change. The only thing that you can say is something that has substance. So forget all of these things that you're doing. Just abandon it. Okay, present your argument and move on. Don't attack the platform because it doesn't serve anything. When I first came to this platform,
is that fake video that you people labored here for 8 hours?
What do you mean? Was it not the topical issue all over Nigeria? Are we not a news-led platform? What should we be talking about, Dodo, when everybody else, when the whole country is talking about it?
If the obvious is true or not, but nobody talks about it being fake.
My guy, man.
But one man. I went back to that video, that Arise analysis. Then it says there's a place that it says if you look at it, it says there's okay. Let me see. Yeah, it says the Democracy Watchman, according to the tweet, or was it a tweet that they released? It says Premiere Pro was able to detect 4 different audios that have been put together to form that 4 minutes 17 seconds clip that that we've been playing. So some people have declared it to be false. That there's a lot of manipulation there. So until when this thing is all resolved, for us to know, for us to really know, that was why yesterday I didn't take it from an angle of manipulation. Just speak to the issues. But the point is this: that we need to understand. I mean, we are all people. I said maybe we're not. Some of us are not. We know the season where we are, the season of election, and we just finished an election, and we know what is going on. Some people are trying to label other people this and that and that. Suddenly we're seeing this video or clip trying to portray the other person, opponent, as this. What do we read of that? Well, can't we read between that line? That could it be that this is just some kind of manipulation to promote that propaganda they've been trying to promote about the other person?
Yeah, but you're asking us to leap outside of what's being presented now.
No, well, you see, that's what we were saying. We live on what we see, but it doesn't. Is everything that we see there that is truly what it is? That's the question. It's up to us to determine that, to figure that out ourselves. But the main point I'm driving at is that are we not seeing this divide? How is getting us so divided? I mean, are we not tired of every time having to feel the way we are feeling about the other person? Just imagine I just said to you, somebody have that hate to the point that oftentimes when I chat on your platform, he has to censor me. He has to remove it. Come on, what is going on? I mean, what kind of hate, or how much can you hate somebody that you have to stifle that person? Remove my own chat from your chat. My goodness, come on. That's what
all right. Let me just address that. So to the moderators in the comment section, you know we have just one golden rule, which is no foul language. So unless the language is foul, you can let it, unless it's really offensive, then just let it ride. So
I asked you, send me link, one man, to the studio. Thank you. And I said thank you there. Send me a link.
In defense, though, rational mind, and it's happened to me as well. You may be trying to delete a comment, but then sometimes I have done it before. You know, I have banned people that then I've had to go and search. I even banned Kulata once when I was trying to remove some random. You know, when those sex something used to sex spamming things. I was trying to delete one, and then before you know it, another comment came through, and I ended up deleting Kulata.
This is not coincidence. I just give you a pattern to it now that this is not the first time they're doing that. The other day I was talking to what's his name? This lawyer guy. What's his name? Ogbeni. I said Ogbeni. What was that? I said something about Ogbeni. I said Ogbenro. That's what I said actually. Maybe it was my typo. I wanted to say Ogbeni. I said Ogbenro. But then, and I said, can you? I mean, I said something about can you speak to the issues? Next thing I just said that something was missing. I was like, what is going on here? And I can give other examples too. But I feel somebody's here is doing that. So that's to tell you. I'm not trying to say anything that is. I'm just trying to make you understand that how deep a hate can somebody have that you just don't want to hear somebody. You just want them to keep quiet. Goodness. So, certain things when we discuss certain things, we'll finish it. Let's just move on and talk about some other issues. This is really killing so many of us. How long will we continue having this hate?
Okay, I'm going to make her the managing moderator so he can supervise. So you have made you the managing moderator so you can supervise that space. But I cannot keep an eye on the. I
understand what, man.
Yeah, so it's just because people are so passionate sometimes about the platform. They want to protect its integrity, and I'm sure nobody more passionate about the platform than you, of course, Rational Mind. I was just going back through old videos. We've come a long way, a long way. I remember when I had rosy cheeks when we were doing this, and you were still, and you've never changed. All the gobbledygook that you were talking when you first came here is still the same gobbledygook that you are talking now. It's just but I know.
It's okay, one man. It's okay. Yeah.
No, but take it you are a senior member of this platform, so take it in the spirit of but I always highlight, as you often do, But let's get back to Emmanuel to round up that space, and then we move
One
the
man can
conversation.
come to me. I want to leave.
Yeah, yes. Let's Emmanuel finish off, and then we'll come
So,
to you.
Yeah, one man. I think I don't want to label that there so much. So I think let me talk about this obedient protesting in the White House in US. So I think the wider point is there is that the whole world needs to know what is happening in Nigeria, because a lot of things is being perpetrated to the citizens against
They don't have ambassadors.
one man, whether they have ambassador or not, we need to make it global so that all eyes will be on Nigeria to see what is happening in Nigeria, because it's getting out of hand. We can't continue like this.
No, what is getting out of what is getting out of hand? You keep talking in this what's getting out of hand?
One man, these foreign countries aided Nigeria to conduct free and fair election, but they failed. Is it not what is happening in Nigeria?
No, but that's by your estimation, though.
But that is what is played out.
No, that's by your estimation. You know, not everybody is universal that they failed. So that's why I said it by your...
If they like, they should deny it. But that is all we saw.
No, that's what you saw. Sorry, do you know that there are opinions outside of yours? Do you know that people legitimately have a different view? Do you acknowledge that?
Because it favors them. Why would they have different view?
The Nigerian Bar Association, it favors them.
Which bar association? One man is not the president of a bar association. Their president.
Right.
Yes.
So we throw him under the bus too.
One man. I voted in Nigeria. My vote didn't count. So you want me to be happy?
Carry on. But I just want you to acknowledge that.
I voted in Nigeria. Yes, my vote
somebody interject.
Your
vote didn't count.
I don't know.
Did your candidate
because his candidate did not
win Lagos?
No, it's not a matter of candidates that did not win.
Did your candidate not win in Abuja, where you reside?
A vote that
is where you voted. You voted in Abuja, and your candidate won in Abuja. So what do you mean that your candidate, your vote didn't count?
My EAC paper we recorded 500 and something, but when INEC they refused to upload it that day. But much later they did. It has mutilated to different numbers. So how do you want me to be happy in Nigeria if I see something like that?
Is that not being interrogated at the courts? You
have proof to that? You have proof to what you are saying. Can you let us see it tomorrow?
What proof of what I'm saying? Is an INEC portal?
No. You said you voted, and in your polling booth you recorded so number, but on the portal it's another number that.
Yes, the letter is still there, but the figure has been changed.
If you have proof,
and that's how terrible these people are.
If you have proof to that effect, maybe have the hard copy.
Maybe have the copy. See, the issues there that.
How do you want us to believe you?
You have not established anything, and then you are going to this.
No. You want to tell me that you have not seen mutilated ECA 18 in RF portal, or you have not seen anyone?
Emmanuel, what they're asking you is, do you have a screenshot of that? Do
you have
original one that was filled out at the polling unit?
Yes. Against the one that is on the INEC portal. Let us see it.
What was hold on. Can you hold on? Just hold on. Yeah. Oh God. We're all saying oh God at this moment. But what was the score in your polling unit? So just answer it without any embellishing. What was the score when you casted the vote?
My score was 516.
And then hold on. You've answered the question. Do you mind? Just go with me. 516. And what did INEC upload?
up. They changed that 516 to 15, like they cancel 0, but they still have.
All right. Okay. What's your polling unit?
My polling unit.
No. Hold on. No. Don't worry about one man. What was your polling unit? Tell me the name of your polling unit.
I don't have it offhand.
Look at this guy. I've got the INEC something now. I'm going to debunk you immediately and right now.
You don't need to debunk it because I'll send it to
I'm
you.
going to debunk you immediately. What is the name of your polling unit? Give me the name of your polling unit. I've got IREP open now. This is Abuja. Tell me you don't know the name of your polling unit and you are claiming you are disenfranchised. You see, this is it. This is look at this. You're giving us figures. This is FCT. Tell me your polling units, and I want to say that mutilated something. Tell me your polling unit now. You send it to me. You don't know where you voted. Look at this guy.
Did you enter? Did you go there by
I don't
road
think
or
they
you
go
went
by
there or
name.
you
They
went
go
there?
by the number. It's a polling number now. Isn't it?
If you have your voter's card,
polling number. If you get your polling number,
Wait,
just
let me get it right. If I get it, I have one man Instagram. I'll send it to him. Calm down.
The name of the place.
I already said
they don't go by name now.
If I get it now, I will send it to you. Calm down. I'm part of this platform. Am I running away?
Propagandist.
Calm down. And you people are denying that you have not seen. Wait, listen. So you people are denying that you have not seen the related figures in that portal. Don't worry.
We're not saying that.
When
We're
you
not
have
saying.
such facts, then come and make your claim.
Emmanuel, we're not saying that they are not mutilated, but the one you're talking about, your own particular, your own polling booth.
That's what I'm saying now. I can't remember that, but I have one man Instagram. If I drop now, I will get it and send to him.
Okay. All right. Maybe we'll wait there, one man.
One man, where can I speak now?
Yes, one man still there.
One man
is there now. You can speak on. I think
Go on. I think he has heeded the floor. I mean, Manuel has heeded.
You can speak on.
Okay.
And by the way, sorry, Rational Mind. Yeah, sorry, I have to take a call. Rational Mind. I think we've identified the miscreant moderator. So that will be addressed immediately and right now. But carry on. So what fable are you? You don't know your polling unit, but you were disenfranchised. You see this? And you talk about oh God. It's unbelievable. It's like being in a twilight zone. It's like a parallel universe.
Deny it from now to tomorrow to next year. We know what plays out.
No. All right, I give up. Let's go on to Uptown. Because this is the thing, Emmanuel. You're an educated man, but some of your conversations,
you're denying the fact. You're denying what plays out in this election, and I don't like it.
You observe. It's what
hold on, Patrick. Hold on, Patrick. I am inviting you to explain what is it that you are claiming went wrong. And what I'm also saying to you is that a lot of people consider this to be the fairest and most transparent elections we've ever had.
Because it favors them. That's why they will consider it that way.
It's an impossible space, this conversation, but thank you. Let's go on to Uptown, who I think is eager to get to bed but wants to have a say. Uptown, let's hear from you.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much.
And one man, most time, if I send you something on Instagram, you don't even used to play it. I have a lot of things I send to on Instagram.
All right, don't worry. We've heard that from Joel as well. So don't worry. A lot of people send me a lot of stuff on Instagram. Some get on the screen, some don't. Thomas sends me countless things. Charles sends me countless things. Placeomark sends me tons of things. Everybody sends me things. So don't worry about all that. Uptown.
Yeah, one more.
Yeah. Have you ever known it to be this wild in this space, Uptown? We've never had a session this wild before. It's unbelievable.
I put my device a little bit far away from me so that I don't get to interject. I just have to listen to you guys, go over each other. But so one month, yeah. So what should I address? Where should I start from?
No, just enter the conversation wherever it is that most interests you, because it's gone that way today.
Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe let me begin with the audio clip only because I didn't join the platform yesterday, where I think that was the first time it was discussed, and also only because when things like
sorry, apologies, Uptown. Sorry, me ASAP. So I'll come to you after. But Uptown is in Lagos and is tired and network problem. So let's hear from him. Then I'll come to you after. But back to you, Uptown.
Okay. All right. So only because I like getting my facts better before I comment on such issues, whether it's coming from my camp. It's easier to get facts from my camp anyway, but even if it's coming from the other camp, I want to get substantive facts before I can make my analysis. So that space boils down on what have been my own personal problems with this election season, especially coming from the guys that won the election, but they're acting like opposition party, APC. And I'm totally fine with people running propagandas. It's part of politics. You know, it's okay for people to run propagandas. Maybe this person is not competent, does not have the capacity, he's not intelligent enough. He didn't, his primary school, he went from primary 3 to primary 7, he skipped 4 and 5. All those are fine. Those things cannot fracture our nation. Everybody that knows me on the platform knows that I even insulting me, somebody coming like this and saying Uptown is this and that, it will never ever, I don't have issues with that, you get what I'm saying? But there's only one thing I take exceptions to. And I take exceptions to it both on the platform, both on this platform, both on obedient spaces, both on BAT spaces, with whatever spaces, both on reality when I'm talking with pundits, I'm talking with people, I'm discussing with people outside, whether during campaign or after campaign. And the issue is, when we are running our propaganda, please, let's leave our fault lines. We can run propaganda on intelligence, capacity, party lines. Let's run propaganda on party lines. APC has destroyed Nigeria. Labour Party does not have the capacity to rule Nigeria. Fine, wonderful propagandas. But when a particular party decides that all their propaganda must, and I don't blame them because maybe they have searched for other things like what I'm suggesting now. They have not found it on Peter Obi or the Labour Party, and they are left with only tribe and religion. But then, search deeper. There's no how you won't tell me you won't find something on Peter Obi. In fact, one man is doing a better job on this platform. At least one man sometimes bring things like impeachment or some of those, even though we know those things are just, they have no depth. But there's why APC can still twist it, whine it, make it to, force it to work. You know what I'm saying? But no, APC, in the spirit of the same APC, the same way they came in 2015, the same propaganda they used to dislodge Jonathan, they ran propaganda against him in the north. The same APC, and that is why people don't understand how dangerous APC as a party is to Nigeria. That's the same APC that every propaganda they have been running throughout this election has been either tribal or religious based. Nothing more. Tribal, religious.
Cite a couple of examples.
And again, this one I'm talking about now goes again to solidify what I just said. Going to the extent, and you said I should cite what what I'm saying. Now let me cite a couple of examples. APC believes
the only way they can retain power is by ethnic and tribal, whatever sentiments. Things like what they did during the governorship election in Lagos State. Whereas we had a more united front, a little bit less tribal in the presidential, and we saw people come out in unison and take political party positions or candidate versus candidate positions. I am for Obi, I am for Tinubu, I am for Obi, I am for Tinubu. And at the end of the day, Obi won. What did they do? When the governorship came, they saw that if we allow this unism to continue, if we allow this unity between the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Calabars, the securities,
but
and everybody.
Hold on, I'm not stopping your flow, but where you are now in your narrative is now your subjective interpretation. But carry on.
One man, I think I'm speaking for myself here, and I didn't claim to speak for anybody when I came on.
No, but it's not based on substance though. Is what because you have because there's a different narrative to what you're saying is the thing. For the presidential space, a lot of people will argue that people were fed up of the APC, that there was the Muslim ticket, which was a factor. People had personal issues with Tinubu, and all of that played out in Lagos State. But for the governorship space, people loved Sanwo-Olu, and that was what played out. But you are painting a different picture, so carry on.
I'm not painting a different picture. You know, it is okay for you to say these things as if I dismissed any of these things that they didn't play a role, whereas I didn't. And in fact, if you had given me enough room, you'll find out that every single thing you mentioned here will be part of this analysis, because I know all of them played a role.
Carry on.
And for somebody like me that's openly supported Sanwo-Olu as an obedient, both on this platform and elsewhere, I don't think you can get more objective from any other person within the obedient space. But then I made an analysis on this platform. If anybody on this platform could remember, weeks to the election, because it was later postponed to an extra week. So let me say a week to election on this platform, when I said that I am behind Sanwo-Olu. And I said categorically again that Sanwo-Olu was going to beat GRV. And I listed reasons why I believe, apart from the fact that I want him to win normally, I'm going to vote for him personally, and I voted for him. But I listed reasons. I said one, and some of the things you listed now, one man, I made the analysis on the platform. So you coming to say it as if maybe I'm trying to push a propaganda, whereas I'm the one that listed these things you listed where I was analyzing the pre-elections to the governorship. I said some people like Sanwo-Olu compared to BAT in Lagos. But people also have reservations, and people also nurse the ambition of dislodging not necessarily Sanwo-Olu, but the APC structure, which is also directly linked to BAT. So people that voted against Sanwo-Olu, it's not necessarily because they did not believe Sanwo-Olu was doing well. A lot of people believe he was doing well, but also there was people that was nursing some ambition as well, that feel that, hey, if we could unite and win the presidential, we could also unite and dislodge not necessarily Sanwo-Olu, but the APC structure in Lagos, because they have had too much of a field day.
No, but that was sorry. No, hold on. I beg your pardon, but let me just come in for a moment. Because there was quite a bit of leaping over logs in what you just said, just glazing over things. That mindset thought that you are describing, by the way, is your subjective understanding of that mindset space. What played out in actual fact is exactly like I just said. So the role that Rhodes Vivour's ethnicity or lack thereof played in that election, it was a role. So sorry, I'm just going to mute you for a moment because of feedback. It was a role, but it wasn't the more what we saw play out in Lagos State, and the politics that played out in Lagos was very toxic. There's no getting away from that. But more what we saw play out in Lagos State was an endorsement of Sanwo-Olu. That's one. And then the second thing that we saw play out in Lagos State was that is this clip here. A lot of this narrative, we must take Lagos and all of that. So that was the Yorubas that are asserting their dominion over their own space. That's too. So a lot of that is what padded it out. And Sanwo-Olu, his ethnicity, his lack of Yoruba speaking, it did not sit with a lot of people. Not his ethnicity, but his lack of capacity to speak the Yoruba language or to show an understanding of the culture. It did not sit with a lot of people. So a lot of that played out. And those are spaces that people reach to organically. Maybe political manipulation, but certainly organically. So yes, ethnicity did play a role, and there were dog whistles that, oh, this guy is an Eastern agent. But I won't say that the abundance of what brought Sanwo-Olu in was that space. That was just politics. But carry on. It's just you were talking about gaslighting. It's just now I want you to have that at the backdrop so you don't gaslight as well. But carry on up time.
Again, with all due respect, sir, every single thing you said now, if I make this submission from now till next year, no part of my submission will dispute anything you said. So I find it funny that you're making those submissions as if I am making something that is countering it, but I'm not. I'm actually speaking to some other space. Because every single thing you've said, I am aware of it. I am on ground. And when I say I'm on ground, I have it on good authority because I've proven it that I'm on ground times without number in this platform. And I have challenged people and I've said things that is happening in Lagos and they said it's not happening and it ends up happening. That means I'm on ground. So I have that authority to speak that I'm on ground. So when I say, during the governorship election, like I was saying before, again, let me say, whatever happened in Lagos State, as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of people might disagree with me, some Obi'S might even disagree with me, Sanwo-Olu was still going to win that election. And that is why I find what you're saying one man funny, because it's almost like you're echoing what I'm saying. You are saying the same thing as if we are countering each other, but we're actually making the same submission. Sanwo-Olu could have still won the election. Why? Because some people, a lot of people, believe he's doing a good job. Now, I added something on the side that some people that are part of people that believe he's doing a good job also has a side ambition of, yes, he's doing a good job, but, well, this is an opportunity to dislodge APC. Maybe I'll jump on it. Now, it's just some people. But the greater majority, both from the APC camp, which was obviously re-energized in the governorship time, and even parts of the Obi'S who voted during the presidential, who also believe, and obviously people like Chief Priest Kubana, who supported Obi openly, also went back to support Sanwo-Olu openly. He's just only one person, and there's millions, thousands of other people like him. I am in that WhatsApp group as well. I supported Obi in the presidential. I supported Sanwo-Olu in the governorship. So whichever way Sanwo-Olu would still win that election, maybe not with the size of margin he won with, but there's no way Sanwo-Olu couldn't have won that election. It's really very simple. Badebo didn't have the job experience. Badebo didn't have a resume that is so attractive as far as I am concerned. Somebody else might think MIT is good enough. I don't think so. Now, what I'm trying to highlight that I have problem with is not the fact that Sanwo-Olu won. And again, Sanwo-Olu didn't win because of what I'm trying to highlight. But what I'm highlighting is that APC, and I made this advice to APC on this platform the day I was making this analysis. I said, again, with what I was reading that was part of their agenda after Labour Party won the presidential and we are moving to the governorship, I started reading their body languages and I saw the routes they wanted to take. And I said in this platform that APC, you do not need to go there. Sanwo-Olu is going to win. But I guess they were just having anxiety because of the presidential. I checked all the indices. All the indices leads me to a Sanwo-Olu win. So why are you guys scared? Don't go to that tribal line. just to make sure someone will win. You don't need to go there. He's still gonna win, but maybe they still know that he's gonna win, but maybe they just wanted him to win with such a wide margin. And again, in addition, also there was already an agenda post the presidential election to color Obi and the Labour Party tribal, so to divide the ranks of the obedience along tribal lines, just to whittle down their strength.
Sorry, Uptown.
Yeah.
I want to ask you this question so that you add it while you are speaking.
Sure.
Do you think, I noticed in the governorship election that there was a tribal connotation to the dimension the election took? I cannot deny that. And also, the presidential election, initially, it started with tribal and then there were tribal connotation. Don't you think, let's start with the state, that the tribal sentiment that came up in Lagos was a response to the aggression and the tribal sentiment that was stirred by the obedience one in the governorship election? Then, if you don't know, I noticed that in the presidential election, that before Obi joined Labour Party, there was not so much pressure as to tribe. But do you know that when he joined Labour Party and Obi came out, it became like this is our own agenda, and the Yoruba people just responded. That's the way I saw it. They just responded and said, okay, if is that the way? Unfortunately, Lagos is a place where it's like a hub. Anything that is happening there goes to every part of the country. So, and the boys in Lagos, the Igbo guys in Lagos are very aggressive. You will agree with me. People like Peter and Paul Okoye, people like all these, even my brethren from South. People like
Are you going to mention the Southwesterners too? The macaronis and the
Southwesterners are not even as aggressive as my people.
Fouls is not aggressive. Macaroni is not aggressive.
Wait, make I finish. Macaroni was active, but he's not as aggressive as somebody like what's that Muslim lady?
Aisha Yesufu.
Aisha Yesufu from my Edo sister is not probably as aggressive and as almost blackmailing as Larry Obanya. He's not as aggressive as Ebue. He's not as aggressive. You understand what I'm saying?
David Ondeyi.
David Ondeyi.
Are they Southeasterners? These names you're mentioning, are they Southeasterners?
He said South. He said South.
That's what I just said. Are you not
Peter,
listening?
Patrick, this is your aggression. Is this subjective to you, what you interpret as being aggressive?
I'm interjecting. You should not interject the interjector.
No, it's sometimes we can interject the interjector too, because sometimes when you say certain things that are not
have a conversation now.
Okay, go on, please. But I just want to put that out there.
If I interjected, you interject, another person interjected, then we won't have a conversation.
No problem. I just want to say that real quick. That's it.
It's a question. I said, don't you think it's a response? So it's not as if I'm making a position. I'm saying that my brethren in the South are very aggressive. And my brethren in the South are very, maybe because of our culture and our nature. We are very outspoken people in Edo, for example. So don't you think that now was the one, because Yoruba people are naturally calm and quiet and they are a bit not as proactive but they can, when you push people, they can react. And when they react, then people start saying, I see them. Yoruba as an addict, they say when the fly is eating the wound, nobody will notice. But the person who has the wound, the moment he kills one of the flies, decides to put it in his mouth, they'll say, look at this dirty man, he's eating flies. So to me, do you think that the Yorubas has responded to a stimuli of tribal sentiment from the Southeast and South brethren?
All right, okay, it's your fault. It's your fault. Carry on. Yeah, it's your fault, is what he's saying. Carry on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
But address it in the expansiveness that he presented, because yes. what Patrick presented you is a point, Yeah,
it's a point, and I'm going to address him. It's very easy for us that when we set a destination to go to, it's easy for us to avoid the obstacles that will lead us to that destination because we really want to get there. And when my good brother here started listing names, first of all, he said Southeasterners. And then by the time he started listing names, found out that Southeasterners are there. And then he said Southeast and South-South. But then I reminded him, and I can go on and on.
No, you were not listening. I said the
I'm
obedience.
coming. Let me respond to you
like
now,
Paul
my
and
brother.
Peter, then my brethren from the south, like Aisha Yusufu. Like you were not
Okay.
listening. That was the point.
Okay, let me continue. So in the spirit of listing people from Southeast and South, which obviously what happened here in Lagos on 18th was people profiled as Igbo. Nobody says Southeast and South. But in the spirit of listing Southeast and South and singling them out, and then removing all the Southwesterners in that space, or saying that it's not really as aggressive. We are measuring aggressive ruler. So there's a ruler, this is 30%, 30 cm aggressive, then this 23, this 25. Because we want to land to a destination. Because when anybody that is conversant on Twitter here will tell you that there is nobody that challenged every single thing Tinubu represented and APC the same way people you just mentioned are challenging than David Hunday. He's a Badagry guy. And he presents himself as a Lagosian and as a Yoruba. That's how he represents himself. Other people on Twitter spaces, Southwesterners, Macaroni was suing people. Macaroni was insulting people. People that was calling him Omar, he was insulting them back because they were raining insults on him. And he was calling out Tinubu all the time. He was calling out APC all the time. He was insulting them, but somehow, in your measurements in your ruler, because you don't want to include it, so you just say, not really as aggressive as this person, so that you can push it by the side and get to your destination. But what we are doing, this thing we are trying to cook, nobody's going to buy it. Because the last time I checked, the people that moved heavily against Tinubu during NSAS, why didn't Yoruba feel that they were pushed and then moved?
Was NSAS against Tinubu or the Nigerian state?
It was against the Nigerian state, but Tinubu's properties were being targeted.
No,
he was a major.
See,
after placing Nigeria,
it was not against Nigeria. It was targeted at Tinubu. He just told you now.
Listen to me now, my brother. Don't shove my words back into my mouth. I like being clear because I speak a lot and I know when people are trying to get me to say what they want me to say. Now, NSAS clearly I was fully involved in NSAS. NSAS was clearly a police brutality issue here, and when it started. But for some reasons, so this resentment of youths, a section of youth against the personality of Tinubu didn't start in 2022 or 2023 when he declared for presidency. People have always had resentment just because of the personality of the stories that they grew up, the millennials grew up to hear. He did this, he did that, his false certificate. So people have always had that issue about him, and that every single thing that goes wrong in Lagos is Tinubu, regardless of whoever the governor was. So when the thing that was happening in Lagos under NSAS, people said that even the shooting, people didn't even blame Buhari. People were saying Tinubu sent the military, which I do not subscribe to personally as Uptown. But was that the narrative? Yes. So people were against Tinubu. They at some point they said Tinubu has run away from Lagos. People were targeting TVC. People were targeting Oriental Hotel because they heard that Oriental Hotel belonged to Tinubu. Oriental Hotel, right before my eye, it's just steps. I can trek from my house to Oriental Hotel. They raised a huge signboard, boldly written, "This property does not belong to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It belongs to so and so Yoruba family, blah, blah, blah." Just to keep their property safe because they know the youth were running riot against this man. So, why didn't then Yoruba feel that oh, this NSAS is targeted, since Tinubu is now, since anything targeted at Tinubu now is automatically targeted at Yoruba, according to your explanation. So why didn't Yorubas?
Which explanation?
Oh my
So
God,
sorry,
they are
sorry.
burning
Wait.
our
Oh,
property,
hold on
our
now. Hold
TVC.
on. Oh, hold on. Well, don't do that now. Which explanation says anything targeted against Tinubu is targeted against
I'm going to
Yoruba?
explain to you why.
Who
I'm
said
going to
that?
explain to you why. Because the last time I checked, throughout the campaign, or whether it is P Square that he mentioned, whether it's Macaroni, whether it's Tunde Ednot that is firing up on Instagram without break, who is a Yoruba man, whether it is every other person, Aisha Yusuf, and every other person he talked about now, none of them, if you can cite one instance where the target was not Tinubu or APC but Yoruba people, provide it to me. Because
But what point are you making? You are saying, you just said now that people are claiming that, or we are claiming, or this space is claiming that any attack on Tinubu is an attack on Yoruba. And I'm inviting you, where was that said? Who said that?
That's what I'm telling you. The person that put the question to me now, let me tell you, see what he said. He said that the reaction, or something he chose to call reaction, I call it an APC propaganda that sticked and they played it out and it worked. But then, according to him, the reaction of the Yoruba people was because of what the names he mentioned online has been saying against them.
No. That wasn't what he was saying. He cited those names as examples of narratives that had ethnic colorations already, and he said that
that is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I challenged him to give me one example of an ethnic anti-Yoruba coloration from any of the names he mentioned. One.
No, he told you that when Peter Obi declared for the election, that was when the ethnic ratcheting up really spiked up.
No, one man. It is easy for us to, me. I can stand in for anybody. Once I have my facts, you cannot defeat me unless I don't know my facts. It is easy for us to paint a narrative, and when we are asked to just like what Baba did some hours ago, painted a narrative, and then we asked him for specific, he couldn't provide it because we mentioned names of notable names in the APC and the tribal statements they made.
Okay,
but he said
let's
the other
talk
camp
about
did
that.
it,
If you say
and we said mention names in the
can I
other camp
interject?
and the tribal statements they made.
Can I interject?
So I'm coming. Let me finish, please.
Okay.
So it is easy for you to say someone on Twitter space made some. No, when I wanted to accuse APC, I didn't say some APC people in Ojueleba or Isolo. No, I mentioned name. I said MC Oluomo. I said Bayo Nonuga. I was mentioning names that directly shoulder APC. They are representing and standing for it. So they are standing for that space. And if they made tribal statements, I said this space made tribal statement. I can point. If police want to sue me for libel today, they tell me, okay, who made it? I can point and say, this is who made it. This is the video he made, and this is what he said.
All right. All right. Uptown. Let Patrick have that interjection and then bring it home swiftly so we can move it on. So have the interjection and then wrap it up. Uptown. So Patrick.
Yeah, I want to bring. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm here.
Yeah, I want to bring Uptown back to where he said when people try to paint the narrative. No, we are not. I don't know. Maybe people try to do that now, but I'm just trying to unravel a mystery. I'm trying to unravel what we don't understand. So we begin to do some root cause there and say, how did it happen? Who did it? What happened? So I'm not trying to just fix it now. I'm trying to ask questions because it should be something of concern. And I want you to try also probe these things that I'm saying. Initially, when that's my observation, and thank God we're all adults when it happened. It's not something I would say happened in so and so time, and you think, oh, this man is older than me. When Obi was in PDP and was moving around, there was no so much noise about a Yoruba agenda or an Igbo agenda. It was something on the party line. It was PDP and APC and maybe some other parties. You understand? Which to me was okay. You understand? But the moment Obi moved to Labour Party, then the thing started with it became a Yoruba, an Hausa, and an Igbo thing. Now the new dimension to it was that luckily Obi had some supporters in the southwest, but that does not necessarily make it. For example, Tinubu also, it became like it is a ton of Yoruba. Yoruba also started saying it's a Yoruba thing. It's a thing of pride. I would say Yoruba also played that card, but Tinubu also has supporters in the north. But that does not disprove the fact that Tinubu played a Yoruba tribal card. You understand? Tinubu played a Yoruba tribal card. So the fact that Obi has some supporters in Southwest does not rule out the fact that he played the tribal card, and
it is wrong for you to say.
When did Tinubu play the tribal card?
No, did Tinubu people play the tribal card and say,
Who was the one who went to the state?
Let me tell you where he did now. In Abeokuta.
Hold on, let Ajaneko come in. Sorry.
Patrick, let us put it in the right perspective. When he mentioned Emilekon, that was the contest within APC, not as a flag bearer of APC against others.
Okay, let me say something.
So
Yoruba, he said something Yoruba you people didn't notice. Tinubu said, Agbára yìí kò wá fún àwọn ará Òkè Ọya nìkan. Did you notice he mentioned that? People didn't even say anything about that one. They said, Milokan. And that's the major key. You know what he meant by that? He said, this power.
What he said.
That I'm just going to interpret that now.
I heard Buhari was crying. I helped him.
Now.
Hold on, Patrick. Let Ajaneko come. We've not heard from Ajaneko for a while.
Okay.
I helped him to attain power. And now, if the power have to come to the south within APC, and they zone it to the west, and if they should zone it to the west, then it should be mine, meaning Emilokon. If power should be shifted to the south and they zone it to the west, then it should be for me. That was within APC. He didn't play that tribal card against any other candidate as a flag bearer of APC. He didn't do that. So let us put it in the right.
Can I? No, see, when I say that obedient paid tribal card, I'm not only narrowing it down to Obi, I'm saying the followers too play tribal cards. You understand? Tinubu directly did not play tribal card in that sense, or saying,
why are you trying to separate Tinubu from his people that work with him around?
Wait now. That I'm not separating him. I just told you that I play tribal card. What do you want me to say again?
Who is the benefactor of the whole thing when you're talking about now?
I just said something. I said Tinubu played a tribal card. Ajale Okona corrected me and said, and I take corrections. I said, yeah, he didn't play that directly, but his followers. I'm being objective, I'm batified, but we have to be truthful. His followers.
I think Patrick is right. Yes.
His followers played a tribal card and say, Yoruba,
no. That right is your subjective view, Ajale Koko.
Okay, I'm not right. Now I'm not saying I'm right, but I'm saying I'm pro. I want us to probe this. That's what I'm saying.
Are you saying that Tinubu played tribal card?
Directly.
He played it, yeah.
Okay, tell us mention specifically how he played.
Yeah, you asked me for specific, right?
Yes, specific.
Now, you see, I don't like going to all of this kind of conversation. whereby we have to ask for specific like that.
No,
He
go
had
straight
people
to the
who hold on now.
okay.
He has people who work for him. He benefited from it, right? And then when they were playing all of this, we didn't hear him make any statement rebuking
that's
these
what we
people.
are just said
Hold
now.
on. You asked for a question. Don't talk over me, please. Let me make my point, please. He's the benefactor. He benefited from it. When these people were playing this tribal card, he never made any statement rebuking these people that please, you people stop this. This is not what I am for. And then you're telling me that it's not involved. How is he not involved? Who is the one benefiting from it? Are you telling me that he doesn't know what is going on? When he appeared before the Yoruba in Abeokuta, when he was saying that Southwest, who was he speaking to? What was he playing on in there? I mean, you see, we can talk about this. I just don't want to go into, you see, that's why for me, these things, for me, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I just want to move on. But when we start dwelling on these things, who is at fault, who did not do this, we just keep opening more and more, going back to what is not necessary. We just waste all our time. And this is what we Nigerians were doing a lot. There's so many things we can use our life for than all these things that are not really
Rational, you couldn't
necessary.
mention anything specifically that he did. That how he played tribal card. You couldn't pinpoint anything.
I cannot pinpoint anything. You want me to go and bring an audio clip where he's saying that
like Patrick said, he said the followers on both sides play tribal card.
Okay.
Which I agree with. That is absolutely true. I agree with that. But you are insisting that Tinubu he played tribal card. I said, okay, pinpoint, mention specifically how and where and when he did it. You couldn't do it.
I just give an example.
Can I
appeared before the Yoruba audience in Abeokuta. Were they Igbos?
Hold
on. Were they
on.
Hausas?
Okay, listen. Yoruba audience. It was addressing Yoruba audience.
So what is that?
Hold on now. Hold on. He was addressing Yoruba audience. And he specifically went to Abeokuta to tackle Oshibajo.
An APC member. I was
Hold
talking
on.
to
And
member.
to tackle Oshibajo because he knew Oshibajo is from Ogun State and the people of Ogun State wanted to vote for Oshibajo that time.
Okay.
As a delegate. All the delegates from Ogun State wanted to vote for Oshibajo. So this man went to Abeokuta to address them and told them that if this power shift if the party should zone it to the south and the micro-zone it to the southwest, because
Baba didn't say if, so he said Yoruba local. It's ton of Yoruba. He didn't say if. He didn't give them option of not.
He used the word Yoruba.
Hold on. I have supported so many people to so many places, and he mentioned specifically how he nominated Oshibajo for the vice president position that he occupies today. He said Buhari team asked him to submit 2 names. He said he knew they wanted to play game, but he told them that it's only 1 name he will submit, and he submitted the name of Oshibajo. And that was what made Oshibajo the vice president today. And he referred to Eleyi, the governor of Ogun State, that if not for me, this governor, Eleyi, he won't be governor of Ogun State. That I was the one that fought hard for him to be where he is today. And then he told the people, look, don't look at it that you want to vote for Oshibajo or your son. No. Vote for me. And he prostrated for them. He prostrated. When he ended the statement, he bowed down. He went to his knee. He bent down to his knee to appeal to them to vote for him. Let us put things in the right perspective. He went there to tackle Oshibajo. And that was what he did.
So, Baba, can I ask a question?
Yeah,
let me ask Baba Ajaliko a question. Okay. One question on that space.
Okay, ask the question, and then when Ajanlekoko responds, I'll round off that space because we're now in deep hours. But ask the question.
Okay. So, Baba, just allow me to finish the question before you answer. Tinubu, months later, returned to the same Abeokuta. Again, speaking in Yoruba again, to tell them that people wanted to keep me away from the presidency.
When
They are
was that?
using.
They didn't go after that.
I said you should let me finish the question, sir.
Okay,
Please,
sorry.
sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
So he went back there, and he's already candidate now, candidate running for Nigeria presidency. But now he wants to play whatever he wants to play again, and he returns to Abeokuta. Speaking in Yoruba, telling them that these people want to prevent me from being president. They are using Naira redesign. They are using this. They are using that. On the same breath, and I can provide evidence to this. On the same breath, while he was doing this in Abeokuta, FFK and the likes, who are that's why I said APC played tribal card, and I can list just one out of like 50 or 80 that I can list for you. In the same breath, while their master was doing that in Abeokuta, FFK was shunning out tweets saying that what Tinubu is saying is true, that they want to give him the MKO Abiola treatment, that Southwesterners should not agree for a repeat of 1993. So, painting it as if, so whooping on sentiments in the Southwest that this is what they did to Abiola. So, don't allow it to happen again. And again, they continue to play the same Abiola card, which I think is really unfortunate to somebody as respected as the great MKO Abiola, for people to play cheap politics with him, especially this media spokesperson of the APC. They have been doing that a lot. Abiola, Bayo Ononuga, Abiola. The same time they wanted to whoop up the interim government thing. In fact, it was so much that
let us concentrate on Abeokuta, what he did in Abeokuta. Don't go
let me
far.
No, don't take us on a long journey.
Let me round up my question. So
everybody not.
I've already. I'm not going anywhere. Let me just round up that question.
Yes.
So in the same breath, when Obi went to court, just 1 second. When Obi went to court and submitted a case against Tinubu, Bayo Ononuga went to Twitter and said, and responded and retweeted that case Obi submitted and said, Obi, and anybody can check this online. He said, Obi wants to give Tinubu the MKO Abiola treatment in 1993. Just because Obi went to court, Obi didn't say, I will annul, I will do anything. So what are those if they're not travel cards? So,
okay, let me respond. The one for the one of Abeokuta, let me reply you on that. The one of Abeokuta, those that we were referring to was Buhari and the cabal. Instead, they stashed away the money and they created scarcity of money. They created scarcity of currency. But whether they like it or not, we are going to vote and we are going to win. People must come out and vote, and people must, and we will win. One gbogbo wọlé, one gbé pamọ́, one gbogbo pamọ́, a máa dìbò, a máa wọlé. What is tribal there?
How you are contesting to be my president, and you are conveying information to me through Yoruba language.
Hold on. When this guy unleashed this attack against Buhari administration, you people were celebrating. You Obedient were celebrating that, yes, they got this guy. The administration has got him. They have stashed away money. He couldn't get money to spend, to bribe, and to bribe voters or something like that. You Obedient were celebrating.
You were celebrating. Buhari became your hero at that time, and you are jumping up that yes.
So what was that? What's the
But that's
connection with
not the
that with
question
tribe?
now.
With tribe, Ajale
Good.
Koko?
Hold on. This policy is good. They should continue. Nigeria should endure. So he did not use any tribal card. He didn't play any tribal card against anybody, but he unleashed an attack against Buhari monetary policy with that redesigning of notes and the fuel scarcity. So that because what he was telling people that it was I mean,
What he was telling
that
Yorubas,
he was telling the people in Ogun State, forget about Yorubas. Whether he was
he was
telling
speaking in
Yoruba,
Yoruba now, so he was saying Yorubas.
and yes,
That's all.
Yoruba people who did
hold on, Ajale Koko. Sorry, Ajale Koko. I've heard you say that twice now. That it was speaking in Yoruba. You know, we used to live stream quite a few of the campaigns. Countless occasions when Peter Obi was in the East, they spoke to them in their language, and Buhari often, anytime he's in the North, he speaks to them in their language. That's not
what we're talking about.
So you keep saying that he's speaking to them in Yoruba.
Speaking in Yoruba now. How can I have problem with
why would he speak in Yoruba when he was in Yoruba land? He's talking to Yoruba people. So you wanted to speak English. So he addressed them. He told them that this currency policy, it was a man-created problem, so that people will not come out and vote. But he encouraged people to come out and vote. And he said if they can come out and vote, they will win. He will win. And they will all win together. So how does that connote tribal card? How does that connote tribal card? Just explain to me. Explain to me.
One man, you
can I say
all
something?
need to just round up this.
Can I say something?
Let me just continue. But on rounding
one man, when can we speak now?
No, you're coming.
I'm the one on the floor now, my brother.
Yeah, go on. Land it. It's just saying it's taking too long. That's what it's really saying there. But
because of the interjections now.
No, carry on now, Uptown. So sorry, Fatah. We'll come to you.
So as for Baba Ajale Koko, I mean, why I just wanted to call it off because I remembered that you cannot change your grounds. It has never happened before. So, but then
I just pointed fact to you. I put everything in the right paper.
No, I accept. No, I accept. But what I'm saying is that it's clear. But again, I asked that question on behalf of the other person that was speaking.
I want to give you something before you conclude. I don't want to speak in this platform. I just want to give you something before you conclude. Then you can conclude.
Okay, sir.
I don't want to speak on this platform. Okay. So what I want to drop to you before you conclude is the issue of this tribalism. The thing is becoming too much, and we the supporters, it's like the thing is getting our head too much. But one thing I want to drop to you before you conclude, there was a statement made by Ojo Zokalo. I guess his wife died today, but there was a statement he released before the death of his wife. He said, when Tinubu shouted Emilokon, the people of Southwest came up and supported him to become the president. But when I shouted Emilokon to become the Senate president, the Igbo people started coming against me. So I want you to add that statement to your conclusion in all these contexts of tribal and all these issues.
Okay.
Most of our
this is just subjective view. I mean, what about Ajale Koko just said is just a spin of his own. That is what I subjected it to him. I mean, he said it is his facts. That is his own facts. So just look at what you just said now. I saw that statement.
Yeah, that's why I abandoned that space.
By this guy.
But then let me continue.
By the Senate president. I mean, once I say president, Oji Zokalu. So everybody has a way of reading what happened in that area.
No,
That
no,
Tinubu is
rational
that they're
man,
trying
you
to exonerate
counter
Tinubu
me,
from tribal card.
counter me.
It's beyond
If
me.
what I said,
We all know that Tinubu
it's not true.
benefited. He also played the tribal card as well as religious card. So let's
I've
not.
been asking you for
You
over
keep saying
10
you've been
minutes
asking.
now.
Did you
To
just hear
point
what
to
APC man and APC man just said?
anyone incident where he played tribal card when as a ticket, as a flag bearer of his party against
Hold
others.
on.
You
We
couldn't
had
mention
a
any
question.
incident.
Let me answer your
So
question.
let me finish. Then you people can conclude. I don't want to speak in this platform. I just want
Okay,
to.
if you don't want to speak in the platform, then you're welcome to.
You don't want to speak.
Sorry, carry on. I don't know what that kept on saying that. So thank you. I
One
will
man,
carry on
calm
now.
down.
Yeah. What's the meaning of I don't
This
want to speak? If he finds a place so offensive, then
no, not
apologies.
offensive. I think maybe he just wants to be a listener this time, just to listen to us.
Yeah.
No. That's not what I don't want to. I want to listen, but I don't want to label you people
All
too
right.
much.
Okay.
It's just that I want to draw something to up and so that you will conclude. I don't want to label the topic so much. That's what I mean.
All right.
It's not that
All
I don't
right.
want
Carry
to.
on. No,
Because I know
carry
if I
on.
want to speak, it might not be
now.
my turn today. So what I wanted to conclude.
And by the way, sorry. Apologies to everybody that has been waiting. It's just one of those sessions. But sorry, carry on. Yeah, carry on, Ekene.
Yeah. So the reason why I brought the topics is just for Uptown to add it up to conclude this section. After the statement he made, I know some notable people that came out to counter him and begin to tackle him. As Namina Ojus Okalo. Yes, most of our comedians from Onitsha, many of them, they came up, they were bombasting him, they were telling him or calling on him all sort of names. You cannot they were able to drag him, show us what you did that will make us to support you. It's not just shouting, Emilokon, my turn to be Senate president, and you think that we can support you the way Yoruba supported Tinubu. No. We don't do that type of politics. You must show us the reason why we will support you. We don't care if you become the Senate president also. So all those narratives have been flying around yesterday, today, and all that in the southeast. So the man just kept quiet. So I want to throw that to Uptown because of all these tribal things, so that we use it to conclude our narrative and move on as a country. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. I mean, it's just in addition to what I said, but for some reason, personal to me, I don't think I want to talk about Obi'S just for out of respect for his wife that just died. So maybe I should just keep him out of my analysis, and may her gentle soul rest in peace as well. What I'm saying basically is that APC's campaign architecture, and I follow all of them in that their media team, bomber to bomber, the entire language framework that they framed work, and none of them is speaking, is a framework, is an agenda they drew up in the media board, and every single one of them is aligned. And I must give it to them. One thing positive about that space, the APC Campaign Council, one thing positive about them is that they have unity of purpose, whether positive or negative, but in this case, negative. But then, even within the negative, whatever agenda, they have unity of purpose because you can tell that they are always having caucus meeting. They are always aligned to a particular agenda they want to push. And all of it, almost all of it, up to 85% of, and anybody, don't take my word for it, go and conduct a forensic audit in all of their pages, including their official press releases in the entire campaign season, especially nearing towards the campaign. Put everything on the table, and you find out that every single thing they said, every single, whether reactional, whether attacking, whether agenda, whether everything, every single thing was tribe, every single thing was religion. It's either they are trying to whoop up sentiments in their own base, or they are trying to divide another base based on religious line and based on ethnic line. And they did that. The only time it didn't succeed throughout the whole long 8 months of campaign, because Obi'S kept kept testing it. It was penetrating little, but it didn't really go anywhere. The only time it was successful for them was during the governorship. That one, the agenda really agended during governorship, and they had their way. It didn't work for them in the presidential. If it worked, Obi would have been long. Obi wouldn't have been even a third force in this campaign itself if the agenda worked. And it is really sad because, and I'm not the one that I've heard a lot of pundits on the space that say, even a lot of European people as well, people like Yemi, Demonako, and all of that, they say this style of politics APC is playing, it might work for you, it might help you to keep power, but if you keep power, you know there has to be a country for you to govern. Are you thinking about the repercussions? Because they will be like, okay, let's just do it and grab power. Maybe later it will fix itself. No. Those things you're doing, you're going to come back, even as president, if you succeed as president, you're going to face it. So,
all right. Uptown, let me ask you a question. And I want a completely condensed answer to this question. So not a long, Do you think the Southwest, do you think they object to the APC victory ticket Tinubu? Do you think the Southwest object to it?
A greater majority of Southwest who voted for Tinubu cannot possibly object to an APC victory.
Okay, let me ask you the second question. Do you think the North, they object to the APC victory?
The core North does not object to APC victory. Remember, it's flying a Muslim ticket, and that's a big deal for them.
Right. So if the North and the Southwest does not object to the APC victory, then which part of the because you are saying the country there's danger and whatnot. So where is the objection coming from? Okay. If the Southwest, as you rightly said, don't object, the North don't object. So what do you mean a part of the Southwest? Because the abundance of the Southwest, do they object to it?
I can tell you probably 45 years above.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about percentages. In percentages, the Southwest, do they object to it?
Yeah, a greater population of it.
They object to it.
No, a greater population do not object to it.
What about no, you can't say anything categorically. I'm just asking for your subjective view. What about the North, the greater mass? Do they object to? If they don't get article, then would they object to an APC victory?
Yeah, I'm going to answer to that, but you've said this a couple of times, so let me address it. So, when I answer your question, sir, I really mean my view. I don't mean anything categorical. So,
no, yes.
I don't know what differentiates between categorical and subjective view, because it is my view, it is my analysis, it is how I see it. That's why you asked me the question.
Right, carry on.
Okay. So, the question is, a greater number of Southwest, and really, rightly so, should support their son, right? I don't think they should. In fact, I would be surprised if a great number of Southwest object to a Tinubu presidency.
Go to the North. Go to the North. Go to the North.
In the North.
Yeah, are they up in arms against Tinubu's victory in the North?
No. Can you use Konkoso's submission on BBC Hausa to answer that question? That I
let him answer, because hold on. Let him answer, because I'm going somewhere. But don't give a long answer. Just the North. Do they object to Tinubu's victory largely or not?
It is divided, because mostly people that are okay with Tinubu's victory are a huge part of the Muslim North. Not all Muslim Norths anyway. A considerable part of the Muslim North. We've heard people, voices in that space talk. We've even heard Northern Elders Forum say that judiciary, the fate of this country is in your hands and all that. So, but what the point I'm making, and in conclusion, really, is what APC is doing, and it hurts me, especially being here in Lagos and seeing what they are doing here in Lagos, and also seeing some people, because what they're doing here is almost like when I was in boarding school, rats used to chew your leg. So if the rat chew your leg, you used to blow wind into the leg so you don't wake up. So what they're doing here is they are doing what they are doing, and then the government is acting like they don't know. They're doing it, they're acting like they don't know, and then they gaslight, and then the media spokesperson gaslights you. And if they keep doing it, if one voice from the other side, the receiving angle, dares to say, why is everybody shutting up and taking this? Let me even speak up, like the Ajao guy that said IPOB, as stupid, excuse my language, as what he said there. I don't know what would prompt him to be thinking. Why are you not talking about, there's other ways you can say governments should rain down on this, whatever that is happening in Lagos. You don't have to bring IPOB inside. But then he dared to speak up just because the government is not responding. And the same DSS that refused to pick everybody that has been issuing tribal warnings and actually carrying it out. The same police that came to tell us that, oh my God, MC Oluomo, we invited him for a coffee meeting, and then we find out that he's a very funny guy. So, that statement he made is just cracking jokes. And 24 hours later, he carried it out. It was carried out, and he's still walking free. And then they keep doing it even after election. That's the one that's paining me, because if the whole idea, and that is why I believe that the whole idea does not stop at stopping GRV. I don't even think GRV is a personal non grata in this thing. They know he's not even going to win this election. There is a bigger picture, and that is Obi. So if this case gets to a rerun, they want to make sure that Obi is not as popular as it is a couple of months ago. So, because if this thing is just to maintain Lagos, you have retained Lagos now. So why is the boy still running around the streets and attacking ethnic groups? Why? Because you want them to get to a point where they will now retaliate violently, and you say, oh, you see, I told you guys, these guys, they want to take over Lagos. I told you, see what they're now doing. But smart as these guys are, these Southeasterners, they're saying, we know what you guys want. You guys want to push us to anarchy. The same thing they did with Obi, and that's why Obi is insisting, no matter what protest anybody call, obedience, don't go there. Stay in your house, don't protest, because they want places to burn. So they'll start discrediting. So we told you these guys want to bring Nigeria down. You know what I'm saying? And I think this agenda, their style of politicking, I hate it. Anybody in this platform knows how much I hate PDP and every single thing they stood for in 16 years of power. Every single thing they stood for. But the politicking of the APC is almost making me feel like, even if it's PDP, let the coup take over with all the hatred I have towards Atiku. Because how are you going to build a country with this style of politicking? It's toxic. You can't be. Their PDP days, at least, I don't say the only problem where they get na corruption, they tip our money, they're sharing money in Abuja and all that. But they did well with diversity. They did well with managing conflicts. They did well with managing diversity and all of those things and putting the country a little bit calm. But this APC, with their this campaign media team, what scares me when I wake up in the morning, are they the ones that will run this government? Are they the ones that will run this government with their rhetorics? And somebody needs to join me on Twitter, because people are disconnected with what's going on. People need to follow this. Do you know that FFK came out 2 days ago? Do you know what he tweeted? He said that this unity that we are found.
No, FFK has always been a wild card. Did you not know that?
He is a director of media.
No, that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. FFK. Hold on. Sorry, can you hear me, Uptown? Were you aware of FFK during the 20? You know, he was the director of Goodluck Jonathan's campaign.
Okay.
Did you know that?
But he was never tribal.
It was. No. Should we go back? I can't give you off the top of my head, but I can just go into Google now or YouTube and bring it up.
One man.
It was the language that he was using towards Buhari. It would be locked up in the UK.
No. You see, FFK can be everything, but bigotry back then was never one of his style.
It was.
Hold on.
It's just a master plan.
You see, if you join APC, Tinubu's APC, Buhari's APC, you see, I want to say something, man. Let me quickly say this, Uptown. If you see the composition of APC, it's a Muslim-led party. The leaders, those people have the key roles.
Like Oshibanjo, you mean, or Fayemi?
Oshibanjo is a spare tire. No, Oshibanjo is
Fayemi.
Forget that thing. The current president
and Ngige and
the current president is a Muslim. The current president is a Muslim. The one that took over from what's his name? This guy that they pushed out, Adams Oshomole, is a Muslim. Now the one that succeeded him now is a Muslim. The presidential candidate is not just a Muslim. Even his deputy. Oh my goodness, what are we talking about? You see, the fear this guy expressed here right now. That is where I'm going. If these people can be setting this tone right now, like Yemi Ademoloku said, what are we to expect under these people when they take over eventually? I foresee a very bleak. Well, I hope I'm wrong, but looking at that's what I'm saying to us, that let us not play into the hands of these people. Let us know where to draw the line. We can talk about these matters, but let us know where to draw the line and just move on from this topic. Because I can't right now. I'm getting traumatized, even just hearing us saying all of these things, and even imagining or imaginable when it eventually comes to pass. Because when you have a party that has told this line, and then you see the composition of that party is swung to one side of a religious divide. It tells you. So the FFK you're talking about, it could be anything. But as soon as he joins APC, he sees the style of their kind of campaign that is always on the line of not just ethnic but religious. That tells you.
Sorry, if anybody listening can dig up FFK under Goodluck Jonathan and the rhetorics that he was throwing at Buhari.
Yeah,
you know, because I remember distinctly, he was calling him sleeping with cattle, you know, the B word, savage from the Sahel, all of these things. Yeah,
he was talking about the personality. He wasn't talking about his people. It is different now. FFK is talking about a people. His last tweet.
Yeah, but did he not? Who was he fighting on Twitter from the north? Was he not using the same language? Just recently, it was fighting somebody on Instagram from the north, and they called him. Was it Dati Baba Ahmed? He used the same language.
Okay.
That was when they joined APC now. What are you talking about, one man?
No, but I just don't want to make the effort. If I go to 2015, I can dig up all of the things they said about Buhari. I'm not going to make the effort now. Near 6 hours into
one man.
You know that even Keyamu, that used to have decency, have also pulled himself down to also spewing tribal and religious rhetoric. That's why I told you that.
One man, can we speak also?
All right. Yeah, round off Uptown, because I think people are getting impatient.
Yeah. So I wanted to round off with that FFK tweet. This man came to tell us exactly what they are planning. He said that this unity between the Southwest and the Muslim North, it's the unity of Nigeria, and every other people that want to scuttle it will never scuttle it ever again. So he has divided Nigeria between the Southwest, obviously, by Southwest, it means the Southwest that is supporting APC, and the Muslim North. That is the one Nigeria that FFK have mapped out now for APC government. And then every other person that is not in that space. So people started commenting and saying, please, did FFK and APC give people like Omai, Joe Ibokwe, this memo that they are not going to be part of this government, or they are not part of this one Nigeria that FFK have carved out according to their victory now? They have carved out a particular one Nigeria called APC Southwesterners and Muslim North. Every other person is they are not.
You know the most dangerous thing coming out of these elections at the moment is not whatever Bayo Ononuga is saying, or FFK, is this doomsday apostasy that we're hearing from your camp? This doomsday apostasy, there it is. That's just my view. This doomsday apostasy.
No. Anybody that do not call what APC is doing out, I'm sorry. Every brush I paint APC with, I paint the person with.
Brother,
I'm really
APC
very
is
sorry.
not doing
Because
anything.
it
It's a
is
political party. We have spent 30 minutes. APC. What is it? It's a political party now.
All right.
APC.
Uptown. Let's go on to Fatai. Fatai, come into the conversation at whatever entry point of your choice. Come in, Fatai.
One man.
And by the way, so apologies. So it's been like an endurance test, isn't it? All the waiting around, but there it is.
It's amazing, one man. Actually, I came in. Actually, you didn't even want to spend a lot of time on the program.
You know,
actually, yeah. And Egbon Alexander Gome, I just had fatal. I think Egbon, Abi Ote, platform. Egbon, Tasi Mijan Lobeg Bojari.
You were right the first time. There's no planet. Never buy platform. But carry on.
platform.
Yeah.
And I even just wanted to come and say, I've not even been able to say after Egbo Alexander addressed the situation that he just mentioned my name in the past. I just wanted to say, Egbo, how far now? I never shell. But that's by the way. But one man. I want to say two prayers, to God. One of them, I pray to God in the name of Abiola, right? Name of Abiola will never be censored. Because I've heard Uptown like 2-3 times repeated the name. Oh, they say Abiola, they say Abiola. Hey, this man laid down his life to fight for democracy. And so when people are saying democracy, in this situation that they want to put in truncate this democracy or whatever it is, or they want to do interim government, whatever it is, and they are likening it to Abiola, it's a parallel to democracy. They want to truncate democracy, just like they did with Abiola. How is that tribal? God will not let anybody use Abiola's name and say tribal to censor it. No, we will always forever say Abiola is a hero. Why can't we? FFK retweeted Abiola when Tinubu was speaking in Abeokuta. I don't even get the link. What is all this jump? And Abiola is a hero. That is a Yoruba name does not then mean it has to be seen. People cannot say his name again. People say everything is tribal. Everything is tribal. Even our own name now also has become tribal. We cannot mention Igbo name is tribal. Now our own name now is going to be tribal as well. We cannot also mention our own name. This thing needs to have boundary. At some point, some of us will not even care what anybody say. Some of us will not even care. All these things need to have a boundary. One man, God will bless you. God will bless your platform. May you never be censored. Some of the people that love the platform for the conversation. Nobody can say we can't speak now. You would rather not come to the platform rather than not speak. I would rather not come rather than not speak. If I don't want to come, I don't want to come. What's the point to come and not speak? Now, Rational Man made a rule now. He said nobody should interject anybody. Since that time I waited, I was watching. Rational Man has interjected 1 million times people. But today he made the rule that some people should not interject people because that time they were speaking about this deep fake, about a tape that is not deep fake, that is original.
Oh, all right, take us to that space then. Deep fake. What is now something now that we all have to become expert in now? Deep fake or not?
One
deep
man
fake.
is not deep fake.
You know somebody actually just sent me something on Go carry on.
One man is not one man. They say if we speak, we go die. If we no speak, we go still die. May we speak. Where that death go come, it go come. The thing not be deep fake. The thing are real. First of all, they say it's DSS release it. Well, if DSS tap your phone, right? They tap the phone conversation. Well, there is there is somebody speak who was before Peter Obi starts to speak. There is somebody speaking in the background. So DSS will tap the communication going on between the speaker, the caller, and the receiver. Right? And if the receiver didn't put it on loudspeaker, it's not going to capture external voices that are not part of these two people. So there are external voices captured in the conversation. How many things how many resources are you going to put in to make this deep fake? What is the value of this deep fake that people will go all? If you know the variations of the pitch in that distance, it is not possible. There is 99.9% confidence that it's not a deep fake. Of course, you can make a deep fake of anything if you really, really, really want it. You can sit down there and spend all the money and everything and feed in everything. Look at the layers of the sound now. The layers of the sound there's too much variation there. How can anybody call that a deep fake? The Arise never even debunked it. Arise, they were playing it. Oma, don't you know when what is his name? What is his name again? This Arise guy now that was fighting that was on Dr. Damages over the weekend.
Rufai. Yeah.
Rufai, when he wants to do sermonization, when he have the facts, when he say, or at least the thing, we even did one man here on this platform when he was accused, when he was saying to the lawyer Kayamo, say,
Fatai, we lost you. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think
yes, one man.
They captured him.
One man, can I come in now? At least.
Come in now. So sorry, me ASAPs. Apologies. It's not usually like this, but this is just how it's gone. Let's hear from you. You're new to the space, are you?
Well, I've been.
Can you hear me?
No, we lost you, but now somebody has stepped into the bridge. Just give him a moment. It's a new voice. Come in. Yeah.
Actually, I would like. I was actually supposed to speak after. What's his name? Before Adaya. So I've been waiting before even. And I think when Mr. Fatai entered, I was thinking one man had indicated that I was going to come in before him. So
apologies. I take the blame for no. Yeah, fair is fair. So apologies. Yeah. So
I think I waited close to about 3 hours. I wouldn't have spoken today. But first of all, let me start by appreciating your platform. I've been following you for for quite some time now, since the beginning of the election. That was before the beginning of the election. That was around January. I'm not sure, February. But and then I would like to appreciate your tenacity, and then your panelists as well.
Who's your favorite? Who is your favorite panelist? As if we don't know. As if we don't.
It's you, obviously. So
no. I'm not a panelist. I'm just the noisemaker. Go on.
Yeah. So I actually like every one of us and your contributions. However, the variation that it comes, sometimes you still learn a few things. So, but one of the things that, and then I also like to appreciate panelists too, in particular people. I don't want to mention anybody's name, but everyone that is here today and those who are absent as well. I appreciate you guys, and I've learned a lot. So, what actually spurred me to come to say today, at least I would break away from my shell, and I would want to speak, is because I wish some people had not gone off, so I could try to speak with and rub minds with them and let them see, maybe present a kind of mirror, so that they will see where they are speaking from, and they would also be able to, come to terms with some of the things they say. I think one man has been very, very, very lenient. He has been very lenient, and these sort of things that happen in this space cannot happen. We've been saying it. People have been saying it before me. The likes of Ogbeni have been saying it before me. They cannot happen in another space. And I think that I think it has come to a point where this thing is taken for granted. That is what I can see. If you know you can't go to another space and spew some of these things with reckless, in some instances, with confidence and with a kind of convenience, then why do we come here and then we can say some things and then we also challenge one man again over those same things. So another thing I want to say is that, one man, please, is it possible? Is a suggestion, it may not be taken, because you know how the platform runs better than I would know. Is it possible that, because I've seen this done on other platforms, I mean in the US here, is it possible that you kind of time people? Because I think people are really aware that other people are also waiting for them to finish talking. And as someone is talking, somebody is already interjecting, and I can see that there's this kind of way that people, there's this kind of comfort that we have when we are already talking, and then we are not really maybe conscious of the fact that somebody else is also waiting in line. And then we even keep going on and going on and going on, and we're not really conscious. If there could be a kind of time that one is already expected at this sort of time, maybe 15 minutes, I would end, and then I pass it on to another person. That may give some of us, kind of like a kind of direction and regularity in this. Then the other thing I wanted to say, which I wanted to really address, I wish the person was around, is my very I'll call him my egbon, and that's Alexander Gomez. And I wish he's
you can't attack Alexander, or that's the rule. There are two people you can't attack, Alexander and Ajanle Koko. You can attack everybody else, but those two people, they are protected species.
They are protected classes.
Yes.
He actually is to buttress his point, not to attack. That's why I called him Egbon. If you see, I used the word Egbon. And Ajanle Koko has been wonderful. Now, and every other person has been wonderful too, including Rational Mind as well. Now, the thing I want to say is that it's not an attack. It's actually to buttress his point. And I wish he was here. He mentioned and said along the point, he said that, which I really appreciate, that his parents had allowed him to come back home to Lagos and to learn certain things. Then he went on to make, and the reason I'm trying to, is not an attack, is to, because when he made that statement, I was like, okay, so people will leave now with this knowledge. And whether you like it or not, there are many people, I believe, that are listening to these spaces and they are in a position to speak, but for one reason or another, because they will be looking at certain things, they may not come up to speak. So, but then again, we also run at a risk of having people say statements that may give a wrong impression. And if we're not careful, people will go on with that wrong impression, thinking that they are carrying out maybe that based on certain things they've heard, especially from the horse's mouth. So he made, which is what is not an attack, please, but it's just a kind of misnomer that I want to bring our attention to. Egbon said something along the line. He said something about Samuel Ajayi Crowther being the one who coined the name Yoruba. I stand to be corrected, but I don't think that is the case. I don't want to go into the specifics of it, but based on my little knowledge, Ajayi Crowther did not coin that name Yoruba. The Anogo that he mentioned, yes, that is our name, and that is not the only name we've also had. You see, it's funny because there's a lot of research that has been done already on this. So if people really care, I'm not talking about Mr. Gomez now. I'm saying the people.
No. What is the basis of your disagreement with Alexander? Because you can't say you don't think and then not present a contrary explanation. Okay. So what's your contrary?
Again, it's not a disagreement with him. It's just
you are evolving a narrative now. So evolve it then to a better understanding.
Correct, sir. So now, this is what I will say. To my knowledge, the name Yoruba itself is more or less what we call an exonym. It's a name that actually we got, is not our own name. We have, like you mentioned, our own name. There are other people that will say things like Omoluabi. There are other people that will say things like, they are Odua, Omokaro, Ojire. There are other names like that. But the name Yoruba actually emanates from the Hausa tribe as an exonym, which is a kind of
Yoruba Wabi. Are you doing is it the Yoruba?
Yes, sir, exactly.
Okay.
So it's even then, and there are other scholars who will also give a different interpretation. So I don't think that is representative. So that we will not think, okay, Yorubas themselves are actually at loggerheads with that a particular name. And there's a lot of, because what spurred my Egbon to even say it was the fact that there were a lot of, there's been a lot of, jostling about who owns Lagos and who, and then what's his name? This man that you were trying to correct at some point. Mr. Joel made a statement that who is the person mentioning Lagos is no man's land, and I looked at it, and we've been hearing this over and over and over again. Let me now. So I said, okay, maybe I should now give my own personal example, my own personal experience. If you are saying that on one hand I should point, no, but of course, let us be realistic. Nobody is going to be able to point and pinpoint and say this so and so person, a personality said so. No, but we know in our personal experiences that people that are not maybe not be personalities or maybe not be celebrities we've come across certain words like that in the past. Even is it going in the buses? Is it going on? I for one, I remember growing up in Lagos. I will be in the bus going from Ikotun to Oshodi, and I will hear in the bus, except somebody is now telling me that I am lying. I remember the conversation going in the bus, going to Oshodi, and I would hear someone make a passing statement, derogatory statement, and say things like that, and saying things like Lagos is no man's land. And I know the extraction from where that person is coming from. And some people will keep quiet in the bus, some people will take it up in the bus. Now, can I come to this platform now and now say, okay, I can point at that? Of course, we don't know that person. That person was just the same. We also rode on the same bus with that person. But those kind of one-to-one experiences don't necessarily, we cannot pinpoint and say that, okay, this person said it. So it's more or less like the same gaslighting they talked about is the same tactic that is being used when you want to now drive home the point that nobody said Lagos. We know people say it.
But is there not an argument for it though? Because when people say Lagos is no man's land, it doesn't necessarily mean that there were not a bunch of people indigenous to the space, but for the special status that Lagos State has in the Nigerian experience, it's evolving out of being the federal capital territory for such a long time, which then became home to virtually all ethnic nationhood within Nigeria, and they don't know any better than Lagos. So the sense of ownership that born and bred 3 generations deep, Southeasterner, Northwesterner, etc., that they feel towards Lagos, it lends to that it's been like a cosmopolis for everybody.
One man, just a quick intersection. What you just said now, why can't the Hausa, the Efik, the Edo, the other people that also stay in Lagos as the capital city of Nigeria, why don't lay the same claim like the Southeastern are laying? I want you to
how do you mean they don't lay? How do you know they don't lay the same claim? The fact that they don't verbalize it, they don't vocalize it, don't mean that they don't hold that sentiment.
So if they lay the same claim and they don't verbalize, that means they respect the culture and tradition of the indigenous, which is good.
No, it's down to ethnic personalities now. The Northerners by nature are instinctually conservative and quiet and set to the background. You have to prod at them to get a reaction. But the Easterners, they're very confident and very forthcoming in expression.
Okay, if you say something like that, then you don't blame the indigenous for coming out to say enough is enough.
All right. Let's go back to me. Yeah, go back. Carry on me. Why are you laughing?
Because I like one man static. One man tries to play. You see, that's one thing I love about one man. He tries to play it fair, even on the behalf of those same people that are attacking. Because
no, it's just for balance now. It's just for balance.
And I really appreciate it. Now, so okay, now this is the thing. One man, I will not even go in that direction. You know why I won't go in that direction? Because the likes of Baba Ajale Koko has sufficiently, what's his name? Ogbeni has sufficiently dealt with this, with all of these things and these innuendos. But I will come from this angle. Now, if you say that, because the whole thing that generated, because I was even surprised, I was like, okay, I thought we've dealt with this issue, and why am I not hearing cases of Jandol again? GRV again. And that was why I was going to speak today. So now let's even look at this. What brought up this was, okay, we rejected our child. He's Chinedu Igbawo. Okay, let me ask a question. Was it only Chinedu who ran for governorship in Lagos? So there's this kind of narrative that I'm now beginning to see. It's as though if you don't vote for Chinedu, you have rejected him. It's as though, like somebody said, it's a zero-sum game. We will still lose at the end of the day. Even if we win, we will lose. That is the bottom line. Okay, because let's look at it. No man, sorry, I may be wrong. So I will have to ask you because you are very, very vast in this. Jandor, where is Jandor from?
I think it's from Ikorodu's thereabout. I'm not sure, but I think it's a Lagosian. That's my unless somebody wants to correct me. Yeah,
he was born in Motion. He's also Awori. He's Awori by ethnicity. Now, so let's even talk about indigenousship. If Jandor is Awori and Chinedu, let me use his name, Bolahon is Lagosian, which is Lagos Island based, right? Whether somebody says returning or not, he's Lagos based, he's indigenous. Now,
why do you refer to him as Chinedu? Is Chinedu his first name?
No, you can see I used Bolahon. You can see I used Bolahon.
You can use Gbadebo if you want to get his name really.
Gbadebo. So now,
carry on.
I said, okay, now Gbadebo is also Lagos Island based, right? Now, why is it that the narrative that has held sway till today, which should have even died long ago after the election, why is it that people are particular, and when they are bringing up this issue, they are particular about GRV? Where have you put Jandor, who's Awori? Why are they so much, sympathetic?
Is this your question that if people are asking that why it was Gbadebo not voted for, and they're attributing it to its ethnic diversity in terms of parenthood? Yes. So then why then do you explain why Jandor was not voted for?
That's also my question. My question is like, it's like as if they think, look, as if people are talking, you have to understand that there are people in the background who are also listening, and they are hearing your sides of the argument. They know our biases. They are listening to me right now. They know where we are biased. And see, bias is not a bad thing. That's another thing I wanted to bring. I felt like sharing. Bias is not bad. It's part of human nature. In fact, it's necessary for survival. The only time when bias becomes terrible is when it's done at the expense of the other. But that's why I said this thing has been dealt with, has been done flawlessly by the other panelists. I'm surprised that it still keeps coming up. So if GRV is contesting for the same post, and he has a Lagos indigeneity that I can trace, and then Jandor too also is in the same class and can claim Lagos to the same degree, then why is it as though everyone is circling about the GRV? Is it the only one qualified among the three major? He's not the only one. So you see then the person who is now the listener will begin to think that there's something wrong, there's something else about this Chinedu or Gbadebo. People will think that way. That you're not fighting for Jandor, which is also a Lagosian, but you're fighting for that. And those are the things that will make people now say, okay, they will enter into what is kind of survivor defensive mode. And say, okay, it seems there's something else. And I don't want to go into all the things that surround because like I said, they've been dealt with. But the only thing I wanted to just bring out is the worship of Jandor. And if you look at his qualification, he is well-read, well-sound. In fact, if you look at his CV, he's not only schooled in Nigeria. So if Yorubas could not choose that one, as why are we now being nailed to the cross for not choosing GRV? If the narrative
you're really struggling to prevent yourself from calling him Chinedu, aren't you? I can hear that. Well, carry on.
Another thing I wanted to bring to our attention is this. People keep saying things like our diversity, and we should put aside our diversity. And we should. I'm so surprised that Nigeria is going down.
But my brother, one man, the name Chinedu, is this middle name or third name? I just want to clarify.
It's his middle name. His first name is Badebo. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I called him Badebo last statement I made. So,
no, carry on. Yeah.
Okay. So now, there's nothing someone else said here that I was like, okay, this person has been saying this thing for a long, and it's like he thinks we are not listening to what he's saying. We are listening. And we know he cannot say those things on the reverse. But he's saying it when it's our own turn. You see, when you I'm not going to try. I will try to be on point as much as possible. I want to talk about this issue of if somebody came up with the narrative that the way you can see the way the platform is even divided.
One man, can I interject, please?
Please, sir, before you interject,
you can interject, but before you interject or anything, just give me a moment, me ASAP. Just give me a micro moment just to quickly document something. You already all know where I'm going. So Ayo is on the platform, and you know whenever Ayo turns up on the platform, he registers himself properly. So that's Ayo doing the coffee thing. So thank you, Ayo. And then of course the coffee thing was backed up by super chats from Alexander Gomez, Rotimi, who has been using that space a bit, and he used it twice. So a bit of a lull in that super chat area, but it carries on. But it carries on only now under the excellent supervision of the mighty Thomas. So Thomas, over to you as I ease myself out. Carry on, me ASAP.
All right, sir. Now, so another thing I wanted to say was the issue of is as though we should not be Nigerian. They make a comparison between Nigeria and America. Actually, in the US, nobody sees himself as one tribe and the rest. Those are what I can call false equivalence. Because number one, like I said, there's nothing wrong in bias itself. It's only when it's now beginning to is weaponized and used at the expense of another. That's when you can now say bias is now becoming a problem. Bias is meant for survivor. Now, if you say we should drop our ethnicity and we say we are first, no, I don't think so. And here's the reason why I don't think so. Because even our founding father, Tafawa Balewa, also made a statement to address this issue. When Awo was trying to wonder, okay, should we put aside our differences and so that Nigeria can move forward? And Tafawa Balewa had to call him and say, and read in one of his speech and said, no, he doesn't think so. Because you see, like, I think Ogbeni has dealt with this issue where he said, you cannot take away the culture of a person from the person himself. The culture is the person itself. It's his way of life. It's his way of doing things. If you take away that culture, what we should strive for is that unity in our diversity. Not that you will not tell us that, okay, we should drop our diversity for the unity. That's not how it works. It's like putting a cart before the horse. And Tafawa Balewa will go on to make this statement and say, we must recognize our diversity and the peculiar conditions under which the different tribal communities live in the country. That's what he said, I think, in one of his speech. And his speech is online, is one of his magnificent speeches that is online available. So this issue where we now begin to say, okay, we should put aside our Yorubaness. Now, let me ask you a question. Why is it that anytime it comes to issues of this election, all that we have discussed today, in fact, the topic of on the thumbnail is completely different from what we discussed? Why is it that everything we've discussed today has been on Lagos? I thought we are after the development of Nigeria. We are after unity over Nigeria. Okay, is it only Lagos that has a problem? We are focusing on Lagos. Fine, no problem. Let's focus on Lagos. But at the expense of other parts of Nigeria. For heaven's sake, other parts exist. So it's as though we are feeding Lagos and we are now malnourishing the other parts. Everyone is talking about Lagos. And I say, okay, all your wisdom, all the wisdom, all the ideas, the intellect that you are bringing a suggestion that we should put aside our differences for Lagos, have you applied them back home? Don't you, if it's so good for Lagos, don't you think it will be good for back home? Don't you think it will be good for, if it's good for Lagos, yes, it will move Lagos forward. Then why can't we also apply it? If it's so good, why can't we also apply it back home? Why is it only Lagos? These are the things that will make people think, okay, it's like there's something about this Lagos, and they will become defensive. Another issue is the issue of Badagry. Whether Badagry, I think it was Ife that made that statement, and I just shook my head. Ife cannot tell me that his tribe or his subgroup in Badagry is the only subgroup in Badagry. And why do I say that? There are other subgroups in Badagry that can trace their direct lineage to the Yoruba race. And all of these things are online. They've been dealt with, they've been done by Professor, what's his name? Falola. Toyin Falola has dealt decisively with these issues that we can, if we start dissecting all of these issues, we cannot leave this platform today. There's a lot of historical evidence that has been documented that shows the indigenousship of Lagos has been Yoruba. And what pains me is that our leaders have, and that is one of the reasons, when our leader, I don't want to mention anybody's name, removed history from the curriculum of, they did it for a purposefully, and we have seen the result today. Because when you can, how would you feel if it came over an issue of maybe a southeastern state, and I begin to cast aspersions over the ethnicity of that state? Would you be happy? Even the lady who mentioned, what's her name, Adaja, I was just laughing. Erelu that is in Lagos State, Lagos Island, cannot make the statement she made. We're saying, okay, she presented the narrative as though it were Lagosians were being forced to vote APC, and I laughed. Jando is Awori. Now, who do you think Aworis will vote for? Would they vote for LP? So it's as though when Jewel was presenting it, as though everywhere we have now hoodwinked the entire Southeasterners that are living in Lagos to vote for a particular party. That's not the case. Lagos is very diverse. So I honestly, Badagry has, from the onset, has also been diverse. And there are tribes there that can trace their lineage directly. Now, here's the thing. For the records, if you like, we go, no matter where we go, if we go down, deep down to the beginnings of the beginnings, to ground zero, we will still find that the first original settlers in the place we call Lagos, we can call it whether Lagos Island, some people may say, okay, Greater Lagos, some people may say, okay, the entire Lagos, whatever language you call it. The entire region that is currently called Lagos State today, Awonto Tebedo, the first settlers that put foot on that region were the Aworis, and they are Yorubas. So even if we want to go back to the beginnings of the beginnings, and these things have been dealt with by numerous scholars. One of them is
an Awori are from Ile-Ife.
Thank you. That's from Ile-Ife.
Yes.
If please, for those who are in doubt, I would like you to go and read the works of what's her name, this fantastic scholar, which okay, just give me 1 minute. And I'll fetch her. You may need to buy it online, but you go and read. She did a seminar work on the historicity of Lagos. And the funny thing is that our leaders know, but I have a message for you. Please, sir, in your meetings with the people who are in charge, who have been given the opportunity to hold the reins of power, I think it's time they do a decisive. It is not the fault of all of us that are dragging this issue, but when our leaders, the posture that our leaders have taken has actually given room for this to happen. So I would appeal, sir, that maybe they can do a decisive job and let us know where things stand, so that this kind of thing will not crop up again in the future.
You know that I'm not, I don't align with any one of these two parties, PDP and Showore is my guy. So they are not my people because they don't represent anybody but themselves and their family and their political associate. That's it. So my political alignment is with Showore and Adewale. Those are the two guys I believe that young Nigerians should line behind, but they decided to go with the old guard. So
the old cargoes.
Yeah, old cargo.
Yes, sir.
I don't.
And I actually was surprised when everybody decided to go with this thing, because I thought we were all going after Shure. All of a sudden we switched, and I wonder. Anyway, for those who are really interested in really digging deep, and they don't want all these side shows, they want the truth and nothing but the truth. You can at least, if you can lay your hands on the work of Christine Mann. On the title of the book is called Slavery and Sorry?
Another people telling us the history of Lagos, sir.
Sorry, I didn't get that, sir.
Is this person, this Christine Ma you're talking about? Is it a white person?
Yes, a white person.
So another.
No. I just did you hear when I mentioned Tony Falala?
I think I heard you say that.
So I'm now, why I brought up her own work is because, if I bring in Tony Falala now, you see, that's the funny thing. My thinking was that if I brought in Tony Falala, the first inkling would be like, well, of course, what do you expect him to say? Is it not Yoruba? That is why I said, okay, let us bring in an independent. And this, why is it independent? Because she was, what do they call these scholars? These ones that they give special grants to, that is very difficult to get the grants.
Archaeologists? Archaeologists?
No. There's a particular scholarship that is very difficult for researchers to get. That we have to strive. It's a very, very competitive this thing. It's like there's a name for it. Anyway, I'll remember.
In what field?
In any field. They can give you the grants, and once you get the grants, before you can get that.
NGOs.
No, if I mention it, people will know it here. If I mention it, they will know it. But she was given that grant, so there is no, on the basis of conflict of interest. Exactly, Fulbright. She was given a Fulbright scholarship. So this work was not a work where it was personal. There's nothing like a conflict of interest in this. She's not a Yoruba. She's not a Benin. So she has no dog in this fight. And that is the reason why I referred to her work. It's not as if I don't. Now there are other works too by other people. There's a man is a scholar. He's from Benin, and he's a scholar, and he has done a fantastic work too. He too, if you look at all of these scholars, they point at one indefeasible fact that Lagos is Yoruba. There's even a court case. Obenish will know about this. It's what I want to say. That was done in the 1900s. That's the 19th century. Over this same issue of Lagos ownership, and is in the annals of the British in current day UK. And in that same case, also it was determined that Lagos is Yoruba. So even if you, the only way problem now starts coming up is where we now start having cases of Lagos was a capital city, like he was bringing up, like one man was bringing up. That's where people now begin to now lose sight of where Lagos actually really stands. And then the so-called indigenous too have not also helped matters. I grew up with these Aworis. I know their lifestyle. Baba can bear me weakness. People that are here too can bear me weakness. We know that Awori people don't naturally they don't contend with people. They take life too easy. How about the people, our brothers in Lagos Island? They are the Jais, they are the ones that enjoy. They go, even the same Rhodes family. We know the kind of lifestyle they lived. So that kind of thing has like given inroad to this kind of thing. That's it. Lagos from the onset has been always a hospitable, welcoming family. I don't want to go into some of these, but if there's cause to go into some of them in the future, I would maybe begin to go into the nitty-gritty of what it means. Some of these things as well are available on Lagos State website, the Lagos State official website. You can read some of this history. So
thank you so much. Can you just sum up in maybe 2 minutes? Then we can go to the next thing.
Okay. So I think I will just end that from here and maybe talk about it other things later. But those are the major things I wanted to just bring to our attention.
Please,
thank you so much.
I come in? Can I come in, because I have some question here to ask?
Okay.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah. If we want to balance our history, it's going to be very, very complex.
Yes, that's true.
Because the reason is this: the British arrival did a lot of harms to we. I'm from Edo, I'm from Benin, to the Kalabari and to the Ife. Why do I mention these three people? I didn't mention Yoruba, neither the Igbo. If you go to ancient book, even 18th century books, they talk about Ife, never Yorubas. So we have a lot of research to do. So we can analyze this thing in a way to unite ourselves. Though the Benin narration of history of Lagos, Ife, differ from the way Yoruba narrate it. But one thing is very clear, that these people coexisted. They have functioned together. They have lived together. They might have traded together. And so many things have been taking place for centuries upon centuries that connected these people. We can't deny that. But they came, and their arrival, they never want to document anything about us. All they were just after was for their own interest. And we also, the current day Yoruba, that word Yoruba that we use to describe Ife people, is a very controversial issue that we really need to analyze.
That's very true.
We really need to analyze. The Benin still remain, but that of Ife is completely silent with the word Yoruba. Then yet there come another area of the Igbo themselves. And that word Igbo, even prior to the colonization, you hardly find a book that recognizes it in Nigeria. People need to go and make research.
Midwest.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me chip in a little point. You will continue. You still have the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good that you mentioned that you mentioned those three kingdoms that were
empires. They were empire, not even kingdom.
Yeah, empire.
Description. Yeah.
Three empires.
That means many kingdoms were involved,
yes.
But there was a center where they were all governed.
Yeah. Without the Yoruba, you know, the people that were the original Yorubas are the Oyo people.
Where the Ife is, Abi?
No. Ife is a kingdom of its own.
It was a kingdom of its own.
Ife were never Yoruba people. The people that call themselves Yoruba people are the Oyo people, Oyo Empire.
Oyo Empire.
Yes.
And that Oyo is so connected to Benin.
So
I'm telling you.
Oyo Empire were the one that called themselves Yoruba. Even the Ondo kingdom.
Yeah.
And the Ijebu kingdom, all of them did not call themselves Egba kingdom. All of them were on their own separate entity. They were never called Yoruba. It was in
But
1930.
I also believe
It was
that
in
one of these people fall
Yeah,
into the
Midwest,
empire of
Midwest,
Ife.
hold on. Midwest, hold on. Let Ajale go to
Okay.
land. Then you
It
can
was
carry him, please.
it
Thank you.
was 1930 or so that the colonial you know that the Oyo Empire that called themselves Yoruba, they were more popular than other kingdoms, and they control more territories. And they were the one that when these British people came, British discovered that they control more territory than others. And having, listening to our history, they discovered that the Egba Empire, the the Egba Kingdom, the Ijebu Kingdom, and all the rest, the Ondo, all of them emanated from Ile-Ife. So it was these people met them, the British met them. The British were the one that recommended that since all of you are from the same source, why not bear one name so that you can all be recognized? Because it was so difficult for the British then. You know that white people, they are very smart. So they teach them. They were able to, in order to control them, they advised them to come under one umbrella as one entity, one identity. Let them have one identity.
Yeah.
It will be easier for them. So some kingdom like the Ife didn't want to accept it. He said, no, we are the father of them all. We are the father of this Oyo empire. We are the father of all of them. I can't bear them. My name, we are Ife, and all of them, they rather bear this thing. But, due to persuasion and everything, and all of them say, well, what is the point? Even the name, it doesn't matter. It is even better. Let us come together as, one, let us bear one family name. And since then, everybody from different kingdom have been,
become part of it. Yeah.
So all of them started to bear that name. Oh, Yoruba, 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 and that was what brought us to where we are today. So I just want to support your point that you made earlier that there wasn't Yoruba. It was if Kalabari and Edo. Benin Kingdom. Yes, that was true. So you can continue.
I want to put this.
I want to quickly put this. Hold on.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I want to go back to Fatai, but yeah, make your point. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you see, all these things were not for the interest of indigenous people. It was, if you go to British book, you will see administrative conveniency. And most of these British activities, for me, when I'm trying to talk about history of the Ife, Yoruba, maybe Benin, I don't want to bring Britain in because this is like a recent event. We are far older than that. And except we start looking into the way our ancestors live their life, being able to, perceive it, we are not going to balance this history because the arrivals of the British is too new. We have to talk about Portuguese trading with these people, a palm oil. Even when the Royal Niger company came, according to what I find out, they did not even came when the British were. They came when the Portuguese were really in charge of business with the traditional people because it was so cordial in that area. So I think they have done a lot of damages, but for we are the people, what we have to be conscious about is how to narrate this issue for unity. That's why there will be differences. I see no reason why somebody will point to this tribe is not a Yoruba, so therefore he must start fighting Yoruba. I don't know what they mean by that. This tribe is not an Edo tribe, so he must be anti-Bini. So all this narration of history is creating a very big problem, and we need to start countering it, or else we are going to have a serious problem. But this problem is created by Yoruba themselves, because it was during Obasanjo administration, and I think Minister of Education from eastern part of Nigeria then, they truncated the history of this country instead of them to pump money to make research. Okay, I was with somebody the other day. I saw a program to say, let me just put this. I think that the free
Midwest, please. Midwest, please. I will come back to you. Fatah is on
okay.
is on the line before. I will come back to you. Yes.
Sorry. I didn't know. I
No,
thought
that's
he's
fine.
here.
That's
Sorry.
all right. No, that's all right. Yeah, I will come back to you. Thank you. Do we have Fatai? Fatai. We don't have Fatai. Ajali Koko. Yeah.
Babanla.
Boni. Alpha. How you doing?
I do.
Yeah, Lafia.
I do.
Yeah. You were speaking before. I think
the
network.
original Mexico.
You were speaking before.
Ọmọ Èkó.
Baba Ajali Koko ará Èkó tẹ̀ ní wá àti claim pé we are not even claiming pé 10 generation of Èkó la jẹ́. Àwa gbélé Èkó náà ni ìsìnkọ̀ ọdún à ń bẹ̀. Àwọn sọ̀rọ̀ náà ni. Àwọn akọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ fẹ́ máa circle around bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé kò sí nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀. Àti mọ́mí Èkó ti wà nínú ẹ̀jẹ̀, kò sí nǹkan tó.
No. That's all right. I don't understand everything you've been speaking all through. Fatai, you are speaking, and before your network dropped out, yes, sir. Can you just conclude?
I was speaking about
but before Fatai, before you go on, please. I've been listening to you guys all the way through. It's been I have a lot of questions, yeah. And maybe I should just kick it off with you. Then you join it with what you want to say.
Okay.
Sometimes when there is reaction, people forget the action before a reaction. Yeah. I've been hearing now on many platforms that they are trying to kick the Southeasterner from Lagos, and I don't think so. But what I've been hearing lately now is that some people are peddling this false narrative that Lagos, forget about Lagos, is no man's land. Fine, we've dealt with that. It's still recurring. Fine. But some people are saying since they are attacking the Southeasterner in Lagos, some people are claiming that Southeasterner is the one even holding the economy of Lagos. So when some Westerners, which is Yoruba, hear those things, they are now reacting back to them that if you are the one holding the economy of Lagos and you want to go now, leave our space, then let's see maybe Lagos will collapse when the Southeasterners leave Lagos. So that is the action that brought out the reaction. But Fatah, do you understand what I mean?
No, I'm following you. Understand.
Yes, this has been in news that some people are saying they had the backbone of Lagos is nothing if the Southeastern business is not in Lagos. So I just want you to react to that. I don't know, maybe you've been saying that lately on the internet, because we shot through the internet very well. Even though we may not join their platform, we listen to people. We listen to different opinions. So just summon that with what you're saying earlier on. Thank you.
Baba, there is nothing you do you cannot win. If you turn like this, they go twist them against you. If you can't turn back to the other side where you did before, they go twist them against you again. If you can't turn front, they go twist them against you. If you turn back, they go twist them. If you sit down on your own, they go still twist them against you. Now that's what is going on. What have we not heard in the last few months, few weeks? We have heard everything now, right? You know, even if you say you don't want to go to, you don't want to go there and speak there, they will drag you there and then they will label you tribalist. You can't speak. You can't say this. This is Lagos, so this is they will say you are tribalist. They will say you are APC. Me and Babajale Koko, we are the same thing, except we like different people. I don't care about APC. I just say, this is my guy, yo. This is my guy. I mean, this guy, me, I like him. That's just the only difference. Jale Koko like show me, I like Tinubu. Who cares about APC? Who cares about all the movement that is going on? You know, we just join, we speak. And about Lagos, you know, like I said, my brother, my generation, they didn't come from Lagos, so, you know. And even when the debate of Lagos was going on, I didn't join in. You know. The only time that I joined in when I listened to the video when this guy was saying the way he was calling it, and it's just a question. We just speak. Nobody will go there and remove his name from the ticket. Nobody say he doesn't have right to contest. I never even mentioned a sentence about his whether he's a Yoruba or not. You know, but I just think as a Yoruba, even in the foreign countries we have, you know, no, that is even the I don't even get. All these people, they are all in America. If they don't speak English, let them tell me they will become governor of New York City, irrespective of where they come from, irrespective of anything. Tell me they will become governor of New York State tomorrow if they don't speak English. Tell me they will become mayor in Germany if they don't speak German. Even these places, before we speak now, they will want to compare us to other places. These other places, tell me that you can become important something, hold a position there if you don't speak their language.
Thomas, can I interject, please?
Why is the standard too much for us?
Yes, Fatai. Yes. Akim, you've been there, just quiet. How are you, my brother?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy.
Thank you, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Go on, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy.
Go on, Daddy.
Go on, Daddy. Is this Daddy is the new trending now? Thank you, Daddy. Daddy Fatai. Daddy Fatai coming. Daddy Fatai. Daddy Progressive coming.
Yeah, thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. So what I want to say is this. Fatai, your comparison does not match. I understand that. I understand where you're driving at, but to use America as an example, America is an English-speaking country, right? And Nigeria as well is an English-speaking country. As a nation, our official language is English. So if you are able to communicate in English language, that is all you need to be a governor in any state of Nigeria. Don't forget, Fatai. Just imagine if Badebo could only speak Yoruba and he couldn't speak English. Would he be accepted as a governor in Lagos?
I just wanted to learn, brother.
But I would have helped him. I would have helped him if I'm permitted. I think, Akin, you are from Edo State. I'm also from Edo. I would have helped him a little bit. Listen, my dear brother. There are many countries in this world. They design their system just the way it is peculiar to the makeup of that country. Canada, you must speak French and English, or else you can't hold such position. So now look at Nigeria very well, and look at what is going on in Lagos. Are you not worried about your own land? If it escalates and is not controlled, how will you identify your own people? Okay. Nigeria is not.
And in addition, before you go on, Progressive. Now, this narrative you are putting out there, first, look at where you also come from. Like your brother said, you are from Edo. Let's say you have somebody that is contesting for that governorship in your Edo and cannot speak the local language of the people. The local language.
If the people know, they will resist it.
And the people know he cannot speak. Do you
they will never vote for him?
Will vote for that person? Gbadebo was brought into that governorship, was brought in like that because there are some people behind him. They want to hijack the power by all means. Yes, and because they want the presidential candidate, presidential election.
Every other excuse. Every other excuse you want to make
It's not qualified. It's not. Yeah, I understand. But that of
No,
language.
But
no, it's not
you are not,
excuse.
you are not,
It's
you
not
are not
excuse.
you are not objective. You are the one that is
That
not.
that of language, I don't think, because the man is not going for the position of a traditional ruler.
You are
He's
not
going for the
objective.
office of a governor.
You just want
And in Lagos State, every state in Nigeria, you don't have only the indigents. You have everybody from the state. So I'm asking you now.
You should not make mistake. You should not make
Paul
mistake.
Badebo could speak is a Yoruba language and he couldn't speak English, would that qualify him to be
So
a governor?
Akim, I want to.
Well,
Akim,
you
I
are
want to
saying
ask you a question. Akim, please.
First of all,
he will not be qualified.
Fatai, hold on, please. Akim, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Since Lagos State has been a Lagos State, apart from when military take over and they appoint administrator, can you tell me any governor in Lagos State that has been of extraction of Igbo, Hausa, or any other tribe that have ruled that state? Please answer that question objectively. Ruling out
No,
the
there's
administrator.
there's not been any.
Yes or no?
Governor.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So what does that mean?
My brother.
That shows
Look,
you that
let me ask
state
Akim a
belong to the
question.
Yoruba people.
Can
It is their
a
state.
person who cannot speak Edo language be a governor in Edo State?
Of course, why not?
But
let me tell you,
Akim, no, it's not your yes. Let me explain it. Let me explain it, please. You see, if you cannot speak Edo, you speak Ishan.
Okay.
Afema. You see, Oshomole cannot speak Edo.
You must be able to speak one local language.
And those language is common. I have not been to Oshomole land. When he's talking and I listen to their music, I can't spend more than 4 months there before I will start understand what they are saying. I've listened to music from that particular area. So the only governor that has ruled us who has not been able to come out and address Edo people with indigenous language of Baseki. How did it happen? The influence of Oshomole, who cannot speak Benin, but he speak a dialect from there. And I think nobody that cannot speak that language
he can speak one
you
local
see,
language.
when somebody cannot speak the language, it means some of them don't have orientation of the culture. With the circumstance we find ourselves, there are a lot of jobs that have to be done. There are a lot of things that you have to protect. Sometimes you will lose focus.
Midwest, hold on, please. Hold on. Ajale Koko, I thought you, hold on, please. I thought you about advised us to abandon this guy. Why are we bringing it up again?
No,
I don't want to go
my
there.
brother, it's light conversation. It's light conversation.
No. Ajale Koko, you are the one that said we should abandon that side.
Okay, daddy, we've heard now. Okay, daddy.
Hold on, everyone, please. To be candid with you, that is a space. We can't abandon that space. We have to address it.
Yes,
maybe we should address it politically.
But you know my reason for saying my reason for saying we should not even talk about a revival is that it's out of place now. Revival and lost the election.
Yeah.
Why must we continue to talk about him? He cannot be governor. I don't know for the future.
But sometimes we can learn from it. We can't kick it aside. We are raising children. Most of them can speak language.
We have said a lot.
Ajane Koko, please, have you perceived a situation where one day somebody will say a king that have to be in a place in Yoruba must come from London and he cannot speak the language?
You're right.
We need to wake up to reality. Our people,
you're right, because you know why I said that.
Please, too much voices. Let Ajale Koko land, please.
You know why I suggested that we should not raise any issue or say anything about this guy anymore is because it's always degenerating to a serious back and forth.
Tribal war.
Okay. So in order to maintain peace, and let us have a real conversation on real issue.
Okay.
So
yeah,
let us just.
You weren't talking like this during the election. Now, would have blocked if the election was still in place.
Oh yeah, before the election, I oppose his candidacy on two reasons. Number one, he couldn't speak the language. Number two, he have no experience in anything. no CV, as he has nothing to show that he have any capacity of leadership. And why must we hand over the fifth largest economy to such a person? Those are the two reasons. I'm not against him that he's not a Lagosian or he's not Yoruba. No, he's a Yoruba guy. It's just unfortunate that he cannot speak the language because the parents didn't do their job right to raise him to speak our local language. So, but for those two reasons, cannot speak language and doesn't have the capacity to lead. That's why I oppose him. But, I just, because every time we mention this, about continue talking, election is over, he has lost. Let us forget about him. Let us move on, discuss other issues that of relevance that are really current now. So that's my suggestion. Thank you, Daddy Thomas. Thank you, Daddy Thomas.
But that is a propaganda. That is a propaganda, my brother. Maybe we just put that one aside,
Yeah. Before I answer that question, please. Let me answer address what you first raised now. So, first of all, when it comes to this debate, there is too many non-sequiturs, right? So, if you say, the guy he should be able to speak Yoruba, and then they link it, they jump to the logic that then you are questioning his Yoruba-ness. No, I'm not saying he's not from Yoruba. I'm just saying, can he speak Yoruba? That's all. I don't say it's not from Yoruba. That's number one. And it is the same thing now. The progressive made the question. I didn't say I am not even going to. I think even one time we are even mentioning it. I said I'm not even in Nigeria. I'm not going to vote. I just need to be able to ask a question. I say, how isn't it terrible that this guy cannot even call a call? No, I'm not saying he's not qualified. You are saying he qualified to. If you don't speak, the only thing you need to qualify to run for governor or to be governor in Lagos is to speak English. Okay, I don't have argument now. I'm not saying his name must be taken out of the ballot paper. I'm not saying anything, right? All I'm saying is, can I ask a question? Can I speak? Can I say, these are our beautiful language, why you cannot speak it though? What is the problem there? Why should I shut up for that? Why? It's just a question. It's just talking, it's just debate. Why can't I speak? This is the question. It's not even this is the larger question. Why can't I speak? Why can't I ask a question? I'm not questioning his origin. I'm not questioning anything. And I'm just saying, this is Lagos. The name, just say, the name echo of where you want to be governor of. Obaseki, can Obaseki call Bini? Can Obaseki say Edo? Can he call the name Edo? The progressive. Can Obaseki, even whether he can even speak the language or not, can he call the name Edo?
Of course, he can call the name Edo.
But Rhodes Vivour cannot call Eko.
Fatai,
So
let me
what
just
are we
come in
talking
here.
about? And we cannot ask that question.
Fatai. Do you know before the election?
Can I say something?
Can you please hold on, please? Can you please hold on? I'm in a conversation. Then you said you will come after me, please.
Okay, no problem.
Before the election, I'll mention name now, and I want to go and verify, as Peter Obi'S said. Uptown came here that he has a video of this guy speaking Yoruba fluently for 15 minutes, solid 15 minutes. I've been asking him now to bring the video of that video, 15 minutes straight video of this guy speaking English, or Yoruba rather. He hasn't provided till now. Me, the guy is the Yoruba guy. Forget about anybody saying his mother is from Igbo. Fine. Anybody born of Yoruba man is a Yoruba man, pure Yoruba man. I don't know, maybe you born from Scandinavia. I don't care. So far, that is our culture. But this guy cannot
sorry to even
the
interject
language.
You.
Yeah,
sorry
go on.
to even interject you. Even if it's Yoruba, even if it's Igbo, and they can even speak Yoruba, let's even assume that it's Igbo, right? And he wants to be governor of Lagos. Do you think it's okay to ask him if you whether or not you are Igbo and you want to run for but you've been living in Lagos for forever and your parents were in Lagos and blah blah blah? can we ask the Igbo or Hausa person to speak the language? Can we ask the question? Why you want to be governor of Lagos State?
But I want to use Europe as an example. I just remember something. I have lived in
what
Spain.
is the deal? What is the
Please,
deal?
No, hold on. Midwest. Too much voices, please. Please.
Okay.
I want Ekene to come after Fatai. Fatai, land that point, then Ekene will come in. Thank you. Please.
Yeah, okay. So I will, after Ekene and Midwest, or who you want to, I'll come back to my time, Abi.
Yeah. Okay. Let's hear from Ekene, please. Yeah.
So that's what I want to say. I'm just asking about, I'm just even talking. Why should I shut up from talking about language? That is the one I don't get. I'm not saying if I say language that is not a Yoruba. I'm not asking about whether it's from Yoruba. I'm not in that conversation. I'm not in the conversation is whether it's Yoruba or not.
So you're not saying that
it
should not be a governor because he cannot speak the language.
I didn't say he cannot be a governor. If they vote for him, he'll be a governor. But we have to debate it.
There's no case then. Let's move on.
There's no case now. It's not the people they are making non-sequitur. They want to link this and drive this and dribble here. Who are they dribbling? We can see all the dribble now. We are not
let's hear from Ekene. Ekene, come in, please. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Thomas. Before I say what I want to say, I want to appreciate everyone here, especially this platform, one man and the other, everybody. The opportunity being given to us to lay out our mind on how we want the country to move on, and that's what I'm always concerned about. How can we make this country better? So I want to say that Femi Babajimela has been confirmed as the chief of staff of Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Really, brother? Hey, everybody have to my predictive. I'm the only one saying that it's going to be good. I mean, like, you don't choose. You have to. Oh my goodness!
How could he be confirmed as the chief of staff when they are not in government yet? Come on, my brother.
They're not in government now.
The interview was held this year on prime time Arise.
It could have been
by this man called this man.
I heard it that Babajimela is chief of staff.
Yeah, the man did not deny it. The man said yes, that one has been confirmed. That they believe in him. He was talking about his capacity.
One voice, please. Hold on, everybody. Please, hold on. I said hold on, please. If 4 people are talking, hold on, please. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
If 4 people are talking, nobody's talking. Please. Ekene, land your point, then rational mind will come in. Please, thank you.
It was confirmed by this man called Ajiboye, somebody that usually come to Arise with the South. So the confirmation was made around 8 last night. So it's not a fake news, unless they will later change it.
Ekene, wait. But he's going to Senate. So is he going to forfeit the senator seat?
No, I don't know. They will know how to settle that one. Though. They will know how to settle it. Maybe they will put a placeholder. After all, their chairman, the APC chairman, was a senator when he became a chairman. So the seat was given to a placeholder. So maybe they will still do the same thing. But I know that Femi Babajimela will be the chief of staff, according to the news that I got this last night. So my only concern is how to talk about the issue around this government coming up, the cabinet, and how it will move the country forward. This issue of speaking language is not promoting our interest. It's how to hold our leaders accountable, make us bond together, live together as one Nigeria. If really we believe, unless if any of us are doubting that we cannot be one, then we'd better speak it out that we cannot be one. But for me, I don't see the reason. I always come on this platform and tell you that I want this country to work, and I'm one of the people that believe in this country, and that is my greatest concern. So we should be talking about the incoming government, the narrative they are putting on. How will it help us? as a people, we are still young. Many of us are still young. We have future, and we are concerned about that future. We are not even somebody like me. I'm not concerned about this language. This person come from this issue and come from this. I said in this platform last time that if a Senate president will be a Muslim and will defend my interest as an Igbo man, I will not care, unless if that person will go there and do another thing. But once he will be in that seat, and whenever I hear him speak, the word he's speaking or the laws that he's making is affecting me positively. Why will I argue about him that he's a Muslim, that the president is a Muslim, that the vice is a Muslim, but I know that the policies that are making are affecting a common man like me positively. So that's the issue we should be putting on as learned we are, as a great citizens, to help our country grow. So I really want this tribal thing to die down for us to, unless if really we believe we cannot bond together as a nation. So we should be looking at their cabinet now that they have confirmed this man now. Like I know the next step now is their Senate president. So we should be looking at that angle. The people, the type of people that are creating in that cabinet.
Who did they confirm?
Femi Babajamila.
Who confirmed it?
Ajiboye, one man Ajiboye. If you are following around, you know the man.
Please, don't worry about that. Please don't worry about that. It's
Why
not.
would you tell him not to
nobody's-
worry about that? Why do you talk like this?
I am telling him that is not true.
Let him bring his own narrative now.
No,
Let him bring his own narrative.
That
Yeah.
is not true. Please, everybody.
I for one, hold on. I for one, I've heard it too. That
Let me talk then.
Go on, talk.
Please, everybody, exercise patience and calm. May 29 is just next month. We are already in April. Everything will come to reality by that time. Jiboye.
Yeah, but before May 29, we should not.
Let him land now. Let him land, please.
Might be sponsoring Bajamia Miller for that position. You never can tell. Anything that does not come from the party officially or from Tinubu himself, don't take it now, please.
No, madam, it was confirmed. It was confirmed on newspaper. It was confirmed on newspaper.
Nothing was
confirmed. Let me respond to her. Let me respond to her.
Just speculative,
please. Remy.
Speculative stories.
Hold on. Don't tell us not to believe in stories. What he's telling you is what he heard, and I heard it too. I saw it in the news space.
I know.
Okay,
I know
but you're trying to tell him not to say it like as if he's making it up.
No, I'm not saying he's making it up.
That's how you're sounding.
That is always your problem. Please stop.
No, that's what I'm getting from what you're saying.
Just hold on. Hear me out, please.
Okay, yes. So make yourself more
hear
clear.
Me out. All the stories in the newspaper are speculative, and anybody can speculate. And politicians know how to play their game very well. I can also go and talk to a newspaper or TV station that Rational Mind is going to be chief of staff to Tinubu, and I can back it up with some stories ahead of
no
it.
Chance.
And people can
okay, can I conclude? Can I conclude? Then I will go.
No, just use Oshomole. You can use Oshomole in that position. Why are you saying no chance?
Anybody will like. Even they can use Ojis or Kali or Umai or whatever they like. But what I'm trying to say is that
I support you.
All of this, at the end of this, not true. So, okay, you will say, just okay, everybody should go ahead.
Okay, the reason why I brought it up, I will not say maybe the news that I had today. The man asked him, and none of the APC members debunk it. The way I see their body language. You understand? So if somebody can come out as an APC member, they ask you, this is the rumor we had that Femi Babajamila have been confirmed as the chief of staff, and the man did not even say maybe let us wait something like it. The man said
Babajamila.
Okay. The man did not argue it. The body language doesn't show that the man argued it. The man said categorically that they supported the move, that Femi it's good to be in that position. He was talking about his goodness and all this, what he was able to do in Sulele and all. So I don't say the kind of confidence the man is disposed in confirming the news. I don't see any APC member coming out to counter it, because if they counter it,
so I can. That's why you're wrong.
Yeah.
The man said I supported that, but Abila is qualified for that position. Does not necessarily mean he has been appointed to be the chief of staff to Tinubu. I'm telling you the truth, but you are trying to also split
You're telling me the truth. Why are you telling him the truth?
See
Can I interject 1 minute?
The man said, I supported that Bajamia Miller is good for that position. Does not mean that Bajamia Miller.
Okay, it's February.
Well, I had the news in my. I had the news in my country this evening. I was able to put it out. I'm not saying that I'm not spreading a fake news.
I support you on what you just said, because I heard it too. I'm here in America, but I heard it.
I don't know that
in news space.
I don't know. I had the news in my, and I'm in the country.
What is the right thing? What do you know? What do you know is the right thing?
I don't know that thing I can say about it.
Rational mind, you are always feeling, and your position is always on the negative side.
Rational mind.
So whatever you say, I'm not going to take it, and I'm not going to believe you. And I know I always antagonize you.
Remy, let me support you 1 minute.
More for Remy, man.
Let me support Remy. Let me support Remy. I think Remy is right. And why I said he is right is that if we want to go by practice, that nomination should be announced officially by the office of the president-elect, or by president-elect, or maybe by his media spokespeople. They will announce it publicly that the president-elect have appointed Bajabia Miller. But that statement have not came out, or let me say did not come out. This, what we are hearing, I think is speculation. It is not an official statement from the media spokesperson of the president-elect, or a statement issued by the president-elect. So for now, I think it is still speculation. It is not official. So Remy is right.
I respect your opinion, but do you know this Ajiboye? Do you know the type of campaign this man has put off for Tinubu? That is one of the most popular campaigns. Do you know the man I'm telling you? They confirmed this news. If you know that man,
do you understand what Ajali Koko just said now?
Yes, I understand what he said.
And 1 second.
One second. Please hold on. Please hold on. Guys, this is my problem. When we are talking on each other, nobody is speaking. I'm hearing 4 or 5 voices at the same time. The people are not hearing us. We are just blabbing. Please, let's manage the space, please. Thank you. Fatai, coming.
Yeah. Ekene, Babajani Koko, my brother. Ekene is not saying it's an official news. It's like during the election day. If we didn't wait before INEC and announced, before we knew who is winning, who is not winning, who has won this local government, people were reporting to us. We don't need to wait until May 29 because we can start to, at least in the minimum, we can
so
say,
it's still speculation. It's still speculation. It's still speculation. We should still regard it as speculation. Yes.
Everything like speculation. Well,
it's not an official. There's no official announcement.
Yeah, he's not saying official. Babajane Koko, he's not saying it's an official announcement. We know APC has not announced it.
No, he said it has been confirmed. He said it has been confirmed.
He said it has been confirmed. But we have not. We have not got or seen any official statement coming from the spokesperson, coming from the presidential president-elect himself. So nothing yet.
When was the last time you heard for the president-elect himself?
Okay, let me. Okay, you know that.
From Tinubu? When have
okay, let me respond. You know that the man did not collect his certificate of return, and that was made me believe all this news. He didn't even go that day. He did not collect it. The man didn't even bother.
Okay, 1 second, please. 1 second. Look, what you are saying, right? Everybody here on this platform, nobody is stupid. We all know that Gbajami Amila is probably one of the top choices when it comes to that position, right? So nobody is saying that. But what we are saying is, what Ajay Koko just tried to explain to you is that it is not an official appointment yet. We understand that Femi is among the top runners to become the chief of staff to Tinubu. You can see that he's always everywhere with him. So we understand that maybe even within the inner caucus, the decision might have been made. They probably have made that decision within themselves. But what we are saying is that a government has not been formed, so we cannot say authoritatively that Gbajami Amila is going to be the next chief of staff. We can't say that because we don't have that information from the put out there by the Tinubu campaign or by the government. So we cannot do that. So officially, according to
so we should wait until May 29 before we can start. We should wait until May 29.
It doesn't work that way.
No, you can speculate.
It doesn't work that way.
You can speculate.
No, the reason why I put it out is for us to start discussing on how their cabinet, how it will look like. I'm not saying that there will not be an official pronouncement, but for the news, it's just for us to shift our focus and begin to see what the APC is putting on and how it will benefit us and how it will make seeing the type of people they're putting in cabinets. I'm not objecting it to it's not I'm objecting. It's all for us to be bringing our general mind on the cabinet that about to form, how they are forming it, and be discussing on that issue. That's what I mean, and that is why I put this.
Not confirmed.
You see, for me, you see, the progressive, it will be wrong, I would say, to say that a president in waiting cannot form his cabinet before they enter office. So the cabinet here would also include the chief of staff. He can announce the chief of staff earlier. We saw that in America here, where Biden announced his chief of staff even before he got in there. So
when did they announce his chief of staff before he get in there? Why are you saying something that's not true?
No, they do that. I
mean,
they
don't do it. Yeah. They don't do it.
But
no, it didn't do it.
If you don't know, say you don't know.
No, you don't know. Say you don't know. Don't say something that is not true.
God. People announce.
They announced their chief of staff. Who was by the chief of staff?
People.
Ajay Koko is right. I mean, sorry. Rational mind is right.
It's not right.
Is right.
Rational mind is not right.
We live in America. You live in Europe now. What are you talking about? We live in America. You live in Europe.
Yes, so who did Biden appoint as his chief of staff?
Yeah, I don't know.
You say you don't even know. Not two of you did not even know.
No. Let me tell you. In America here, before the president announced the cabinet,
don't tell me that.
Hold on now. You don't live here with us. Rational mind is telling you are arguing.
No, both of you are wrong. Ron Klain was never appointed chief of staff until Biden got into office. Ron Klain was the chief of staff, and he was never appointed chief of staff until Biden got into office. What are you talking about? That they appoint? Look, the government don't appoint anybody until they are sworn in. It is not a parliamentary system of government where you have opposition government. No, it's a federal system of government, one government at a time.
Look, when first thing they will set up transition team, at the very moment that the president-elect is announced, transition team, it will constitute a transition team that will, start to work with the outgoing administration. And chief of staff, we appoint his chief of staff immediately, that we start.
Ajali Koko, what are you saying, Ajali Koko?
Kilo Sheyi now.
Has that ever happened?
When just because I don't live in America, I can guarantee
you don't know.
guys don't understand
We are
American
telling
politics
you how
than me.
this
No.
thing work.
But
You
the
don't
man
understand
almost
American
said the same
politics
thing
than I
that
do.
Mr. Ajalikoko is saying here, that they're already forming their cabinet, so that they don't want to wait. They don't want to wait. That once they swear in, they don't want to wait before coming. They are putting everything in order. The man confirmed it.
Ekene, hold on, please.
Mr. Thomas,
If they are doing that, hold on, please. If they are doing that, that is in-house.
That is
it's
what.
not
Hold
for
on.
public consumption.
Yes, that is in-house. Yes, I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that.
It's in-house. It's not for public consumption. They can't declare anything until they were swearing.
Hold on.
But the transition team doesn't mean they will be the cabinet. I can be in the transition team, not be in the
transition
cabinet.
team doesn't wait for inauguration date. Transition team will start
But you don't have to be in transition team and still be in the cabinet. You can be in transition team, not be in the cabinet.
Oh yes, that one you are right. You are right on that.
Yes, now, yeah.
And sorry, and in addition, it can be very close to Tinubu now. But when they start appointing or selecting who's going to be minister, chief of staff, if Gbajabiamila was not chosen, what are you going to say at that time? Because you said it was a confirmed story. And when it got to that time and he was not, I'm so sure it's not going to be the chief of staff. So what are you going to say? So every of these things you are saying is speculative. And we cannot have two chief of staff at the same time. We have a sitting president already. And you cannot, he can be acting now, doing some stuff that people go, he's so close to Tinubu, automatically they are positioning him to be the chief of staff. You can speculate, fine. But tell it it's a confirmed story.
But really, it's not even constitutional.
Look, they don't
have
to
do that.
Wait. Okay, they can start an in-house arrangement now. You know.
Yeah, but that is different, Ajalikoko, than what you just said before, that in America you can appoint, you can't do it because it's almost like you're having a two government at a time. You can't do that.
Talking about progressive. Is it everything somebody will have to explain to you when you say
you don't have to explain to me because I understand it better than you.
Let me explain something to you. When I say somebody appoint, does not mean he's acting already. They're already in office. But you can form your government. You can start gathering your people that will come into office with you, even before you get into office. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
That was not what you were trying to say. You were trying to make me understand. You were trying to make me understand that that Biden officially announced.
Not officially.
Come on, stop it, man.
Hold on. He announced it before he got into office.
My brother, I know everybody that worked with Biden from A to Z.
You know them because you live in White House, right?
Ron Klain was never announced at any point until Biden was sworn in. It was never announced at any point.
This is just semantics. You're talking about semantics here.
Please, hold on, please. Everybody, hold on, please. Can we leave American politics, please? It's inconsequential.
No.
I don't. No.
You see the way, but
why I say that
I'll
be short. Hold on, please. Hold on. I'll be shutting down in 30 minutes. And I want to hear from Ajali Kuku and those people that just came in. It's inconsequential. To me, they can't do that. They can have in-house arrangements, not for public consumption. What Ekene said now, I regard this as fallacy to me. It is not done anywhere. It is not done anywhere.
You say you don't.
Tinubu cannot even. Yes.
Yeah.
It's not done.
Thomas,
you will say you don't know to that contrary. It is done.
Okay.
It is not done anywhere.
Hold on.
Please.
It's a matter of semantics here. I mean, how you understand the language.
No, you cannot say it's false. It's the news I had, and I just put out the news I had this evening.
That man, hold on, please. That man can have Gbajabiamila as his own preference. Tinubu self cannot say what you are saying now. appointing a chief of staff when they haven't been in government. Come on, guys. We
Well,
are
I
not
believe the man
snobbies.
because I believe the man because of the
Anyway,
type of
maybe
defense.
maybe
I believe the man
hold on.
because of the type of defense he
Hold
put
on.
for Tinubu.
Let's hear from
The
please,
type
please,
of
please, let's
defense
hear
that
from
man
rational
put.
mind.
I just believe
Can we
that's
please
not
hear
that's
from
not right.
rational mind?
The
Can we
point
hear
I'm
from
making is
national
this.
mind, please?
The point I'm making is
Mr.
this.
Thomas, I've not spoken. I've been indicating.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will bring you in. Let's hear from
Can I quickly
rational
just
mind,
say this?
please.
What I'm saying is
Yeah.
this, that officially, he will introduce his chief of staff to the whole Nigerians that when he gets sworn in, this is my chief of staff. Same way it's done here. But before they get into office, there are announcements that could be made that this is my chief of staff. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. But officially, he start acting that capacity when they get into office. Or like somebody said, yeah, maybe a point of reference. Before you can see, if you want to see Tinubu right now, that is composing, I mean, he's trying to gather all his list of ministers and all the cabinet, then maybe what's his name? Bajabi Amila will be. That's what I heard today from the news that Bajabi Amila is the well, that's what they said. But I don't know, because one thing about the Nigerian press, you can't really trust. So what Ekene is telling you is that what he's hearing in the news, or like Remy said, could that be that it's still fake, or it's still speculation? Well, it could still be speculation.
Rational mind. Can I tell you for fact today?
That
not for fact. This is my own opinion.
Okay.
But Jamia Miller will not be chief of staff. Go and write it down.
Okay.
Thomas,
No.
why are you so?
No. If it will be among the list, it will not be. This is my opinion. I said my
Why
opinion.
are you so specific about that?
I
Is
said
what
my
you said
opinion.
about. That is what you said about Oshibajo.
Oshibajo.
Oshibajo will never come out to contest.
That's fine. That is my opinion. Your opinion can be wrong, isn't it? Your opinion can be wrong. Yeah, that's
Please,
my
can I
opinion.
quickly
But
just
David Abdullah will never be the chief of staff.
Okay,
It's between Fashola.
Let me say, I heard something about it too. What I heard is that Bajabi Amila has been thief for that position and is currently in London with Tinubu, putting some things together, helping him, to start organizing and preparing ground for appointment of what do you call it? Assisting him on how they will appoint ministers or form his cabinet rather. So that is what I heard. But officially, we have not had statement from Tinubu. We have not had statement from no press release from his medial unit as well. So we can still regard it as speculation. But what the news told us is that he's been tipped for that appointment. I mean, he's been tipped for that position and is currently with him in London, assisting him already.
Did you see the video of him in France when he was walking down the street? Maybe I think in Paris, I don't know. Tinubu. Have you seen that video?
30 seconds. 30 seconds video.
Something like that, about 3 seconds, something like that. Around that few seconds, I know.
I didn't see.
Yeah, but Jamia Mila was with him, and that other guy, I don't know if that guy's like DSS, his personal assistant, that other guy, that young guy. The three of them were walking in that. Maybe there are other people behind there, but that's just the one that the picture captured. I mean, the video captured. It's not a picture, it's a video. He was walking down the streets somewhere in France, I don't know where. So, yeah, so the point I'm trying to say is that Jamia Mila is with him. I think the guy has abandoned his position in National Assembly as a speaker. I don't even know why that is even allowed. So, that's just what I'm trying to say. Maybe that is speculation that we're hearing, or what the news circles announcing. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, but then officially, if at all he is appointed, he will only serve officially in that capacity.
He can take holiday. He can take holiday. He doesn't have to be in the house. House will still hold. isn't it?
So Thomas, so if somebody
Well,
runs
he has a
behind
deputy now.
Tinubu
The other guy,
or
what's his name
somebody
from?
is,
Is he from
beside
Plateau State?
him, then
The other guy is his
automatically is
deputy,
the
can
chief
take
of
over. But
staff.
the thing is that, you see, we need to start asking these people these questions. And if you know you're not acting, we should be paying them as they, pay as you work. That's what we should be doing to these guys. You don't sit, no pay for you. But these guys, you see, Nigeria, that country, one kind of
don't let us go to that side.
Okay,
No,
so can I
that side, that,
all right.
say one or
Okay,
two
Thomas, can I add my own submission?
Okay.
yes,
Thomas,
let's hear for Remy. Then we'll go to Ajale Koko. You have to speak. Oh, Ajale Koko is even not on the screen anymore.
No,
Ajale Koko,
I'm okay. You can allow others to speak. I think.
are you sure?
Yeah, I'm good.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a,
What is wrong with
yeah.
Thomas?
Don't mind Thomas. Are you
Let
sure?
two Nigerian others.
Look
Let
at
them
how
Can
he's
I,
trying
speak.
to
can I
marginalize
please?
other people. Jesus Christ.
Oh, hold on, please. Can I please moderate this section, please? Please, thank you.
Okay.
Let's hear from Remy.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. First, I will address the topic about obedient, maybe protesting in what do you call it, in White House. It's their right to protest anywhere they like. Even after White House, they can also go to Buckingham Palace to also protest there. And after that, they can go to Russia to also protest there. Personally, I think the election has gone, and the referee, which is the INEC, they have declared the winner. They have taken a good position they did not accept the result, and they have taken it to court, which is good. But overeating the polity, I don't really like it. When they accuse APC that they are propagating or they are selling some story, they started it first. And I don't want to go to this, but I have to talk about it. When you talk about tribal politics, Obi started it first. Look at the pattern of voting in Nigeria. In the Southeast, he got 94 or 95% of the vote. In the Southwest, Tinubu lost Lagos, his base. That means the Yoruba people are very liberal and they voted for him. But after the election, it is when, at that time, a lot of people from the Southeast now believe, oh, we can even take Lagos. So far, we defeated their king, which is Tinubu in Lagos. Why not? And they started insinuating, and a lot of stories are being bound around.
Remy, I have a question for. It's really paining me that I'll be signing out in 25 minutes now because I have so much to ask you guys. But let's go to I've been hearing you guys speaking all the way through. Let's go to the audio release yesterday. Can someone doctor? Can I speak? Can I finish, please? Can somebody doctor something that is not in place? I am not IT person, but I have my common sense. If you would doctor something, that means there is something to be doctored. If there is no audio or video, there is nothing to doctor. Remy, do you understand what I'm saying? So
yes,
it's because I've listened all through people saying it's fake, but they are saying it's doctored. Can you doctor something that is not in place? I think what you can doctor is something in place that you can manipulate around it. Am I making sense, Remy? And everybody on this call.
Thank you for your question. Personally, I think what really transpired that all these politicians, everybody sourced for vote. And what Obi was doing in that audio leakage is that he was sourcing for votes. Unfortunately, they leaked the audio out, which I think that somebody close to him or somebody very close recorded that video. It might also be the federal government that really is possible because they have access to all these things. But from the look of things, he was soliciting for vote. Whether the audio was distorted or not, he was soliciting for vote. But what I feel uncomfortable about is because he used the word religious war. And personally to me, I also think that why you want to become the president of Nigeria, and why are you so kowtowing to all these political religious leaders? I hate that one because I think as a man, you are also talking to a fellow man. He's just a pastor or maybe an imam or what. I don't know why we are so gullible in that continent to that extent. That is my bone of contention with Obi. I don't care. He can start for vote anyhow he likes. But Yes, what does that mean? It's so demeaning. I don't really like it, because as a man, you must be firm and you must be strong, and you must know exactly what you want. Because of vote, you are now bowing down for what reason? And you're also saying you will not regret it. What do you mean? Are you going to? So that particular aspect, I don't like it. But as you can see, I look at it objectively. When you look at the result of the whole total election, it clearly showed there is a tribal voting. Atiku won in most part of the north. And why he won, Tinubu was very competitive. He was second. And even in the North Central, why Tinubu won, and Obi was competitive in North Central, he was second. But where Obi won in Southeast, nobody was competitive in that place. He won all the vote. And the people did not see it that way. They will tell you, we usually vote that way. When the people now see the result that come out from that presidential election, that, come on, we voted for your son in our state. And then you are not rubbing it on them that this is a no man's land and we are going to take Lagos. And there's so many videos, even they play it here. Nobody can deny it. There was a one Igbo guy that say, we must take Lagos. So that means you want to take their land from there. And the people restored that, they stood up. Any way they like, they also have to fight back. So that is what the result that came out. It's because of action that take place in the Southeast. The reaction is what you see in Lagos. And that is the truth. Whether if, and the candidate, look at it very well. Even that Gbadebo guy, if he truly knows that he wants to contest, why don't he just remove Chinedu from his name and just buy Gbadebo? Why? Because you want the Igbo sentiment. You want them to vote for you. But he was not popular before. It is after the presidential election that, okay, fine. Okay, I can get all these Igbo people, they can vote for me and I become the governor of Lagos State. So that, let's be objective. That is what pans out. The another thing that happened is that because of this tribal election in Nigeria, because three major tribes, they presented a candidate, everybody voted among tribal lines. And the election has come and gone. And your candidate as he went to court to challenge result. I don't know why you are beating about the bush. And when they also said that so many fire incidents, Yoruba people are doing this, are doing that.
Yes, Remy, please. Remy, I'm somebody that is when you are talking, I want you to back what you are saying.
Yes.
I've been trying to go on that space. Some days ago, I forgot who I was asking this question. Yes, Bartholomew. He said they were burning shops in Lagos. And I asked, who are these people burning shop of the Southeast? I don't like to use the word Igbo. Yes,
so that is where I am going.
Who are these people?
I want to make my own opinion known about that one. Before the election, there were so many several fire incidents all over the country. And after the election, there have been several fire incidents in Ariara Market in Onitsha. There has been in Lagos, there have been in Borno, and several, even in Ibadan, there have been fire incidents. None of this incident was attributed to, it is Yoruba that is burning this, or we can say, okay, you are not from Anambra, you are from Ebonyi, you are the one burning Ariara Market. I think people should just calm down. Fire can happen because of so many reasons. But if there is no case that have been proven that they hold somebody that he's the one that put fire into that market. So let's just say fire happens and it happens. So the reason why this election panned out this way is that, to say the truth, everybody pans to their tribal and they voted tribal. And when you voted tribal, this is what you see. It will be very competitive. Look at other elections we have had since 1999. It has always between two major parties, PDP and ANPP, and then later maybe PDP with ACN or PDP with AC when they present Atiku and Ribado. It was just between two people. So no tribe at that time. And when you see Jonathan also won and the Southeast people voted for him, fine. But because now it's three candidates, so the tribal line will be drawn. That is why we are seeing all these things. So we have a president-elect. You guys have went to court. Hold your shield and let the court decide whether there is anything alternative. But if not, don't let us move on. The Igbo people have been with us for a long time. Fine. The Yoruba are very liberal. I serve in Enugu State. And I know that some Igbo people are also liberal, but majority of them are not liberal like that. If to say Lagos is as good after not the capital city of Nigeria, and it attracts a lot of people to go and look for their Lagos dream, why can't other states emulate Lagos too? And let's make Anambra dream, Sokoto dream, and so many dreams. At least people that live in America, they can leave New York and go to Florida, and Florida they can go to California. They can go to different places and realize their dream. Why is it that I must go to Lagos to realize that dream? So my bone of contention is that the people that are killing that country, first thing is religion, second is our governors. Well, everything that happened in Nigeria, everybody there is the president. Who is the president? The president already allocates the money for the governor. What is your governor doing? Why not hold your governor responsible? If Anambra is super good today, what is Anambra people going to do in Ibadan or Sokoto, or we're traveling around to realize their dream? They would have preferred to stay in their hometown and live a better life. At least Lagos is congested, so many traffic, what do you call it? Rent is expensive, to buy apartments is expensive. It's not easy. But if your state has been very productive and everything is okay, why are you moving? Why are you visited in Lagos? There's fire incidents all over the country. Why don't you say it's Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa that burn that market? We shouldn't be hypocritical in our approach. We should be
Remy.
I'd like to buttress.
Can I
quickly something to I think I voted a while. I'd like to buttress the audio.
Please. Hold on, please.
I want to respond to him as an Southeasterner so that we
can
balance
you please hold on, please? Please. You will come in. Hold on. Say hold on, please. I'm even begging you. Remy, Tegosho Market was born November 1st last year. It wasn't attributed to anything, and we are already in the election cycle, isn't it? November 1st last year.
What last year? What part is that of Tegosho Market?
At Tegosho Market, some part was born last year. Yes. Yes. So why are we not attributing it to is some people that went to born? Remy,
Thomas,
you know what baffles me?
I want to ask a question.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. I want us to put this narrative in a graveyard today, because it gets me annoyed every time that I hear it. You can see my voice that I'm speaking now. It gets me annoyed. Market born every month, every year in this country.
It's not about you now.
Let me put it, Mr. Thomas.
That's my own opinion.
Thomas,
let me put it to her, Mr. Thomas. At least,
you respond together now. Ekene, there was a fire incident after the election recently in March in Oriara Market in Onisha. You know that. Everybody knows what happened.
No, it's not danger.
Can we attribute that it's people from Ebonyi or Hausa or Yibo or Yoruba that went there and burned the market? So accidents can happen anyhow, anytime.
Let me respond to you now so that we balance the. Let me respond to you so that we balance the issue. I want to respond as an Southeast.
Hold on, please. Let's hear from Ekene. Then my
so what I want to say is fire incident is fire incident. Even in that Onitsha, far years back, there was steady occurrence of fire.
Ekene, we can't hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. Your network is breaking. No, your network is breaking. Can you say what you said before?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Five years back, when we are small, there is constant fire incident in Ochanja Market almost every month. The one popular musician called Osadebe came out to use it to sing one music, Oku Emaluo. That is fire. Fire has done us bad things. So, in terms of fire incident, it has been an accident. even in that Onitsha, mainly. So coming to Lagos, me, I did not see it as a different thing. But the reason why I want to respond to my sister is just for her to understand that our politicians are doing more harm. And that is why, if I always come to this platform, I used to beg that every one of us as a citizen, common citizen, should put all these men aside and discuss things that concerns us personally and how to move the country forward. And that is
But
my
we can't
stand.
do without them. Ekene, we can't do
Yeah, we
without
cannot
them.
do, but if we cannot do without them. What our duty as a citizen is to hold them responsible. If you see my attitude, I know I campaigned for Peter Obi. I know I voted for him. I know I gave him a lot of votes. But that doesn't mean I will go and die that he didn't win. I have to move on now. What I'm
But
concerned now is
some people
yeah.
in your quarter, they said over their dead body, Tinubu will not become their president. Don't you hear that every time?
Whether I hear it, whether I don't, whether I hear there are things that you cannot. There are things I always say. You can never control the mind of millions of people in Nigeria. It is not possible.
Yes, of course. Yes, you are right. Yeah, you're right.
So if you find yourself in a position to put out a message, put out a direct message that would suppress their own mind, that whenever they're even bringing up those.
Sorry.
Can I? Hello.
Objective, it will be meaningless to a common man. Advocate. If we can come in that direction, we can make our country better. So that our politicians will stop using us. My concern, what we are supposed to do, and our responsibility as a citizen, is to hold our leaders accountable. But whenever they come up and put out this narrative, this and that ethnicity, and we begin to follow them, we begin to walk the same direction with them, they will continue to do the wrong thing and be killing the country. I'm not concerned about. I'm not even this. This will be going to court now. My mind is not there. Even if they announce him tomorrow, then glory be to God. If they don't announce him, my mind is now. I know that May 29 will come, and the president must emerge. Certainly, president elect. Then if any other thing will come after, I don't care. If the only thing is what is on board that time, what are they doing to make the country better? That is why I began. That's why I brought up that topic of their cabinet and all these things. What are they doing better?
Thank you,
So I expect us to do better.
Thank
you.
Okay.
ASAP coming.
Okay,
Remy, hold on. Let's hear from me ASAP.
Okay, so I'll just try to address my main reason why I'm trying to come in is because I've been waiting since when Midwest initially spoke. I wanted to respond to what he said and to explain some things. But I would on the issue of the audio, I would still go back to Midwest on the issue of the audio. So from what I can see, it will be very difficult to at this stage, really say categorically whether it was doctored or it was not doctored. So we can, and then if we cannot say categorically whether it was doctored or not doctored, then we have to also go by the facts, what is available. So you cannot blame people when they take what is given to them and then they interpret it. You just at least Mr. Kenneth just said that we cannot control the minds of people. So you can't say, okay, people are, we can't get offended when people now interpret based on what is available. And like Mr. Thomas had already said, the only reason why something can be doctored is if there's the original. The only reason why we can have a counterfeit is if there's the original. So from my little experience in acoustics and sound engineering, if I look at the audio itself, people saying how is it possible to do certain things because they have certain software that is it possible for something to be ringing a ringtone? All of these things is very possible. Is it Mr. or Mrs.? I don't know. Remy has already said that the government itself has the capability to do it. It's not something that is beyond their purview. And the funny thing, what is even funny to me is that there's even a publication that was released yesterday where they even pinpointed the likely place where this thing leaked. Is on the dailies. But I'm trying to, because I can see that this thing is a very touchy subject. I'm trying my best not to offend anybody.
Oh no no, oh no no no. My Asap, there's something on this our platform. You can say anything you want to say. So far, you are not cursing. You are not. No, 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 my brother, calm down, please. So far, you don't curse people. You don't say any derogatory word. This is a free platform. We are not echo chamber of Peter Obi or Tinubu or Atiku. We don't. I don't care about them. We speak onto the issue. So if you want to say anything, go and say it. Don't. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I know, but I don't want to be, especially with what Rational Mind, went through. The thing he echoed today about how people were deleting comments. If I'm trying, I don't want to offend anybody. That's the thing. I don't, because actually, let me mention it now. If you go to,
if you are not ready for insult, don't forget about platform. If you talk, you go to.
No,
if you are not ready for insult, don't go to platform.
Can I just ask something? Is it not interesting that Thomas? I heard people talking about how some people were insulting Tinubu because singing about him and all the rest. But look at the image Thomas is using of an elder too. But you see, this is hypocrisy that we don't see that we do to other people. But it's okay. This is what Nigerians do.
Okay. No, hold on, please. What is the image? What do you mean?
You can see your profile picture. You can see your profile picture that you are this.
Do I care?
Of course, you don't care now,
yes.
but you care when
it's
Tinubu. When it's your.
I don't care. I don't care about Tinubu. Drag Tinubu, roll him in the mud.
I
don't care about
I thought you were one of those people that were against the fact that they were mocking him.
No, I don't care. I'm against it because I'm a Yoruba man. We don't mock elders.
But you are mocking an elder right now in that image you have there.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. My avatar is Peter Obi'S crying. Did Peter Obi cry?
Did he cry for you? You are mocking him.
Did I make it up?
Yes, you made it up because Tinubu was actually ill. If you want
to talk about it, do I care?
No, wait.
I don't
Even
care.
Tinubu said Tinubu himself said they insult hell out of me. I don't go to social media again.
But the point is that they were criticizing the other people for doing it, but he does it himself. That's the thing.
I don't care. I'm very sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. If you don't care, they don't complain when other people mock somebody.
I don't complain. I don't complain because I don't care.
That is balance then. If that's what you do, that's fine.
No, I don't care. I don't care.
One question.
Let's just move on. Let's get with himself.
Tunaja, I want to ask you a question.
My ASAP, continue. My ASAP, please. Let's hear from my ASAP.
Okay, please, miss. Sorry, I'm sorry that I know you have a train of thought already. I just want to just quickly get through to this, and I think the thing that just happened just now echoes one of the reasons why I'm trying to be very sensitive, and that's why, Mr. Midwest, you notice that I was trying not to go into some detail when you were mentioning, certain things. But what I would just say, this is just like a kind of encouragement that. What you echoed, what things you said about the mingling of the tribes at some point. Yes, it happened. But you remember in my speech earlier, I had mentioned that if we go back to ground zero, if we go back to the beginnings of the beginnings, those minglings actually took place, but they took place, after an encounter. So the question is, before the mingling took place, during the migration, did they encounter people there or not? Yes or no? So once you can answer that question, then we now know, okay, why it can seem, now, for example, now see how Mr. Two Niger was pointing about something that could be, offensive. So if people can have things that people have a right to be offended in certain things. So if people can have rights to be offended about certain things they have, then how is it so much difficult for us to imagine when someone else sees ancestry is being questioned? You can see there will be reason for people to react. So I think what we should do is to try to find a way of not watching. I mean, I'm not talking to you now. I'm saying the people that cause all of these things, reactions to happen. Like there are certain statements and rhetorics that we can make that will make people feel unwanted, or feel like they are not appreciated, or feel like as if they've been taken for granted. I feel that we should not make such certain statements. People, Yorubas, Igbos, Hausas, everybody can coexist in Lagos. And they've been doing that all this time. But when we start making certain statements that are avoidable, there's no need to do that. We can just go about our business. So I think it's those statements that have now, snowballed into the things we've seen and into the reactions we've seen. And I think they are avoidable. But if it's in terms of the intellectual, exercise, if we even go down to the nitty-gritty, those people that you are mentioning that came, they also encountered settlers that were there before they came. In the 15th century, the Aworis migrated, just like Baba Jalako said, they migrated from Ife, and they got down to a place that is currently known as I forget. I'll remember very shortly. It's close to Idimu side, Isheri. Yeah, Isheri. They got to Isheri. They were the first settlers there. That was in the 15th century. If you look at all the archives, all the authorities, they all date it back to that time. And then after that time, in the 16th century, the people you are talking about came along.
What archive are you making reference to?
Sorry, sir.
The archive. Where is this archive you're talking
about? I just mentioned one of the books, sir. I mentioned Christian Man. Do you have that, sir?
I've not heard about that.
See,
okay, you're talking about certain archive, like we keep archive.
If I can come in, yeah, because I did land before they shut in everything.
Can I land, Mr. Can I land? I'm not denying what you've said. I'm only saying that those people that you've mentioned, yes, they came. And today in the Obaship, the Benin Kingdom is there, is represented. And this is the thing, sir. Do you know that today, even if you even point at them, they can trace their lineage back to the Benin Kingdom, but they see themselves as Lagos. They see themselves as already settling there. And that is what we should strive towards. And that's why I was saying there is unity in diversity.
But listen, I wanted to come in here. Look, the Benin don't have problem with Yoruba when they come to Ugun, Lagos. The Benin has never addressed Yoruba as Lagos as no man's land.
I know, yes, I agree. I agree with you.
Then our own stand on this issue is that we should not kill history. We Africans are not ready for knowledge any longer. Let me give you a clear example why I'm so pissed off with your system. I live in Sweden, and I live in the southern part of Sweden. Now, if you go to common language school, they will give you brief history. Where I settled was Danish land. They don't have to teach you. But along the line, they lost it to the Swedish. It becomes Swedish territory. That is why just 20 minutes crossing of train, you are in Copenhagen from where I live. So now, let me go back to German again. Large part of Poland were German land before the Second World War. Kaliningrad, where Russia, you see one territory that has a surely boundary with Poland, is owned by Russia, were German land. At a particular time in history, land do change, but that does not mean when we want to narrate history, we not base it on superiority and supremacy, then we confuse people and listeners. We don't have problem with Yorubas.
Yes.
And this issue is not being
I think the issue here is that you and I are saying the same thing, but from a different perspective.
Okay.
So, because if we look at the chronologically, what
sorry, Mr. Asap, sorry, I just came because of I've been on this show off and on because you want to speak on some issues. But I just hear what you are saying about that their worries came from Ife to find.
I don't know. I don't know where they came from.
No, hold on. Let's remove the word Lagos. Lagos is big. They have it.
No, we are talking about Eko. Eko is
Let
where
me tell
involved.
you.
We're talking
Let
about
me
Eko.
correct
We're not
you,
talking about
brother. Let me
Yeah,
correct you.
and I don't
If
even
you're
know
not
the
ready,
territory.
if you're not ready to speak about history the way it is, then don't speak about it at all. When you try to con it from the way you read it from a white man, you are creating a vacuum to let other people write different stuff about history. First of all, the book we just called never existed. And if it
Sorry.
still exists, it was
So
written in 15. Hold on, it was written like in 1950s or 60s by any white person that feel like writing anything.
okay.
First of all, Eko is an island. There's no way their worries will use a paper raft or bamboo raft to sail a sea to go to the island in Eko. It's not possible.
Okay, can I
Eko was
respond?
founded by, was founded by Baorogba and the Portuguese with big vessels, the ship type they have then in Europe. They found it through the Bight of Niger. Because the white man have constructed bridge now, it makes it look easy. At that time, it was a Mago Groove area. Please,
And it was not even a Nigeria territory. This is what they're not talking about.
Come on, what are you guys saying? Why are you saying things, man? If you want us to talk about history, we talk about history. We are talking about Ojota and the rest. I don't speak about it. Those are inland.
There was a place where I mentioned Ojota.
Request waterland.
Okay, can I? You said that the book I mentioned.
The book. Let me tell you again. Let me correct you.
Can I?
Eko himself was a Mango Groove. Was he inhabitant of nobody? He was an inhabitant of nobody. Nobody could have lived there. And you can even come from mainland, for example, from Ikeja to come to Eko. First of all, that river area is kind of a hill. You cannot say, go look at Ikeja to the sea. It's on a high sea. There's no way anybody, even the Mayhem people or the Ijebu Riverine people in Ogun, could even say there with a raft. My brother, if you let me talk,
would you let me respond? You said that, and I quote, you said that the book I mentioned does not exist.
Yes, and if it does exist, it's written by anybody that is
okay, can I okay, yes. So okay, now anybody that is there, please kindly check. Number one, I'll first address the second thing you mentioned. Now, the things that have been mentioned now, they are also not directly from that book, they're also by other authors. I said other authorities. So I didn't mention that book alone, but it seems you and I told you. Hold on, please. You were able to talk. I allowed you to speak. Now, anybody that is here, can you please Google KRISTIN space MANN. Then the next thing, write slavery and the birth of an African city. Let's see if that book exists or not.
My brother, listen.
No, hold on, sir. You actually told me. You said you made it look as if, and it's to me.
Listen,
I've been trying to be
hello.
I've been trying to be respectful.
It's written by a British in either 1950 or 1980 something.
This book was not written by a British.
And listen, you see the complication we have. Brazil got their independence 1822. Benin was already a country, and they were able to
recognize that. We gave them their sovereignty. We
gave them their sovereignty. Nigeria history, listen, my brother. This country, you know why the certain people.
Mr. Midwest,
I want to quickly put this one before you, because when we mention our history, we don't like to distort other people's history. Like Ife has been in existence before anything Oba. Benin has been in existence before anything Oba. You understand me? We have it very clearly in the Benin narration. But one thing, our ancestors who keep this 11th century event or 10th centuries and names and places in Ife, we should praise them. We that are educated, what are we giving to our children now? It's nonsense.
Mr. Midwest, I think you are misunderstanding.
Let me answer this guy.
In my discussion today, can I respond to Mr. Midwest, please? In my discussion today, did I make any quotation about Edo's history? Did I talk about that? I'm talking about Lagos Eko history.
Yeah, the Lagos, your narration, we cannot agree as well as an Edo person.
Okay.
There is no way, the problem we have.
Listen, what is there that you do not agree with in my narration?
Look at where we don't agree.
Did you hear me when I said that Did you hear me when
look
I
at
said
areas.
that? Did you
Look at
hear me
areas
when
I don't
said
so
that
much agree with the histories when Yorubas are presenting it.
Okay.
When we want to talk
hold on,
even
sir.
about
Let
wait,
me
I want
make
to
my
quickly
question.
put this one where I have some little problem.
Let me put my question across. Let me put my question across. Did you hear me when I mentioned that there was the mingling and that the Benin cannot be written outside of the history of Lagos?
I had it.
So now, okay,
see
now,
where the error.
hello,
See where I want to point to you. Look at where I want to point to you. There are histories that we want to talk about. There's no need of bringing Britain or Portuguese in.
Please,
but
sir,
you see,
I did not bring.
you see the Yorubas, for example. I want to give you an
I
instance
did not
now.
bring in. Okay, where did I bring in Britain in my discussion?
Yeah, because of book. And most of those books, Benin was already giving. Benin was already recognizing independent and giving independent to countries, giving an ambassador before those books were written.
Are you saying that we should go by oral tradition?
We're not telling you about oral tradition. Listen, Mr. Esab.
Wait, not only oral, but we must point to some fact and event.
Okay, so now,
when a country got an independent, up to today, the ambassador to Brazil still pay homage to the Benin. They know what happens.
Okay,
but the thing is this: we are narrating history.
How would I know that what you are saying is
a fact?
Is a fact or not? If there is no
because
hold on. Please let me land. If you and I are having a discourse right now, and we are saying certain things, do we just talk? Please let me land. Do we just talk from our head, or do we appeal to certain authorities?
I don't like when people refer to any book written by British
let me answer this guy. Hold on.
Hold on. Okay, now, if that's the problem, there's another book again.
Relax, Mr. Esab. Relax and listen to what I'm telling you.
No, please, let me address. Let me address him. I don't want to lose my train of thought. Now, it seems that
listen, my brother.
Okay, let's give him a chance. Excuse me. Let's give him to talk. Let's give him a chance. He has never said anything much wrong. But when we bring the British book in, my dear brother, the British were not interested in backing
the book I'm mentioning, the book I refer to, is not a British book. So it's even wrong. It's not even a British book. It was written by an American.
And when you bring America, when America was created here,
when was America created?
Please hold on.
When America created here,
let's encourage. See, my brother.
Hello. Please, if you are saying that I should not, then I'm not giving you another book. This one is written by a Nigerian, a historian. He's the word authority in history, in African history. Please, you can Google it. His name is Professor Toyin Falola. He's here in the United States.
My brother, please hold on. I don't want to talk about you.
He's here in the United States. You said that okay. You said the question is this now: are we not going to go by? Are we? Can I please, Mbaka? Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
Hold on. You are telling a Benin history. This is not your own history.
I'm not telling Benin history. Hold on. There's something you're getting wrong.
Hold on.
There's something you're getting wrong.
Hold on now.
Let's just hear each other out a bit.
I am not telling Benin history.
Let him land.
I am not telling Benin. There's something. Please. Hello. Please let me land. Let me express myself.
You are landing.
Okay, hold on. Me Asu, do 30 seconds so that he too can respond. That way, you're not talking over each other.
Don't let me tell him what I want to tell him.
Don't worry. Just give him 30 seconds. He's going to let you talk. Okay, just do 30 seconds, please.
Please don't say what I did not say. I am not talking about Benin history. This is about Lagos history. I am not talking about Benin history. And I'm telling you now that based on the accounts that these accounts are not only just by, there's not like a British book. It's also a British book. He was an author who did the finding, who did research. Not only one author, not only two, three. There are also journals I've read, articles I have read that also supports this same knowledge. And I'm saying that, okay, let's based on the timeline. In the 15th century, the earliest dating we can ever find possible, the first settlers, that is everywhere you go to, are the Aworis. They migrated from Ife down to the current place where we call Lagos today. That is a non-contestable fact. Then after that, after the 15th century, hold on, please, let me land.
Now you have to respect the timeline. He has been patient. You have to always respect each other sometimes.
Okay,
otherwise you'll just be talking over each other.
Okay. I was.
Yeah,
Actually, I was
thank
talking.
you, Tinaja. Let me answer this.
Yeah, let World Peace give World Peace a chance to just chip
Please,
in.
please, my brother, you are telling me my history. It's very
How am I telling you your history? I
hold
mentioned
on.
Me, just give him
Hold
a
on, hold on.
chance,
Please
Let
let me
me
please.
ask you
talk
this.
now.
Sir,
You
where are
keep
you? Where are
talking
you
and
from? Where are
talking
you
and
from? Where
talking
are
and
you from?
talking and
Where are
talking.
you from,
I'm
sir?
not talking.
Me, he
Hold
was
on.
quiet now. Come on.
You just calm down now.
Okay.
You'll be talking about Yoruba
Let's
Benin history.
self-regulate here.
You miss Lagos and Eko. They are two different things. If you are talking
Okay.
about Lagos, as in Ojota and the rest, but I don't speak about it. When you're
Okay.
talking about Eko, I will tell you to hold on, share your sword. You don't have any history about it. It's like a leaf telling the branch to ask the stem where is the root is. Is our history. Who founded that place? The generals that found the place, the Obi'S, the people that found it, they are all there in Lagos. The Badulayes who are the Bazoye in the Benin Kingdom, the Abanikoro Abanuka, they are
These
still
are
there.
Benin name.
Hold on.
So nobody can change
Let
it.
me talk to this guy. I'll give you names in
Okay.
Lagos. Families.
Oshodin. These are
Families
typical
that
Benin
went
names.
there.
Oshodi
You're telling me Aworis
not a
found
Benin
Lagos.
name.
Hold on. You said
My
Aworis
brother,
went to Epa, hold on.
It
Let
is
me
not a
land.
Benin name.
Epa,
I'm
let
telling
me
you
land.
that now categorically. Okay,
Epa,
I have a
land.
question.
Let
I
me
have a
land.
question.
Hold
I
on,
have a
my
question
brother.
to put back to you.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold
let
on, please.
World Peace do 30 seconds, then he
Let
can
me
ask
just
the
talk to this guy.
question.
Interjecting me. If not because the British took our glory away from us, but they will tell you the man that found King. They'll write an English man that found King. Found King. What they call it? King Tut's tomb or whatever. The people that actually discovered the mouth of the lagoon that lead to Lagos was the Obarogba and the Portuguese explorer Alvaro. Have you gone to Jamaica in Portugal and read about it? It's a national museum.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a quick question?
As a
And he's
sailor.
studying in Portugal.
In
World
Portugal, in
Peace.
Lisbon, as a sailor. His name is still
And he's
there.
studying in Portugal.
World Peace.
let
Can
me
I
ask
ask you a quick question? Can I just ask a very quick question? Because I think sometimes this history is more complicated than we think. Do you think that when the Benin people got to Lagos, they didn't find any natives there?
No,
Even
let me answer you.
they
Listen,
just established on an
let me tell
empty
you.
land.
Let me
Not
answer you.
Lagos, not Lagos. Say
Listen,
a
my
Lagos
friend.
were made up
The
of many
Echo
people.
area.
Listen.
Let
Let me tell you something.
Often people settle in where they
No,
are
let
native.
me
They
tell
don't
you.
settle in empty
To Niger,
spaces.
to Niger. Now this is about claiming Eko. Ask them before I answer your question. Can they put a date to the date I was moved to Lagos?
I just
they found
put
Lagos.
I think from what I gathered, they said it's around the 16th century or so.
Can I come Listen, hold on.
Before you come in, right? You ask the question. Hello, what is what you are claiming now is what you are doing. What you are claiming is what you are.
Let yeah, go ahead.
Let me respond.
Yeah, go
Let me
ahead.
respond. Now, this is the thing.
ASAP, you've been talking a lot now. Let me talk. I mean, you've been talking and then let other people talk. You see, I understand.
Yes, Rational might come in. Yes,
I understand your angle, ASAP, and I know you've not said anything. I don't know why World Peace is
yeah, I've not said anything that is even bad.
Anything. All you're just talking about is Echo, which is that Echo part, Lagos Island, Echo part, and how it came to be, how it was founded. And you were making references to some of this archive that I don't even know where they exist. But anyway, it's okay.
But have you tried checking? Have you checked to see if they don't exist? Have you checked? Have you checked to see? Have you checked?
So what?
Sorry,
which university do you have? What museum
verified?
do you have?
So as in, I said, have you verified whether what I said is whether those books I mentioned are true or false?
No, I'm not talking about those books. You're talking about a certain archive from 15th century, 16th century.
No, I wasn't. I didn't mention archives. There's no place where I mentioned archives, sir.
Oh,
there was no place.
It's okay. If you don't mention it, it's okay. No, okay. So let me go to the main point I'm trying to make. Okay. I don't see anything why my brother World Peace and the other guy Midwest will be challenging you. But the only angle I'm thinking they are coming from is because your own narrative of how a coup came to be is different from their own narrative. But then I don't know why my brother World Peace and Midwest wants to.
World Peace, Russell, please let me respond.
No, you respond.
Before you respond, I was actually on course to respond to
See, this is what you guys do in Nigeria. That's what Nigeria has this problem. We'll try to
don't
correct.
say this is what we do. This is
Hold on. Let me finish my what I'm saying so you understand, so you can counter me.
I have my own version of how
I know. Hold on, you have your version. It's okay, but just listen. This is what we try to do. Is in politics. We try to correct one wrong with another wrong. If we go on this continue like this, we can never fix anything in that country. You can't try to fix a history by telling me on that wrong history. You were never in that boat that found Echo, I'm saying, and yet you're writing the history for me. It's wrong. I will not accept it.
Were you there? Were you there?
Hold on. I have families that were there.
Wait. I have a response.
Excuse me.
See, this is the issue. Can I? Let me respond. World Peace is talking to me, so I have a right to respond, and I really appreciate the rational mind. Thank you. Calm down. World Peace. You are misunderstanding me. I choose my words.
Sorry, before you move forward, I'm not misunderstanding you. I understand what you're trying to say, that Benin have stake to Lagos and this.
Yes.
No, I'm saying, listen, let me tell you. I say, fine, listen.
Okay, you still interjected me again.
My brother, listen to me.
Hold on.
Everybody hold on, please.
Again.
Everybody hold on, please. Please, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Yeah, Remy, land your point. But yeah, my ASAP, land your point.
So now, World Peace, you are mistaking certain things. When I was mentioning the Aworis, I said they came to the place known as Lagos. I did not say they came to the place known as Eko. I didn't say that. The place known as Eko, today, the Benin got there. But before they got to Eko, it's like if you are passing a route, the Benin took that route and they got to Eko, the same place we are talking about, like I said, the shores. Yes, they did. But before they even got there, the Aworis went not to Eko. That's where you are misunderstanding me. That's why you're misquoting me. I said the Aworis went to Lagos in the place called known today as Isheri. Isheri is not Eko. But now, if you look at it geographically, that's where rational mind is not coming from. The angle rational mind is not coming from is that, okay, if we now even look at it geographically, the place we know today, not as Eko, but the place we know today as entire Lagos, whether Greater Lagos, whether Lagos Island, which is also known as Eko, the place that we all know, that you and I know as Lagos today, if we now want to go back and trace chronologically that who first set foot here would be the Aworis. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disputing you. I'm not disputing you. And now the ownership itself can be tied directly to the Benin Kingdom, and we know what happened. Why that's what ensued.
My brother. Sorry to interject. I'm not trying to disrespect you. Please, I'm not trying to see. You see that man, Midwestern. Anytime I open my mouth, it's saying the same thing I'm about to say. That's to tell you about the Benin's history. You cannot tell us about history. You cannot tell us about.
They're not just support what you just said. I just supported you. So why should we argue when I'm? Why should we argue?
No person I made it tell him. If I made you, please respond to him.
Okay, make I quick say something, my brother.
Mr. Midwest, before you talk, do you understand what I said? I did not refer.
Yes,
so
I understand your. I understand you.
Actually took my words out of context.
Yes, I can say to that point because I think it put something there. But the thing is this, we must try to unite ourselves because with history we can achieve much. It's very unfortunate. You know where I start? I say they cause a lot of damages. The British were not interested in indigenous people, whether Yoruba or whatever you call any tribe in the South. All the ones, if you go to their book, is administrative convenience that led us to this where we are today. Look, in that 15th century, if we go to the Benin history, Obaorogwa reigned within that era. And that was when he founded that Eko. But we cannot say Africans were not there or Benin's were not there. This one come, this one migrate here. So then when we trace when people migrate, error will start coming in. It might have
hello, sir. Let me now chip in something with you. Let me chip in something.
Yeah, hold on, please.
I wanted to quickly let him land, please. Yes. Yeah. So I worry people or Owerri people. It's also a complex tribe narration because that pronunciation even boiled down to many parts of Nigeria. That tribe when you are trying to in ancient time. So now, when they founded ECO, it was purposely for a route of water for trading with the Portuguese. Because this Oba returned from Portugal, he has traveled, he has studied with them. You see it now. So perhaps that leads to maybe many people coming together. It is very unfortunate that when we narrate history of how these people were connected, we cannot even assume or imagine how were they able to communicate. No English. And they were all diverse in some tongue. That means these people communicate in some certain languages to be able to function. And their days of Obaship, it's not the Oba of private jet you are seeing today or limousines. It was a throne that was so spiritually connected to the people. They also suffered disease outbreak in their times, famine, crisis, and they were so spiritual also. And it's not about wealth. It was a throne of responsibility of leadership. And we misunderstand all of them till modern day of what we are saying. Please, one thing is this. Many tribes are living in that place, but the Portuguese, or who name it later, after they have established, whether they call it Lagos, the land fell from Benin to the British, and it was called British West Africa Settlement. And I want you to make research about this, because the French managed to create their own French West Africa Settlement, West Africa Settlement in this today Tumbatu, something of that nature, that side in Mali. So it paved a way for them to be able to fight, put army on ground, when they were trying to, all these North Africa. So the British also had that vision, and they saw Lagos as a very good place for them to achieve this. And this, when they took that land, then there was nothing like colonization. The citizens and indigenous of that place, they call it British West Africa Settlement, and they were able to try to develop it to their own standard, and they need blacks to also work for them. And these people were good enough in moving people from one place to another. Sometimes abandon some. We don't go to those history any longer. So they came, and that is when the whole thing started changing. And most of the indigenous people, they were British citizens. Even when they went to Berlin conference to start sharing Africa to solve their problem, because they were fighting themselves. The British need a place where they can reinforce. The French need, the German need. That's why you see history of Cameroon, some part of Nigeria and Cameroon and all those places. These are settlements for these people for their military purpose. And the code was very good, because when their ship is coming, you have a place to land. But one thing is this: there is no way anybody can tell me these people were not relating. Is it a ethnic nationality you want to talk about? You're going to trace Benin presence there. Is it Urobo? Is it
Midwest? Midwest. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
Midwest.
I'm very sorry. Guys, I'm very sorry. I have to shut down.
That Midwest has taken. Number one, Midwest. I did not.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. I have to shut down the section, please.
Okay.
I have to shut down the section.
Yeah,
We don't move. I don't want to pass
I'm
8
not trying to
hours.
say anything. Me, come on, hold on now. You've been talking
Hold
forever.
on. Hold on, please.
Why are you not shutting down?
Hold on. Why am I not shutting down? We don't pass 8 hours. I have a meeting to catch up with. I know you guys are enjoying the
Can you let
conversation.
one man know that I can moderate it for a shorter period?
No, that is not possible. That is not possible. I have to shut down the section now.
Midwest.
Yeah, I can't.
Mr. Thomas. I just want to respond just a few minutes to Midwest.
And I want to hold on, please. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. I have to shut down. Please, I said please. I said please.
Okay, well, we can talk in the
Let's
background
understand
then.
now. He said he wants to shut down now. Let's just let him go, man.
Please let him shut down.
We can talk in the background.
Let him shut down. We can talk on the background. Let him shut
Yeah,
down.
let you come in, make that comment. I haven't heard from Nigeria. I want to give Nigeria like 3 minutes to say anything you want to say. Then we'll call it a day. If you guys want to communicate in the background, I can put you in the background, but I have to shut down the
Let's talk.
online
We need to
section.
talk to.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
fine. Yeah.
You can put us in the background.
Yes, my ASAP. Say what you want to say. I will give Nigeria not more than 3 minutes. Then I will shut down the session.
Thank you so much for your Yeah, thank you so much. So, but I feel I've been misunderstood by Mr. Midwest and by World Peace, because the things I've not said, they've extended it. You see, I've been particular about the beginning, the very, very, very beginning. I'm not particular about the things he's talking about, the things of. I'm talking about the things that if we go back to the point where everything started from, you cannot write off where these people. All these things is talking about these people are not mingling. I even said they are mingling. I said these people come together, and I'm after the unity of because I'm getting an impression as though I'm trying to bring a division. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's a relationship between these people, and that there was at one point, the same word, the same thing he was talking about, that the British came in, and that same thing also happened between the indigents too. If we want to go by history, it also happened between the indigents. And so that is not what we're after. We're not after what transpired, maybe the fracas that transpired. If we're going to stay on the fracas, we will keep bringing up old wounds. But what I'm trying to say is that these people have been coexisting, and irrespective of the fact that someone got to the same place where we call today, not Eko. They have in particular about Eko. I'm talking about what we call today as Lagos. The first settlers of this, let me put it like this: the first settlers of a place that we call Isheri are the Aworis. The first settlers of the place that we call Eko are the Benins. And all this one is talking about this. So that if we now look at the timeline, the Aworis came in the 15th century. The Benins came in the 16th century to Eko. So, and if you look at
wrong, we didn't come 16th century. Is wrong.
Please, sir.
It's not 16. The
okay,
Oba that
hold on. We can't. Let me give you dates you don't know now. We came 1552.
Yes, that is when the Obarogbo are in Benin. 15 something.
Hold on. 1662. Hold on. World peace. Hold on. What peace? Today, if we call our era that we're living in, what do we call it? We call it 21st century. When you look at our dates, what do we call our dates? Today's date, this year now we are in, is called 2023. Yet we are called in the 28th century. You are misunderstanding me. When I say 15th century, I'm talking about 14 something. When you say 1552, that is in the 16th century. You see now? That's the 16th century you just mentioned. 1552 is the 16th century.
Thank you, please. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I really appreciate you for the time. Thank you so much for everything.
No, that's fine. It's because I can go more than this time because I want to catch up with a meeting. I have to leave. I'm very sorry, guys. Let me acknowledge the super chat. Then I will give to Niger 3 minutes, straight 3 minutes. Then you can speak or what, because I know you came late, but you haven't said anything. Yeah. Let me acknowledge the Kulata super chat. He's speaking to the Awori. He says, Awori settled in Lagos first before the section of the highland was made the world camp under Ashipa. Also, and Awori, Aromire initially settled on that land, make it a pepper farm. Don't listen to this revision. Akolata, I don't understand what you say, but what you say, you understand what you say better. But what I can just point out is I already settled down in Lagos first. Thank you for the super chat. I know you are keen to take that out. And you have told us this narration before now. I don't know why people crave. Maybe one day I will speak to one man in the house. Maybe we can have a section. I think this topic is a topic that we should dealt with properly, because I know war peace. When we are talking of war peace, Midwest, all of them, they are very they know much better about that space. Guys, I'm really learning from you guys. You can see I just mute myself. I was just listening because it's a story that we don't have. I think you guys were very vast in all this history and story. So thank you, everyone. And then Kolata came back saying again, Another super chat. Aromire settled in Echo and made it a pepper farm. So, Kulata, thank you for your super chat. Anytime Kulata is not with us, he always speaks to us on super chat. Tunaja, I'll give you 3 minutes straight, more than 30, not more than 3 minutes. I know you want to speak more. I'm
can
very
you
sorry.
what is wrong with you? Come on, let me talk before it knocking 3 minutes into my head.
My brother,
Let
I
me
know
just
you
show you
now.
this thing. Everybody has been talking forever. Come on, man, stop being funny. Let me just show this image and let these people decide whether they can tell me what part of Nigeria this person came from. I don't know if you can share this with them so that I need to illustrate something now that is leading to all this confusion we have here. Let everybody show me, because when I showed it to people, they were able to tell me where this person was from. Can you show them this image, please?
Which image?
I'm just sharing an image from my screen. Thomas should be able to share it.
You say the Thomas you can share now. I don't think you've seen it from your screen.
No, he's seen it in the background. I've shared the screen. It's in your background, Thomas. You should be able to. You should see
Which image?
the thumbnail with the black person there. You can see it's two Niger,
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I can't do that now. I'm very sorry. I'm using my phone. I don't think I can do that. I'm not with my laptop. Yeah. Yes,
What was
yes,
the
yeah.
image about?
No, it's just the face of someone that when I shared it with people on a platform, everybody ascribed that image to be a northerner or somebody from Mali or somewhere. But it turns out that the person was an Igbo man. And because the reason why I say this is because all these debates we are having, it just shows how mixed our history is. Most of the time, it's more complex than it sounds. Just like we are speaking English now, does that mean that we are English people? It doesn't mean just because somebody is speaking Yoruba doesn't necessarily mean that they were Yoruba originally. Maybe they were colonized by a greater group. We know that wars happen all the time, and there are complexities. And when you see people in the south, this in Niger Delta saying that they are not Igbo, even if they speak Igbo language. And recently, an Igbo man confirmed it to me. The reason why that is happening, because you see, there was a time the Igbo people from the heartland of Igbo, I think Anambra or somewhere there, went to Edo, and they were there for a while. On their way back, they colonized those regions, and hence those regions are speaking their languages. Till today, even in Nigeria, the Igbo people are expanding to the south. They are still expanding to the south. So we are evolving all the time. Things are changing all the time, and our history is so modeled. They even said that the Jaws came from Ilefe, and the Oru people came all the way from the Nile Valley. It's just all modeled up. We have not really bothered to even do our homework on this. The Europeans just grouped us and said, okay, these people are the Niger Congo group, and we like it or not, Ijaw, Yoruba, all of us, we are all branches of the Niger Congo group, because our language tree is similar. We all come from a similar tree. Look at this Yoruba governor, just the Labour Party contender. His son is probably more Igbo than Yoruba, but he's going to be known as Yoruba. Tomorrow, he's going to get married and everybody will think he's Yoruba, but he's actually inside Igbo. How do you know how many of us are like that? And this is the thing, we all hug what we just, this Yoruba entity that identity that we have, or Igbo identity. Most of all these things is relatively new. It's just relatively new. It's after the Europeans came in and they forced them.
To Naja.
Yes.
Please, if I can help you here. The Yorubas don't have problem with it. They have also made research on their own. Look, the Yoruba language is a language and identity they used to put, I can say, the Ife people or the Oyo people together. It was a British making. And he also attached Benin to it, although it did not work. Because when they came in, when we start giving them some histories of this Oba, they were so concerned within this colonization. Everything went and landed in Ife. So, and they see us like wow.
Midwest, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. Please. I'm very sorry. Please. Okay. Midwest, I'm very sorry. Okay. I have to shut down, please.
But if I wish to talk on the background, you leave the background. You leave the background.
I can do that. I said that earlier on. I said that earlier on.
We are
I leave you guys in the background. Yeah,
So
please
Okay,
don't make
fine.
this work difficult for me. Yeah, soon I just 2 minutes, please, and I want to
thank
shut
you.
down, please.
I didn't even know
Yeah.
you know. Thank you for giving me that. Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is that it's already known. It's not like you can complain all you want. The language tree, when you check the evolution, they are all linked, even to the Bantus in South Africa and this in West Africa. The Afro-Asiatic language is actually different, which is the one that comes from the Middle East, which some of the Fulani speak and not the others. So we know we have a common culture. This identity we are hugging today, we forget that we have another identity that we've had for about 100 years, which is the Nigerian identity that we have been forging forward with. And we always have to try to remember that all these other things, because given the current century we are in, people don't even care about tribes anymore. They are talking about race now. People operate on the racial level, on a billion grouping level. And how do we, as young people today, forge our way in the world? Because if we keep hacking back to the past, we are fighting the wars of the past. You will never win that war of the
See,
past. It's already past.
there
You have
is
to
no
fight
way
for the
you
war of the
no
future.
what you said. Sorry, I come in. It's not going to work because let me just tell you clearly. When I narrate history, I don't know where you are from Nigeria. All I want to do is to pin your ethnic nationality against another. You're going to rise up and correct it. And that is what we are suffering in the southern part of Nigeria. And this is particularly from the easterners. Let me tell you, how come the Igbo language come into being? Have they make research? Is it not British that brought that language?
No,
These are
they didn't bring it. They didn't bring it. It's from the Niger Congo culture now.
To
Is it?
Niger, can you please?
Yeah.
I kick him out. I work on. I said I want to shut down.
No. You
I
can
said I
shut
want
down.
to
You can
shut
shut down.
down.
I think I'm
Thomas,
done. You can
Yes,
let's carry on the
yes,
conversation in the
please
background. You
bring
can shut down now. You
yes.
are
I
fine.
can do that. Yes.
bring him
Mm.
back so
Yeah.
that you can shut the videos in the background. Let's go.
I'll put him in the background. Whoopies, you know me. If I said let's do this, let's do it and get it done.
I
You know what
understand. Just bring
you know
him
what
back
I
so you can
mean? Yes.
in case you shut
Yes,
down, he can still
I
be on
will do
video.
that when we finish the section. I will do that when we finish the section. So Niger, 1 minute, no more than 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and also the talk about Lagos is there is a little bit of a confusion whether it's Echo or the entire Lagos. Maybe the worry we are in Lagos, but the Benin people funded some part of Lagos. So this is the complex history and the mishmash. History is never straightforward. The point is, for me, the future is what we should even be more concerned about, because we were never there in the past. Everybody is writing their own history. We should be worrying about how we are going to survive this century. Then we can worry about, after we survive it, we can worry about how we are going to go and investigate our past properly. And what is he going to tell us? He's going to tell us that we are mixed, just like that Lagos governor, Labour Party candidate governor is mixed. And it's not a mysterious thing. So I just think that we should take this in easy. And regarding the appointing of ministers before you go into office, I don't think that is this thing. In the UK, it's not controversial. In the UK, they have what they call shadow cabinets. That you have to have your defense minister and all the rest ready to take over in case the other party falls. That is how it works. So it hasn't led the country to, it hasn't done the UK any harm. So I don't see why somebody cannot appoint his shadow cabinet. As a matter of fact, if I was in Nigeria, I would say every party should have theirs, so that you know how they are going to look when they get into office. Thank you.
Thomas.
Oh, Tunaja, yeah, thank you so much. To everyone, I'll say you have been the backbone of the section. From the super chatters, our commentators, comment section, even the panelists. I know you guys, this is a volatile topic we should talk extensively about, but I'm very, very sorry. I have to catch up with one meeting. And even one man don't even like us to pass 8 hours, because for people to rewatch the program will be very difficult for them. But I just give it this extra 1 hour just for, because I know people are in the middle of conversation, which is very important, but I just don't want to cut them off. So guys, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry for doing this. Midwest, I'm very sorry for taking you to the backstage. I just have to do that. I have to shut down. I'm very sorry. Thank you guys. May God bless everyone. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria at large. Thank you everyone for coming. I will leave you.
When it offend them, it sweet us. When it sweet us, they never say something. As in the sweet us, you go to pay them. As in the pay them, you go to sweet